Good morning, everyone. So today we'll be starting with the 2 days national conference AI Summit. First of all, I welcome you all on behalf of EIRC of ICA for coming in this conference in large numbers. Secondly, our council members also will be joining you very shortly. They are on the way. The first speaker for the day is already here, Ms. Soma Banerjee. So first of all, I request Madam Soma Banerjee to kindly come up on the dais. I request you all to please give her a huge round of applause. I request CA Suman Chaudhary ji, the coordinator for the first session, to please also join us on the dais. Madam, you can have your seat. Sir, I just request for playing the motto song. So request you all to kindly rise up for the Institute's motto song.
येष सुप्तेषु जागृति येष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
To kindly introduce Madam Soma Banerjee.
So very good morning to all. Very good response and overwhelming response for this AI courses. I think 500 plus persons have registered for the courses. There are 2 parallel sessions where you have to carry your own laptop, and first 50 persons will be allowed in the classes. So 2 parallel sessions are going on with a session in this main hall. So I, C.A. Suman Chaudhary, taking the opportunity to introduce our speaker. She will be taking the topic on driving business values with AI from global standard to practical applications. And I would request to introduce Mr. Soma Banerjee. He is the co-founder and CEO of Business Bio, an award-winning AI and data science company serving global enterprise. With over 2 decades of experience, he has led transformative AI and analytic initiatives across telecom, FMGC, manufacturing, and e-commerce sectors. Having worked with the leading organizations, not naming many, Soma also served as an NASSCOM 10,000 Startup Steering Committee member and leads these women technology entrepreneurship initiatives. She has published research in reputed journals, many of the reputed journals, and also frequent speaker on global forums. And she is also a digital transformation anchor at College London, and with that so many of such degrees. Not wasting much of the time, her CV is also already in the slide. With this, I'll request Madam to start with the program. Before that, there is little formalities from the ICAI side.
Good morning, everyone. Namaskar. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for the introduction. So like you heard my name, Soma Banerjee from Business Bio. I'm immensely grateful to Umesh Sharma ji and Vishnu Garg ji of the AI committee of ICAI and the leadership at Eastern Region for giving me this opportunity to be present here today with you. As a data science practitioner, AI practitioner, I deal with messy data. And I think as chartered accountants, you also, on a daily basis, face these scenarios, right, where you are working with accounting data, tax data, and so there is some, commonality between us, though I'm obviously not a qualified chartered accountant. But I have had the, good fortune of interacting, meeting, and working with many chartered accountants during my career of more than 2 decades as business leaders, successful business leaders, head of different functions, head of sales, head of procurement, not just only in the function of tax or audit, and also obviously as successful entrepreneurs. I'm immensely privileged to be here, with in the presence of such an august group of successful chartered accountants, and I'll be sharing some of my, work nuggets, understanding of AI applications, and also some of the work that we do in this space. So primarily, I will be talking about some of the applications that we develop for our enterprise customers, responsible AI, what do we mean by that, and also the global standards in AI. So I'll start with the standards, though I think to this August group, standards is nothing new. You deal with accounting standards, you use management standards, reporting standards, but just for a minute, let's take a step back and understand why the world needs standards and why do we depend on that. So there is a requirement of, there is a need for sharing, reuse, giving consent, enable collaboration, enable interoperability between systems, and adopting these systems with trust. Standards can come in different forms. Technology, from the standpoint of technology, we have IPv6 protocol that we follow in internet. There is TCP IP protocol. There are frameworks. If you may have heard about Lean Startup by Ulrich, there's a book by the same name. That's a framework. Then there are methodologies. You have Lean Six Sigma as a methodology. You have Agile methodology that is followed in software development. And then there are use cases. I will talk about use cases, some of these use cases in a little while. And once these standards in different forms are worked on, then how are they implemented, how are they diffused and shared? So it can be as published papers in reputed journals like Springer or Elsevier. It can be in the form of patents, where you hold the intellectual property for up to 20 years. But even while we say that, patent is protecting your intellectual property for whichever product or process that you have, but when you are actually applying for a patent, you have to disclose your idea. When you fill up the disclosure form, you need to disclose the idea of the idea that you have about your product and process. Then there are standards. I mean, some of you, I'm sure, are auditors of some of these standards. We have ISO 27001, which is on information security, 9001, which is on management standards. So these are standards, and there are certifying bodies which certify when an organization follows and implements these standards. Then there are regulation, like GDPR, you may have heard, Global Data Protection Regulation, which came out from European Union. So that is a regulation that was formed by European Union, some of the European countries coming together. And it can also take the form of legislation. In our own country, the DPDP Act, the Digital Data Privacy Act, which was enacted as an act in August 2025 by Indian Parliament. So that is an example of regulation, and which actually was, the rules came up the last month in November, and it is being operationalized now. Now, what are the sources of standards? Who works on these? So, forums are there, like NASSCOM is a forum. You have World Economic Forum, then there are bodies. ICAI is a wonderful example of a body where you develop and work on accounting standards. Then there are national bodies. So in India, we have BIS, Bureau of Indian Standards, which works and implements and diffuses standards. Then there is international body. You have ISO, IEEE, IEC. So these are international bodies. And then there are unions and groups of countries. Like I gave an example of European Union, where European countries came together to form GDPR. So now that we have seen, standards, requirement, why standards, who works on it, why AI? Why standards in AI? Now, AI is a rapidly developing field. We are all trying to understand what it does, how we can use it, and that's the agenda for this two-day conference here. So there is, to all the things that we saw discussed just now, so all these applies to this rapid development on the field of artificial intelligence. And there is a specific committee called Standards Committee 42 under ISO IEC, which is dedicated to AI standards. There are 5 working groups, which you see on the left-hand side here. Working Group 1, which works on foundational standards. Working Group 2 works on data and everything related to data. Working Group 3 it works on trustworthiness. Working Group 4 focuses on use cases and applications for government, for industry, as well as for the social sector. And then we have Working Group 5, which focuses on computational approaches and computational characteristics of AI systems, because you would have heard that AI systems are very computationally heavy. So these 5 working groups work on standards. It takes anything between 3 to 5 years to actually get a standard published for the international or the globe to follow. Now, what you see on the right-hand side, these are bubbles, which is basically highlights the standards which are coming out from each of these working groups. Now here, I will not explain all these standards, but I will definitely call out a few standards which I think is important for this audience to know, as well as which are important for us, data science and AI professionals. So I will start with this ISO IEC 42000. IEC full form is International Techno-Electrical Commission. So they focus primarily around electronic and electrical standards, but they also work with ISO. ISO works more on global, standards across all sectors. But ISO, IEC work together in electrical, electronic, and computer-related standards together. So 42001, which came up from WG1, the first group that I talked about. So this is a management standard, management system standard. This was published in late 2023, and in the last 1 year, it has become quite, popular. There are companies which are implementing this. This applies to both companies which are providing or using, both kinds of companies who are providing or using AI-based products or services, and it ensures responsible development and use of AI systems. So it provides guidelines for establishing, implementing, maintaining, and continually improving an artificial intelligence management systems within the organization. And this is universal in the sense that it works across organization size, small, big. It also, works across sectors. It has a hierarchical structure in the sense, it also integrates with many other ISO standards like 9001, which is management standard, quality management standards, 27001 for information security, for data protection, 27702. So it integrates across other standards with other standards as well. These are the processes that it covers. from your how to handle policy exceptions, impact assessment, risk assessment, to responsible use of AI system, data provenance, and so on. There are 38 AI controls which are there, from your policies to resources for AI system life cycle, data for AI system, usage, third party and customer relationships. And all these controls are implemented through a checklist of documents. So there are about 30 checklists which ensures that all these controls can be followed and implemented. And there are reference frameworks as well. So I've given a link to this, you can go to the ISO website and download, because many of you, I'm sure, you will be doing these audits as part of audits. And, you can also, when I share these slides with the organizers, you can also get it from them. I will talk about some other standards also, like 5259 series. This is ISO IC 5259 series. This is not a management standard, meaning you are not getting certified under this, but you can get self-compliant. You can follow it and comply to it. So this is primarily focused around data quality. There are 6 parts. 4 parts are already out, so, published. So the first part 1 talks about terms and terminologies. Part 2 talks about data quality measures. Each data element has 16 characteristics, like accuracy, precision, completeness, consistency, and maybe at a particular given time, or for a use case or scenario, maybe 5, 6, 7 is applicable. Then there is data quality management, which talks about data life cycle. So when data is generated, it is processed, consumed, data retired, then data purging. That entire life cycle is covered under data quality management. And data quality process framework covers data governance. And I will talk about data governance in a little while. So there are many things that are in play here. So you have data, structured data, unstructured data, volume of data, big data, high velocity, like we say, big data, high volume, high velocity. Then the play between ML and AI. So ML or machine learning, ML is machine learning methods. So where again we handle huge volume of data, but then we look at, or we are, as a business, we are interested in understanding the, the correlation or causality between different variables, or what we in ML term, we call them as features. And AI is, neural network dependent, so we use deep learning methods there. Little, black box because of the methods that are used. I will talk a little more about that subsequently. And then, data governance here, as well as in data quality process framework also, there is focus on data governance. So there are these aspects that, that are handled, addressed in 5259 series. Then there is 5338. This covers AI lifecycle methodology. This is different, and we need to understand that AI lifecycle is different than a software development lifecycle. So for software development lifecycle, there is CMMI, which came from Carnegie Mellon University. But you can see here from in AI lifecycle, there is requirement analysis, architecture definition, then knowledge acquisition, data engineering is an important piece, implementation, verification, validation, and continuous monitoring of model updates, and then how to operationalize that. So it gives you guidelines, and you can follow and get, self-compliant. So these are also some cases. These are called as specifications given, and that is why not, these are not management standards. There is another one, 38507. This standard covers governance implications for AI applications, very important aspects of decision oversight, explainability, trustworthiness, and reliability. I will talk a little bit about these, in subsequently when I talk about responsible AI. ISO IC 24668. This is an important standard, and I'll take a few minutes to talk about this for two reasons. One is that this is the world's first AI assessment standard, and secondly, this is the standard which India has developed for the world to follow. This is the first time that India developed an ISO standard in its 40 years of IT history. You will be happy and proud to know that. And we are also happy to share that from our company, my co-founder Gautam Banerjee, he is the project lead and editor of this standard from India. He conceptualized this, he socialized it in ISO IC world, through BIS, Bureau of Indian Standards. The work started in 2018. It got published as a standard in 2022, November. This covers, so when an organization decides or is thinking that we want to implement AI, then it needs to first know that are they ready or not. So this standard assesses the readiness of the current processes in an organization. So there are 5 process categories: organization stakeholder processes, competency development processes, data management processes, analytics development processes, technology integration processes. And under each of these, all these 5 process categories, there are 19 sub-processes. There is a process measurement framework which assesses the capability of all these process and sub-processes. And there is a rating scale that it uses 1 to 5. There is a process reference model which provides the context, purpose, and outcomes. And from this, from this capability assessment, you know where you are currently, what are the organization knows that, understands that, what are the gaps and opportunities, low-hanging fruits in short term, as well as long-term projects, and they get a roadmap. Now, when you are actually going into implementing that roadmap, the AI journey, that is where you take the help of 42001, the ISO standard 42001, and then you implement it. So those are some of the standards that I wanted to give you and make you aware of. There are many other standards, like in 5259 series, there is part 5 and part 6 also, which is right now under development. Maybe in due course of time, it will be out. And there are few other standards also now which are being led from India around machine learning, data anonymization, around data quality, around AI, from this Standards Committee 42. Now I will talk a little bit about the different kind of AI applications. And I will focus more on, giving you a broader perspective, not just tax or, audit, because I'm sure today and the later part of the day as well as tomorrow, there'll be a lot of discussions around AI in tax, audit, compliance, and so on. So I will try to give you a broad understanding of the different kind of applications as a data science and AI company that we have implemented for our enterprise customers. So the first one is data governance. I had briefly talked about data governance and the standards around that. So you can see that there is data around of companies, organizations, PAN, CIN, GSTN, different kinds of organizations are there, proprietary, private limited, public limited companies. You have contacts, names, addresses of them, and the products and services that they provide, right? Any large organization will have hundreds and thousands of suppliers and vendors and buyers. So there will be this kind of data for them. So it is important that data of the customer as well as the the supplier is correct, right? Otherwise there will be issues, pay to procure to pay or account receivable, both sides. There will be issues, and when you are actually trying to make payment, there will be delay because of incorrect, inconsistent, wrong information. So we have seen that in large organizations, there are a lot of duplication of data, incomplete data, incorrect data, missing information. So we use machine learning and AI. So this is an AI-enabled data governance where we use machine learning and business rule combination to identify those duplicate, redundant, incomplete information, those records. We flag those for the chief data officer or the process owner to take a look at it. And then we create these data quality summaries, or which is also enabled by AI chatbot, where you can type in English language that out of that data set, how many PAN information is missing, for how many records your GSTN is incomplete, right? And we use machine learning, we use business rules and algorithms to actually clean those records, and step by step. So there can be single PAN, multiple organization. There can be single PAN, single organization. There can be also multiple PAN, single organization. So there can be different kinds of situations. So based on these algorithms, we actually clean these through our process. And wherever there are disputed records, it is called, then those are flagged out. So this helps in cleaning the records so that for the process, whether it is AR or AP, account payable or receivable, those processes are clean and there is no delay of receiving or getting payment. I will move on to the next one. And here, in fact, before moving to the next one, we also use API to validate the PAN information. Because nowadays, there are providers which gives APIs for PAN information. Many of you probably use it, so that your information is always up to date. Next, I will talk about another use case which we have implemented for a manufacturing company. They are one of the largest battery manufacturers of India. They have more than 1 lakh dealer and sub-dealer in their distribution network. So, if a dealer is selling today, say 100 rupees, and then next month, if they are selling batteries worth 70 rupees or 80 rupees, then there is a loss, right? You were selling 100, you are selling 70, 80 now, so there's a 20-30% degrowth in your orders, in your revenue. So, using order data, historical order data, for this company, we are actually predicting dealer churn. So who are those dealers who are at risk of degrowth? Now, once we identify that, then we also need to arrest it. So only identification is not enough. So you have to arrest that revenue loss or the at risk of churn revenue. So there, then we, again looking at historical data, we do product recommendation for dealers and sub-dealers, where based on historical pattern of their buying in the near vicinity clusters, dealer cluster, product clusters, we look at the pattern, and based on that we recommend products which will arrest that revenue loss. And all these relationship with dealers, sub-dealers, agencies in some of the cases of, like, let's say mutual fund distribution setup. So, these relationships are typically nurtured and managed by the salespeople. So they have to do anything between, 160, 180 calls or visits a month to these dealers or agencies. So then, how will they do that visit planning? So using the data again, we, do the sales visit planning so that this at-risk revenue is arrested. So we have, we identify, high propensity to churn dealers. Then we provide that recommendation. We give the sales visit planning for the salespeople, that who should they go and meet first. And all this together is part of their revenue retention program. For one of our e-commerce customer, B2B e-commerce customers in the US, we have implemented a shipping cost optimization model. So if you look at the e-commerce space, margins are very thin, especially in the US, very competitive, margins are very thin, and if you can save on margin, that directly goes and adds to your profitability. So here, they had multiple warehouses, one in the East Coast, one in the West Coast, and using the order that a customer is placing the order in Shopify, website, the data is coming in to them. They have to check the inventory, whether inventory is available or not. And then because it is e-commerce, so they have to also check whether the product is available or not in their warehouse. And from which warehouse will they ship, depending on where the customer is placing the order. So if I am in the East Coast, if I am shipping it from my warehouse in the East Coast, then I need to have those inventory. Need to have those products available in my warehouse. So at real time, we are actually checking all this information, and then the product is couriered or shipped, fulfilled through courier, service courier combination. So they use UPS, Postal Service, UPS and UPES. So using all this information, data in real time, we are actually suggesting that, okay, how they can deliver the goods, but lower cost, how they can save and optimize on shipping costs without compromising on the delivery to the customer. So, response time of less than 2 seconds, we created it as a microservice architecture and a scalable model. So this is, typically people who have studied operation research, or in your CA also you have to study, a lot of statistics in some of your modules. So we use these, but in this particular case, the available optimization techniques was not enough, and it couldn't solve the real business problem, so we had to write those custom heuristics for them. In manufacturing companies, you do stock audits, you do, other, work with them. So you will see that, in manufacturing companies, there are a lot of raw material. So there are, again, a lot of raw material suppliers. And there are a lot of contracts in these raw material contractors, or even other, service providers or goods providers that they work with. So there are, typically these contracts are like long documents, like anything between 10 to 100, 200 pages, all legal language. So here, we using computer vision and AI, generative AI, we actually built this contract assistance for one of our manufacturing customers. And so here we are actually, so let's say the suppliers are supplying natural gas, so from Reliance and from Shell. So then you would like to know, okay, that particular contract is still in place or not? Has it expired? During COVID, many of us were grappling and looking at our contracts to see and discovered that the force majeure, clause is missing. So it can actually suggest also that, based on the risk assessment of the document, the contract, which are the clauses which are missing. So not only it summarizes, but it also identifies that gap. We can also compare between documents. So Reliance is also supplying natural gas, Shell is also supplying natural gas, and you want to compare the delivery schedule between these two contracts, or you want to compare the price terms and conditions between these contracts. So we can also, do that through this system, and that helps the procurement team in terms of, better negotiation with the suppliers. That, what kind of lead time you have when you are doing production planning in the organization, and it basically equips the commercial and the procurement team to handle situations, talk and work with vendors in an efficient way. So I will not go into further details, but let me move to the next use case. So this is a marketing agent. So I've shown you some glimpses of documents. Now, if data is available in systems like SAP, then also we have developed and deployed systems which directly interacts with data from SAP. And
so we are developing a chatbot that interacts with the transactional sales data using natural language. It connects directly to the Databricks, where the data is stored, and enabling real-time insights as users ask. There is a drop-down labeled View Database Schema. When we expand that, it shows the schema of the underlying database with all the tables and columns of the data. So first, it provides the observation of the data with step-by-step reasoning process and data interpretation. Next, here it is explaining the SQL query with assumptions. Then here is the SQL query, and we are getting the data under View Data tab. On the basis of the answer, we can generate a chart, and for this we have to click on the Visualize button. The chart is Auto AI recommended. It is opening in a new tab and also we can see it in the front end. So here it is showing the bar chart. Under the chart type option, we can also select chart type independently. Can you show me a trend line of total units sold by March? Here also we are getting the detailed analysis of the data, step-by-step reasoning. We are getting a line chart. What is the total sales generated through March mega sale? How much of the participating brand sales were generated from the sale? Breakup by brand. In this question also we are getting the response. The settings tab serves two main purposes: management and view uploaded data. In the user configuration management section, users can manage.
So you got a flare of, that we can handle with the help of AI. We can handle documents. We can also handle, data which is available within organization in different enterprise systems. I'm sure some of you are already using that, or probably you are also building such applications. But here, when we are doing it at an enterprise level, then we also have to take care of, security, data security, that where the data is getting uploaded, those systems are secure. There are, real-time data pipeline, which is updating the data, at a given interval, depending on, the requirement of the organization and so on. And here, this is a marketing agent, so, there are all those integrations with the POS source. There is integration, with the other functions within the or other databases or data sources. It talked about Databricks, so that it is an integrated and automated system which is empowering the marketing business user to analyze their campaigns by themselves without the requirement of the team which is knowing SQL and Python and all that. And so it is basically empowering them to analyze, get the insights, and then act faster.
So we are.
So, and I'm sure that in the next 2 days you will see a lot more applications, and I saw that there are a lot of sessions where you are having hands-on sessions also, where probably you will also learn how to build some of these applications. But I think while learning, we'll also need to, like I said, we have to be careful about the data privacy, in the sense, when you are looking at, from the context of chartered accountants, you handle a lot of customers' data. So ensuring that that data sanctity is protected, I think, which is an important topic in itself. So I'll cover, some aspects of responsible AI and why, we are talking about responsible AI. If you, think about the AI, which became suddenly very popular post the ChatGPT launch, and now every day there is some news or the other about generative AI and how it is actually helping us. So all these applications, specifically around generative AI, also some aspects of AI which uses things like deep learning or neural network. Now, what is neural network? These are, this kind of tries to mimic our brain. Now, scientists are anyway grappling with finding out, how our brain works, which is a very complex system, right? So neural network is also a complex system, and it depends on heavily on very huge volume of data and a lot of computation. So the logic of it, the functioning of the neural network, and there are different kinds. You have RNN, CNN, recurring neural network, convoluted neural network, reinforcement learning, and all that. So all these different methods which are used. The output of that is not always explainable, mostly not explainable. And it is not very transparent also. Like in the case, but for business, we need to understand that what is actually happening, what data is going in, what is the logic that is happening in between, and before we get the output. But when we are using generative AI or certain aspects of AI, it is not so, and that is why there is so much of talk around responsible AI, transparency, and so on. So under responsible AI, there are these things, aspects: fairness, accountability. So is my system fair? So when an AI application is developed and we are using it, is it treating everybody equitably? If it is a hiring or HR application, then is it screening and eliminating certain sections, kinds of people based on gender, or maybe senior age, or certain ethnicity? Or if it is a loan application, housing loan application, so based on certain demographic characters, is it distinguishing and screening the people who are from economically weaker section? Accountability, are these systems, the AI systems which are being developed, we are using, are these accountable? And I'll give you a personal example. I mean, I was in California earlier this month, in the US, earlier this year, and we were out for a city tour with my friends, and we were looking to take an Uber from that place, Pier 39, to the parking lot, and we saw a lot of Waymo, which are basically self-driving or driverless taxis. So we were a little excited to see that, and we saw that, okay, let's try. So we booked, it came, it was very fast, and we got on it, and it suddenly, we were inside, and it took a very sharp right turn. I mean, nothing happened, but otherwise I wouldn't be here standing today in front of you. But, then I started thinking that we are using technology is very good, but if something had happened, something untoward had happened, then who is accountable for that mishap or accident? Is it the car? Ferrari cars, Tatas are the owners, so are they responsible? Or is it the company which has built the software on which the car is actually going on? Or is it Waymo, the car rental company? Or is it the San Francisco traffic authority, or the city regulation, or us as passengers? So the applications that we are building, it is not only that it is the owners of the developer when they are developing, to make it accountable, responsible, but also as users, also we need to be aware of it. Transparency, I talked about it, because of the nature of the methods or models which are being used, neural network dependent deep learning methods, so a lot of time these are not transparent. So, like we say edge cases or boundary cases, we know that, okay, when height increases, weight also increases. But a lot of times after, the age of 17, 18, I mean, your height is not increasing, but still our weight increases, right? The midsection protrudes. So these boundary conditions, does it explain, does it take into that, and does it explain? Is it transparent? And then there is privacy and data protection. There is, in our context, in India, the DPDP Act hopefully, will, safeguards our personal data throughout the AI life cycle. And there are, safety and reliability in the sense that, the systems that we are using for business, for prediction, or even for, individual users. We use so many, social media channels, platforms, we use ChatGPT. Are the data safe, and are they also reliable? So these are different aspects that we need to, keep in mind. And we as an organization worked on explainability and transparency, the two pillars of responsible AI. So in July 2024, we had presented this paper, Explainability and Transparency in Designing Responsible AI Application in the Enterprise, at London AI Conference. And it was published later in Springer in December 2024. So here we actually we looked at two aspects. One is explainability, the other is transparency. Under explainability, we looked at type, medium, objectives, characteristics, and safety. While under transparency, we considered disclosure, accessibility, openness, auditing, and engagement. Now, for the people who are developing, AI is not only limited to that. So we looked at three types of roles: the developers, designers, managers and supervisors, as well as senior leaders and governance. And the framework engaged all these different stakeholders, from the aspect of technology, policies, as well as ethics. So how do you look at explainability? How do you look at transparency from all these, different roles who are involved? Because it is not just enough that somebody is developing. We are using it. Somebody is, authorizing it. There are policymakers who are deciding on policies, for a larger audience based on this. So we also have a framework, quantitative framework that we use for each of these parameters, and we are further, working on expanding this quantitative framework and also considering taking it for a patent or a standard. So as an organization, I'm happy that, we get to work on not only, develop solutions, for business problems for organizations, but we actually shape this budding, area of AI at a global level, sitting here, right here in Kolkata, and we are happy that we can contribute there. Our organization is part of the, global narrative. So thank you so much for your time. I'm sure, in the next 2 days, you will learn, you will hear a lot more about AI. And I'm sure you will be also making a lot of applications. A lot of people ask me, so am I safe? Will AI predict everything? And I think that's a common question, right? AI is here to stay. AI is changing the way we work, the way we learn as well, even from a child to, us adults, learning, working, everything. It's a paradigm shift for us. But even, while we are predicting demand for organizations, we are improving the way we work. But I'm not sure, and maybe you can develop such solutions, whether, it can predict whether a company will get a GST notice or not tomorrow. So thank you so much for your time and attention. And I wish you, very best for these next 2 days of the AI Summit. Thank you so much.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you. Namaskar, Kolkata.
Every year the knowledge changes. Every year you have to be updated. আমাদের দেশের যে আর্থিক শৃঙ্খলা, যে সুস্থতা, সেটা বজায় রাখার জন্য যে ভূমিকা আপনারা গ্রহণ করে চলেছেন, এর জন্য আপনাদের অবশ্যই করে ধন্যবাদ জানানো আমাদের কর্তব্য।
CM's mindset over the marks, CM's efforts over the results.
It is so good to see that our Indian chartered accountants are really respected.
To make India the accountant for the entire world.
Robot Optimus is going to change the whole lifestyle of the people.
हमारा इंस्टेंट रिएक्शन होता है कि हम डिफेंड करें।
जय हिंद। गर्व है, सनदी लेखाकार हैं हम।
आपको आभार, आपको थैंक यू। एक तरफ है ये जग सारा, एक तरफ ICAI है।
in a 3-year time frame, it would be just 1 year.
कि अगर हमारे देश में एक चाय वाला प्रधानमंत्री बन सकता है तो मोह वाला भी कुछ कर सकता है.
Indirect taxes was really not our forte at that point of time.
Knowledge and capacity building is extremely important.
सीए का दिमाग ना हो तो किसका?
Use this power and inbuilt in your children.
With this video, this was a video of our 50th regional conference, the Golden Jubilee Conference just held recently. So the hero of the conference, our chairman EIRC, CA Vishnu Tulsianji is already here. So I'd like to welcome CA Vishnu Tulsianji to kindly come up on the dais and give a special address to the audience. And subsequently, we also like to inform you that Mr. Praveen Poddar, the next speaker of the day, is also present with us. So I request you, sir, to also join us on the dais.
Good afternoon. It is good morning. It is good morning. Actually, I'm just coming from Bhubaneswar itself, and a fiasco of Indigo is going on, and I witnessed that issues, how the passengers are facing the problems of airlines, and after road transport of 9 hours, I am here to meet all of you, straightforward from road to here. Just one thing came to my mind that if AI, or if you are so dependent on AI, suppose some things, because Indigo is controlling 65% of the air sky and Indian Airlines is 30% roughly, and if there become a cartel and they control the entire sky, and how human beings will control these things? Something comes in mind. In the same way, just I was looking up the Oracle, one video of the Oracle, in which he was saying that more than $40 billion they were spending on the chips to make the data centers and other places. And the life of the chip is 1.5 years or 2 years. And all the data is stored here, and something happens wrong. What will you do? Something comes to mind. And 3 to 4 days back, I was just in this building, I saw one book of ethics in AI. Ethics in AI. Development is very important, and there will always be the if and but of the development, do and don'ts, everything. But if something is going on, and we also face a lot of challenges in any development, but we are not ethical. If we are not ethical, what is the fate of the development? This is a question to myself. Might be my speakers can reply this, can also add some value if I am wrong or if we are wrong or not. तो मेरा ये बोलने का मतलब है कि AI is very important, no doubt about it. We have to adopt it for the future development. We have to generate various ideas from the AI. It is good tool for us. Is it the master of us? I think no, because technology cannot be the master of humans, because we have created the technologies. And I remember one quote of the past of one of the leaders. It says that technology is good servant but a bad master. And bad master, why? If we use the technology in the bad manner, without ethics and without privacy, if someday some data is leaked, who will control it? Or if AI data is being controlled by the AI only, then what will happen? So something human interference, human ethics, human logic system, human brain must be there, so that at the time of any something wrong, how it can be taken back. Otherwise, complete devastations. I feel atoms was created for the purpose of creating the energy. But Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the two examples of Japan, the energy was used in the wrong way. Ethics was not there. right? So this is my submission to attract the attention of the viewers, the faculty members and all the participants. AI you must learn, but with ethics, and hence the topics kept by ours, but in the entire theme it was EYEI. It consists of E for ethics, Y for youth, and E for empowerment. So empowered youth with ethics. Empowered youth with ethics is the only leader, and only they can lead the world from the forefront. Because if empowering our members with AI, we are empowering our youth with AI, but they don't know ethics. So they will create not a good value, they will not add some value in the society and the nation as a whole. So this is what I want to say, and this is a question I'm leaving on you, how to address it. In fact, I also want to know from all of you what I should think if I'm wrong in my thinking. So this is what I want to say. Second, I also want to say that the entire region, Eastern India, in which I am leading them from the 11 states, we have started 11 initiatives. One initiative is grooming the speakers. So any one of you want to speak on any particular topics in the Eastern India, we are there for you, because this platform is yours. We are not only the customers, we are only the custodians for the 1 year. But this is your platform, this is your institute. If you want to speak, if you want to deliver any particular subject, please contact us. Please contact any office bearers. They will help you in speaking. Second, I also request everyone to please at least donate your one precious hour in the name of Ek Ghanta Desh Ke Naam initiative, in which I request all the members and students कि आप कम से कम 1 घंटा अपने समय का निकाल कर अपनी सोसाइटी को, अपने आसपास के लोगों को दीजिए, so that you can also bring some happiness, some improvement in their life, and their smile will help you. If they smile something on your contribution, they will help you. And one more thing, if nation is there, we are Indian first, then we are chartered accountant. So we also take care of this nation, the great nation. And we have to play a pivotal role as a chartered accountant in the Viksit Bharat. So we are going to play one drama in the name of Ma Tujhe Salam, in which we are selecting chartered accountant from 1952 till today, 73 chartered accountant. They will play a drama in the form of how chartered accountant is also helping India's growth. So this is the way, and we are also tributing to the Netaji Subhash on the 23rd of January, which is the 77th Republic we are just going to witness. So I would request a please small video of that to get some glimpses of a particular video.
Long years ago, we made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. Play. This play will be the actors who will be performing all our chartered accountant. So we request all chartered accountant with their family, with their children, please come and join this program. And also I request anyone who is knowing any chartered accountant who has been the freedom fighters, if by any reasons, or their family,
would like to bring them, would like to invite them, would like to felicitate them also. Because this is our pride that we are doing this, and this is our duty to recognize them. This is a small request to all of you, and thank you so much for calling me here and giving the opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Chairman Sir. Now I'd like to introduce the speaker for the day, Mr. Praveen Poddar. So Mr. Praveen Poddar is a data and AI specialist with the worldwide public sector at Amazon. And he is the compliance manager of Amazon, and he leads deep tech innovation initiatives across AI. A seasoned technology leader and business strategy, he enables government bodies and industry organizations to leverage advanced technology as catalyst for growth, helping them integrate domain expertise with transformative digital capabilities. With over 17 years of experience spanning software engineering, solution architecture, and specialized technology sales, Praveen has demonstrated consistent progression across delivery, pre-sales, and business development role. His work reflects a strong focus on scalable digital transformation, data-driven decision making, and next-generation cloud solution. With these words, I welcome Mr. Praveen Poddar ji, and I'd like to request Chairman Sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Praveen Poddar with a memento and a uttoryo. Huge round of applause. Thank you, Chairman Sir. So, Praveen Sir, the stage is all yours. You can start with your deliberations.
Thanks everyone to invite me here in Kolkata for this seminar on AI. This is Praveen Poddar. I work as a data and AI lead for WWPF India in Amazon. Okay, so most of this data and AI related stuff, wherever in this India, I mean for government agencies or for ed tech or for healthcare, I generally look after those things. So I generally come across multiple use cases like building large language model for India itself, like Bharat Gen is actually building it. So many of the use cases, some of the use cases I will be sharing with you today, in which I am actually working or I am helping. So start with this word generative AI. Okay, so we all are hearing this word generative AI, and there is a lot of hype around this particular word. What exactly is happening? Everyone is scared. Some people are quite happy as well that okay, my life get easy, my life is getting too easy sometime, or am I actually required now? I mean, because it's too easy, so everyone can do this. As a professional, whether I will be required or not, trust me, I am also equally scared. Because most of the time, this generative AI, what can I say, it makes coder life. I mean, I'm a techie, I'm from a techie background, so I have seen it some of the complex code can be written by, some of the naive people as well now, okay? And even a fresher or an experienced guy can write the similar code with a very good quality. So there is a lot of hype around this. There is a lot of good thing it can do, but again, we have all seen there are places where this generative AI is not actually working quite well. This is right now the status of 2025. But when we see it has started in 2021 or 22, from there on it has improved a lot. We'll see how much it has improved. And then if this is the situation in 2025 down the line, 5 years or 4 years, what will happen? Okay, what work it can do, how I have to change, what companies are going to do. Of course, in tech industry, I mean, lot of use cases are there with generative AI. And we are seeing many of the companies like SAP, Salesforce, ServiceNow, they are actually rethinking about processes across different industries, even in the banking, in the finance, everywhere where a lot of repetition or repetitive work was there, whether it can be automated via generative AI or use of generative AI, and whether it can get, it can get you some efficiency or not. So all those things, are coming into the picture now. Why? Because large language models are getting cheaper, okay? And if you feel like every year from now, you can take any large language model. I think day before yesterday only, this ChatGPT has announced its model 5.2. I think 3 months ago only they have released this 5.1, okay? 3 months or 2 months ago only. So the life cycle of development is getting faster right now. So whatever you are getting currently, in 3 months of time, it is getting older. It's getting, kind of legacy, okay? So every few months you are getting new things. Then why you are getting new things? Because initially for training the model, you need to have some kind of data. Now this data can also be generated by these models, okay? So now, because those synthesized data or synthetic data can be generated by this large language model, you can generate those data in a large volume automatically, so training of newer models becoming easier. Apart from that, why industry is actually betting on this? Because when you have these kind of model, the data, data creation cost is getting low, chips are getting cheaper, okay? All those things, when it is there, the pricing of the model becoming cheaper. You are seeing right now, like OpenAI has given for almost like how much? That OpenAI Go, ChatGPT Go is almost free for 1 year in India. Gemini is giving 1.5 years. Then you are seeing Perplexity is giving you 1 year, okay? So the thing is, it's getting cheaper. In future, again, it will become more cheap. You are seeing a lot of open source model as well, like Llama is there. There are a lot of open source model. So every company is seeing this as an opportunity to reduce their cost. Now, to reduce their cost, not compromising the quality, not compromising the efficiency, but they are seeing which process they can optimize. Okay, of course, this is actually happening across industry, be it tech industry, be it manufacturing industry, be it finance. Everywhere you will see that this momentum is going on. When you see the history, okay, so the first model, we start with that GPT-2 1.5 billion. See the size, that 1.5 billion, we call it weight, okay, or we call it parameter. So when this GPT 1.5 billion has started, that was the first, the chat GPT, okay, what we commonly refer as chat GPT. It was having a parameter of 1.5 billion in 2020, or not 2019 one, that GPT-3, 175 billion, okay, when this aura of this generative AI has started. And if you see, during 2023 itself, it's 1.6 trillion parameters. The more number of parameters means the model will be more accurate, it will have more reasoning capability. Nowadays, if you feel like, even the large language models has passed almost like 10 trillion parameter capability. So that means within 3 years, these models has been like, performed almost like 10 to 20 times better. Now this is like 3 years we are talking about, and every 3 months we are seeing a new model. So what I mean to say, when we said 175 billion parameter, when it has all started, in 3 years it becomes almost like 4 trillion or 5 trillion. In next 3 years, I don't know where it will reach, okay? But it is reaching at a very enormous speed right now. So just think that what will happen in 3 years. So why I'm saying this thing? Because ultimately everyone has this question, that what AI will do, whether it will replace us or not. So the simple answer is, at this point of time, it cannot replace you, for sure, because it has limited reasoning capability. Okay, even it is at 10 trillion parameter space, or more than 5 trillion, you can say. Still there are gaps. But down the line, 3 years, what will happen, we can't say. It will become more powerful for sure. So now for you guys or for us, techie like us, most of the repetitive work or most of the mid-level reasoning work will definitely be taken by this AI. Now it's time for us to get change or get evolved with this AI. Of course, if you will not evolve, it will wipe out. It will wipe you out for sure. Okay. So you have to understand what exactly these AI work. It's not only about, just chatting what you are doing with ChatGPT or with Gemini. It's much more than that, what it actually is right now doing. Okay. So, of course, we have seen these are some of the use cases, generic use cases in the industry, what we are seeing right now, the text generation, video generation, image generation, even music generation is also happening, summarization, report creation, code generation in my industry, then classification. There are many things this AI is right now doing. And these use cases are evolving over a period of time. I can just give you an example, some of the companies, okay, they are buying some kind of robotic arm, okay, because these models will be so powerful in sooner, this household work will be done by these robots, okay, because they will understand all your things way better than right now what it is happening, okay. So, first, wanted to highlight here what exactly is the difference between a traditional model and a foundation model. When I say foundation model, it's large language model, what I'm talking about, okay. For foundation model, if you have a label data, okay, and then you say, okay, and there are different algorithms like classification, regression, personalization, forecasting, and translation, okay. So, for each of these kind of work, you need to create a different model, you need different set of data. Of course, you need some kind of data science people who can train all your, who can train your data, who can create those label data, who can create those ML models. This was the thing of past, okay? Most of the thing before 21 or 22, this was happening. But after 2021, one model which came is foundation model, okay? Now, these foundation models are trained on enormous data. When we say enormous data, it's almost like everything what you have on internet, okay? Now, when it has been trained on enormous data, it knows most of the thing. So that means for all this thing, it has already been trained. So you don't need to train it again, okay? And training a foundation model requires $1 billion. Sometimes you have seen, right? You have also heard, how much OpenAI for each model training, how much they are costing it to them, almost like $1 billion, sometimes more than that, okay? So unlabeled data is there, foundation model is there, you just pass the data and it can do all the things for you. So for an enterprise, it's a boon. If you see, for a business, it's a boon. Why? Because ultimately you don't need to create ML models for your automation. One model is there, you got a subscription-based pricing and you can automate the process, okay? This is what's happening right now. Okay, so a simple model, it's very simple, like there will be different layers. You will have input, you will have output. Then deep learning model, you have different layers of input and there will be simple output. In between, there will be hidden layers. Why I'm talking about this? In a foundation layer, okay, you have multiple set of input. There are hidden layers. So if you feel like in between input and output, there you are seeing there are a lot of red dots there. Generally, we call it neurons. Okay, each red dot represents a neuron. Okay. And each layer between input and output are called hidden layers, okay? So we'll refer it as hidden layers. So most of the time, in a complex foundation model, the hidden layers are more than 80, sometimes 100. Nowadays, even 150 layers models are coming. More number of layers, more number of weights means it will have a better, what you can say, reasoning capability. It can answer you better way. Why I'm saying this thing? Because in the next slide, I'm going to talk about how you can use these foundation models to get desired output, okay? So, there are 4 ways by which you can get desired output from these foundation model. And from left to right, if you go, means it will require more effort and more cost, okay? The first one is prompt engineering. So that means you are not training the model, you are just giving an instruction to the model. And each instruction is counted as prompt, okay? So, and there are prompt engineering technique. I heard ICAI have, I think, level 1 courses in which they are teaching you, what are the techniques for prompt engineering. So those are quite necessary. for for some of the initial use cases or for some of the simple use cases, those prompt engineering can work for you. Okay. Of course, you are not training the model, but you have to understand what kind of, how to write those prompts. Now, one important thing is, see, if you see most of the foundation models, okay, they charge you based on number of tokens. I mean, you will feel, go to OpenAI, go to, let's say, Gemini, okay, or even for Amazon, I mean, it's Nova models, okay. So generally, I mean, of course, I mean, some of you might have only used this, the Go plan or the Gemini Pro plan, you might have not seen it. But if you are building an enterprise application, okay, and then you go to their pricing page, they will tell you that, what is the pricing of input token, what is the pricing of output token. So generally, you can say, I can just give you an example. For example, you have Anthropic model, okay, which is Claude Anthropic, okay. Their latest version is 4.5. So let's talk about 4.5 Sonnet, okay, which is more than 5 trillion kind of model, okay. They are charging you $18 per 1 million token. Means for 1 million words, you will be charged 1,000 rupees. And not 1,000, I think 18 into 9, 1,600 rupees, around 1,600 rupees. So the thing is, you can say like, I have written only 4 lines. My question was only 4 lines, okay. So my input token was only 50 words. It doesn't work like that, okay. So generally, it's more like, you have your questions, then, then it do analyze something from hidden layers, it gets some output. So both input and output token will be counted, and then you will ask those follow-up questions. So your first question and your second question will be combined again to pass that context, okay. So the more follow-up question you will ask, you will see your cost is going exponentially, it is exponentially increasing. So there are techniques for prompt engineering again, okay, and just don't think about, what you are saying with those public pricing of those, OpenAI or Gemini, but they are for enterprise, it's a token-based pricing. The second and most important thing is RAG. This is where industry is heading, okay. RAG, we'll discuss more about this RAG in next slide. So ultimately, in the first 2 approach, we are not changing the model at all. Okay, there are ways by which we can get the information without training the model itself. Now, why RAG is important? Just give you an example. As I said, like, these models are trained on a schedule. For example, whatever, was the last release of, let's say, OpenAI. It was, I think, day before yesterday. They must have trained it almost like, let's say, 15 days before that, because they might be doing some kind of testing. So let's assume that they have actually finished training of the latest model by 1st of December. So that means your model have information of all the data or most of the data which was there on 1st of December. But information is changing every day. So now the model was trained on 1st of December and today is almost like what? 12th December, 13th December, right? So model will always be trained on older data. They do not always have latest information. Now, if you want model to predict based on latest information, you need RAG. We'll go a little bit in detail on this RAG part. Then the fine tuning and train model from scratch. And that's where some of the good news I have, okay? So now fine tuning, in the earlier slide, I was talking about like, model have multiple layers, okay? They may have 80 layers, 100 layers. In fine tuning, generally you are changing the weight of the model. That means whatever understanding it has, you are changing it. So based on your domain data. For example, let's say I'm a company, I want my model to predict or to give me answer based on my company data or my particular domain. Then I need to polish it based on my domain. That's where I am going to train this model on some of the on the data particular to my domain. For example, it can be a medical domain, it can be a chartered, a finance domain. For fine tuning, if there, we are not training the complete model, but we are training some layers of it. And last one is training finance, foundation model from scratch. So again, it will, those large companies like OpenAI, Google or Amazon, they are actually doing it, but it have a lot of cost implications. Now, before going to the next slide, Now, what we are seeing nowadays, okay, we are seeing that in foundation model business, okay, there will be few companies which may survive. Sooner or later, it won't be like a 10-player industry. It will be like 3 or 4 player. Maybe Google, maybe Amazon, maybe Microsoft, maybe OpenAI, and maybe Cloud. Okay. So that market is going to be packed anyhow, because ultimately it's not everyone cup of tea to train all these foundation model. Now, where industry is heading? Industry is heading towards SLM, which is a small language model. What I mean by SLM, and that's where Amazon is actually, trying to provide all its service, so that every enterprise can have its own foundation model, which can give answers based on its own domain or its own data. So just imagine that right now there is one large language model. In future, it will be every enterprise will have its own large language model. And why this is possible? You can say, or argue that training these large language models are quite expensive. Okay. But there are techniques, generally we call it distillation, okay, where a large language model is training a small language model, okay, which is quite cheaper. Now, few days back only, Amazon has announced a service called Nova Forge, okay. So, Amazon Nova is kind of a large language model. It's a large language model, and it's almost like in a trillion parameter kind of range. And they are saying that if you want to train your own large language model, use my base model, use your data, and you can train your FLM at a very lower cost. And this has been announced only last week itself. Okay. So just think that, most of the bigger CSP provider like us, okay, they are actually providing this kind of service that every organization sooner or later will have this kind of large language model. So just imagine, today it is announced for, let's say, some enterprise. Tomorrow it can be for some firm also, like, that each firm will have a small language model. For example, in your case, you have you have a chartered accountant firm. Tomorrow it may become so cheaper that you can create your own large language model, or you can train your large language model. It can predict you. We never know, but right now the cost has reduced drastically to train this model. Okay, retrieval, augmentation, generation, which is RAG, what I was talking about, which is one of the primary topic here. Then we'll move to some of the financial use cases. So again, as I said, this RAG is important because your large language model is not trained on the current data. Okay, you have your organization data, or it is trained only on publicly available data. It is not trained on data which is private to a company, private to an enterprise. Okay, so this RAG solves this problem. Okay, what we generally do, this can be answered with this diagram. So generally what happens that if you are using this ChatGPT, or if let's say you are using Gemini, then you have this user who is asking the query, and it is giving you a response. But if you will ask, what is the financial record of my company for this annual, summarize the annual achievement of the company, whether it will be able to answer, the answer is no. Because that statement may be very much private to your company. Your model might not be knowing this kind of statement, or it do not have this answer. So what you are going to do, you will be creating a document store. We generally call it knowledge base. Okay. So your new data will be coming. You store it in a document store, and there will be an embedding model. So what this embedding model will be doing, it will be taking your text data, it will converting that in numerical format, because ultimately everything happens on probability and numerical matching. And then these matching will be stored, or these numerical data will be stored in a vector database. Okay, vector database is something which is very much, kind of a database, but generally stores data in a matrix form, and it generally gives you output quite faster. And then, if let's say now user will ask the query, your query will again go to an embedding model. And then embedding means like that vector representation of your query will be mapped with this vector store. Vector store will give you an output. That output and your query, will be combined and sent to large language model for the answer. Okay. So now if you see, your question was only, let's say, one-liner or two-liner. Okay. But if you see here, in that prompt augmentation phase, number of tokens has increased significantly. Okay. You might think why I'm charging this, why this model is charging me a lot, because ultimately vector store, for example, for your four-liner query might have get a document of, let's say, 100 pages. That 100 pages of document along with that query will go to large language model. So large language model, your input token will be huge. Okay. So that's how when you design this kind of solution, this is something which is most of the industry, whether it is manufacturing, whether it is finance, whether it is banking, this is something what everyone is building right now. And this is what Somaji had said, like, most of the thing, probably their use cases is also, created based on this terminology. Now, with this architecture, you will be able to get all those answers. Even if you go to Gemini, Gemini is also actually a kind of a RAG system. What they are doing, their model is trained on, let's say, older data. And then, of course, they have this knowledge base of, what you can say, current data as well. So behind the scene, actually, whatever Gemini is giving you an answer is actually a RAG-based solution, what Gemini is giving. Now, if you see, we are hearing this kind of agents also, like, there is something called agents also. This part, okay, where I have highlighted this as red, is actually called an agentic behavior. And what exactly an agent is? This is what is carrying most of the people, but making, putting a smile on enterprises. It's an autonomous software which is intelligent enough to take decision. And it is taking decision based on large language model input. It can automate most of the thing. And I can just feel like, you might have heard about this LangChain, LangGraph, okay, which is the technology which is used to develop this kind of agents, okay. Amazon has also released an agentic framework which is Strengths, okay. So agents are something which is actually helping industry to automate everything. And most of these things is like, when to see the knowledge base, when to take decision, what decision to take, that is done by an agent. And there are frameworks by which you can automate it. So, just one line here, the industry is heading towards autonomous agents, okay. Even in my industry, in my tech industry right now, most of the coding, even initially we were asking what is the solution of this. Now it's like, do your code, put it in GitHub, I will just review it one time, even I skip it sometime, okay. But ultimately, most of these autonomous agents, they are able to perform a lot of tasks right now. And this is the situation in 2025, December. What will be the situation after 2025? Nobody can predict. It's just that people are thinking right now that training these model or getting inference from these model, it's quite costlier, okay. And apart from that, it requires a lot of energy or a lot of water, okay. So people are just seeing whether it's financially viable or not. Most probably, they will find out some way, because ultimately it makes, a lot of people life quite easy. But yeah, this is where industry is moving on. We'll have some use cases in finance, okay. I will give you in brief, and then we'll talk about, what kind of AWS services it is there to build those agents or to build those large language models, okay. Now, in Gen AI, generally we call it Gen AI or generative BI, those visualization tool or those BI tool, they also have now generative AI capability. So, if let's say you want to create some kind of reports, okay, and you just want to create it via NLP, you just want to give an instruction, you are not a developer, there are tools available by which, you just give them a statement in English or NLP. Sooner or later, it will also come in Hindi as well, okay. You just say that, okay, tell me or build me this report. What was the, why this sales was down in, let's say, 15% last year. So all these answers right now can be provided by using Gen AI and Gen BI. Most of the time, if let's say you want to take a decision, so nowadays there are a lot of tools which can accumulate all the data, publicly available data, into a data lake or data warehouse, and they are creating agents. These agents are powered by a large language model which can take autonomous decision. For example, you can just see the stock market, okay? There are a lot of information there in NSE and BSE website, okay? People are getting those data, creating those automatic pipeline, which data is actually, pushed into those data lake and data warehouse, and then agents are running on that to predict whether, what will be the trend for this particular stock, whether it will be going up or going down. I'm just giving you an example, okay? People are trying to do this thing, and sooner or later, the accuracy aspect of it will be increased significantly. Of course, lot of document search we are seeing, right? That you have document, based on that document, you will be able to search it, okay? But we have seen that, at least in 2024, what I've seen that if you do document search for legal documents, where, you guys are quite an expert, okay? Those ChatGPT, OpenAI or large language model did not give better answer, but things are changing. I can just share you my experience. In 2024, when we did this kind of document search, accuracy was quite low, almost like 70 to 80%. But now, with the release of, let's say, Anthropic Sonnet 4.5 and Gemini 3.0, this accuracy has increased a lot, okay? So now it can understand the legal terminology quite well. It can give you a better accurate result. So some of the use cases where we are working on are actually Gen AI enabled insight generation. So again, you have data, and based on, because ultimately for all the reports, you might not want to go to a developer to create the report. You just want to give an NLP statement to get the answer. That can be definitely possible nowadays, and it's quite accurate also. We are doing it for many of the clients. Then, of course, the co-pilot work, we generally say, like, you have some query, you have some data, based on that, if you want to search, of course, it can do it. Then some of the thing is like the fin crime data. Of course, you can see all the use cases. Some of you might have seen this thing, but some of the thing what I want to highlight is the fin crime detection. I was actually working with one of the prestigious government agency to identify the fin crime detection, okay? So we have our graph database where, let's say, you want to flag some transaction, which is, let's say, 10 lakh rupees, you want to flag, okay? And there are 50 accounts which are transferring, let's say, 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees to that account. Accumulative balance will be more than 10 lakh. That can be easily detectable now, okay? And we have seen, like, detection is one part, but when you flag a transaction, okay, people generally ask why you have flagged this thing. So now generative AI can also do the thing. They can also give you a complete reason why I am flagging this thing, what kind of weird behavior I am seeing. So it can also create a report for you. So those things are actually happening right now in India, okay? Then, of course, the OCR stuff we have all seen, like, you have bills, you want to just reimburse that thing. Most of the company, even in Amazon, okay, we generally, when we have to claim it, we just click the photo and upload it in our portal, and then automatically everything will be filled, okay? Whether it is handwritten, whether it is not handwritten, everything can be done. Even nowadays, Gen AI is so advanced that it can understand the doctor handwriting as well, which I think some of other doctors cannot understand, it can understand, okay? So there are multiple use cases. This Gen AI is actually, helping us, and these use cases are just growing, and this is just what I am working on right now, okay? And I think there are many experts like me who is working in this industry, and they are solving a lot of problems. As I said, it has started with 175 billion parameter as a large language model. Nowadays, you will see that there will be FLM which will have those kind of parameters. Every enterprise will own that kind of parameter. So I will just suggest, read these AI things. Of course, you have your courses. I have heard, like, you have level 1, level 2 courses. You have to get accustomed to those courses, because ultimately this is something which is real, okay? Nothing that, हम लोग कहते हैं ना कि AI में क्या प्रॉब्लम है यार, अभी वो ये नहीं कर सकता, ठीक है, अभी नहीं कर सकता, कल करेगा कि नहीं इसका कोई गारंटी नहीं है, ठीक है. There was one statement from OpenAI CEO as well, right? That he is fearing that, you know, his job will also be in line if he will make OpenAI that powerful. Okay, so yes, it's a real thing. Then now we'll discuss about what Amazon is doing there in generative AI stack. I have already talked about one service which is Nova Forge, okay, where you can train your own SLM, okay, at a very cheap cost with a very good reasoning capability. Okay, so generally nowadays few players are targeting that B2C market, and most of the players are targeting that B2B market, which is again providing large language model to large enterprise. Now, in case of our generative AI stack, we have 3 layers. We provide infrastructure to train the model. We provide you an infrastructure or services to train to build an agent. We provide vector database as well, and of course we provide you services to create application on top of that LLM. So if you see here, this is what we have right now. For infrastructure, we have GPUs. Like Amazon or AWS is one of the largest, not one of the largest, the largest CSP provider right now across the world. We have GPUs. We have our chip, which can help you train your model. We generally call it Trainium and Inferencia. Then we have a service called SageMaker, where you can train your large language model and your normal classic machine learning model. Even I can just give you an example, like in India government is also trying to build their own large language model. This is right now getting trained in IIT Mumbai on AWS SageMaker. Okay, so this is right now happening. I mean, almost like last few months this is happening. Then some of the things which I want to highlight is the service called Bedrock, okay, which is something. So we have seen, like, which is something, the service is something which you might be using sooner or later. Now, you are seeing that every month or every couple of months you are seeing a new model which is coming on. And every model API is getting changed. Most of the time models API is getting changed. So every time you don't want to develop an application where, in 2-month cycle the model API is changed or model output input is changed. So this Bedrock is a wrapper on top of that, where you can choose whatever model you want to have, and then tomorrow if let's say a new version of that model will come, or tomorrow if let's say you want to use a new model, you can use it with Bedrock. Okay. Of course, we have seen that responsible AI stuff, the guardrails, what we want model to output, where we want to restrict them. All those things is actually available in Bedrock. One of the major questions people generally ask, if I am using any large language model with my queries, whether these queries will be used to train this model later on or not. Okay, whether my data will be used later on to train the model. The answer is with Bedrock, it's a big no. Whatever data you will have, okay, it will just answer it. It will never be used to train the model. Okay, and then we have QuickSuite, which is again a generative BI stuff, plus business development person, which is not a coder, can create agent from scratch without writing a single line of code. Okay, we have Q developer. Again, I've seen, like, you have vibe coding session here. So Q developer, or we call it Kiro right now. Okay, so this is used for vibe coding. Of course, this is for developers. And then we have Q in Connect, which is mostly like, the call center optimization. Okay, so this is right now available in AWS. So Bedrock thing, I mean, just wanted to show you this. You can choose the model, whatever you want. You can tomorrow, if let's say want to change the model, you develop your application on one model. Tomorrow you want to change the model, you can change it without writing any code. Of course, the pricing for that model will be applicable for you. Right now, Amazon Nova models are there, Anthropic models, Meta, Lumi, Stability, all these models are there. Gemini is going to be, Gemini is already announced that it is there in some of the regions, but in India it will be soon on Bedrock. Then OpenAI model will also be there on Bedrock very soon. Then, of course, I mean, so this is one thing. Second thing is, of course, with Bedrock, you can do that fine tuning and model distillation. So tomorrow, if let's say you want to build some small language model by getting training from some large language model, that is quite possible with Bedrock. Then you can build your agents and flows. So if you want to build agents and flows, that is possible. You have large prompt. If you want to optimize your prompt, that can also be done with Bedrock. And again, you don't need to write any code for this. It's just like click, click, click kind of thing. Okay. And then few things very important is prompt caching. Means if let's say you have asked a question previously and you want to repeat that question, okay? So that question will not go as a prompt input to the LLM. It will see whether it is there in cache or not. It will give you an output. That way it will save you the cost. Few more things is LLM as judge. So you want to see which LLM is good for you, okay? So there are 5 large language models. When you want to say for my particular questions, this particular LLM is giving me a better answer. That kind of choices, LLM as a judge can give you an answer. I mean, can help you. Okay. So this is what Bedrock is there. On top of that, as I said, Nova Forge is already there, which can help you train the model based on Amazon Nova model itself. Of course, guardrails are there, and it is from security perspective GDPR, SOC, ISO, CSA, and HIPAA compliant. So this is just a screenshot for Gen BI stuff. Of course, you can ask queries here. I mean, so you see like ask you to build. On top of that, you can see. So on your visualization, you can ask those NLP queries, your natural language query. It will be able to answer. And then, of course, it can understand this kind of handwriting as well. I mean, nowadays models are so smart, it can understand your handwriting as well. I mean, video is there, but quite possible. We have tested it with doctor handwriting as well, because in the healthcare domain, this has been a common ask. The CAD design. I mean, CAD design is quite complex. Nowadays, model can also understand CAD design, which is, you can just think what is the capability of a model right now. It can understand the CAD design. If some malfunctioning is happening in one machine, it can tell you, okay, where this malfunctioning is happening, or what is the probable chance of this thing. So model can also understand the complex CAD design right now. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Good afternoon, one and all. So we are going to have the third technical session soon. Our speaker is on the way, and we'll have the session on AI income tax and TDS reconciliation. By the time our speaker is on the way, I'll take some time in discussing one particular terminology of the newly developed artificial intelligence, and the term is hallucination. And this particular term, hallucination, is something for which no solution have yet been thought by even the larger companies. It is an incorrect answer being given by a trained model like ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or Perplexity, because it knows how the answers are to be given, but it might know what is the exact correct answer, because it gives the answers, these AI tools gives the answers based on the training that they have been given to, based on the probability that they are thinking that the answer can be this or can be that. So in the days to come, very soon, our clients are going to come to our chambers, wherein they may come with the probabilistic answer given by ChatGPT as well as Perplexity as well as XYZ, and we need to finally say what is correct among that. Hallucination is a problem that is being developed on a daily basis, and this problem is going to multiply in GP, in geometrical progression. The reason being, presently most of the data on which the AI tools have been trained upon are correct data. But now, with each of the wrong hallucinated answers being given by the various tools like ChatGPT, the next answer, probabilistic answer that the ChatGPT will be giving will be inclusive of the hallucinated answer also. So meaning there are 5 origination right now, out of which let me assume 4.9 is correct. The next one, the next answer, 7th answer, it will give on the basis of 6. The 8th answer it will be giving on the basis of 7. And accordingly it is going to increase. So we are entering into the age wherein the original material will be very much less than that of the hallucinated materials. And this is going to be a very, very big challenge, and for sure AI is taking its shape. It is going to help each one of us in a very great manner, but at the same point of time we have the problems also coming in. In the meantime, I'll request Sutapaji to please check if Nikun sir has come. Another important news I was just looking today morning only is that one of the dynamism which is happening in the present world, in the AI world, is that Oracle's share prices have declined by 10% because it has announced that its chip, which used to have a useful life of 6 years, now the chips are having only useful life of 2 years. Because the chips which were able to handle much of the complex problems for continuous 6 years, because of the development of the AI, these chips are becoming redundant because the AI growth pace is much faster than the chips growth. So Oracle has announced that these chips are getting redundant very soon, and newer chips will be needed every 2 years, which is resulting in the lower share prices of Oracle. This is the impact which AI is creating upon each one of us. And now let me welcome our speaker for the day, for this third particular session, CA Nikunj S. Shahji, and I take the opportunity of introducing him. CA Nikunj Shahji is a fellow chartered accountant, DISA, CIA, ACFE, and also LLB. He specializes in the area of forensic audit, assurance analytics, ITGC audit, fraud investigation, and is a partner in Shashikant J. Shah and Company since he has qualified in the year 2002. 10th rank in India and first in Mumbai, DISA professional. Also holds the degree of certification in forensic accounting and fraud detection, ICAI, certified internal auditor, IIA USA, and associate of ACFA USA. He has delivered more than 300 lectures across ICAI, corporate, CA firms, universities, and law enforcement, including CBI, and contributed to key publications of ICAI, CCH, BCS, and many more such prestigious journals. With this, I would like to call CA Mayankji to please come and felicitate CA Nikunj Shahji on behalf of Committee on AI in ICAI and Eastern India Regional Council. May I also request Mayankji to please present memento to CA Nikun Saji is going to take up the session on a very, very important topic, which is very, very close to heart of every chartered accountant, that is income tax, that is TDS. And he is going to explain us how AI can help us in our income tax and TDS related reconciliations. Over to you, CA Nikun Saji. Thank you.
Respected seniors in the profession, colleagues, and my dear friends. At the outset, I would like to express my deep and sincere gratitude to the AI Committee of ICAI in general and the Eastern India Regional Council in particular. Shri Manish ji, Bhattacharya ji, who were constantly in touch with me, their warm and cordial invite. Although I don't come as often to Kolkata, but it is their warm and cordial invite that made me feel so much at home. And I must say, to speakers, this means a lot. So my deep and sincere gratitude goes out to AI Committee of ICAI in general and office bearers here at the Eastern India Regional Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Before I go any further, I would like to take a little feedback from participants. Is everybody comfortable with my language and the accent? Excellent. Is everybody also comfortable with a little bit of Hindi as well? Super, super. Okay. So I'm compelled to share a very interesting event. The year was 2002. I had just qualified as a chartered accountant. 2002 I'm talking about. And just in case you are trying to guesstimate my age, from the year of passing CA, as fellow professionals we know that it is very difficult to guess age from the year in which people pass CA. Yes or no? Right, right. So in 2002 I just qualified and there was a small advertisement in the Times of India, not advertisement, article in the Times of India, front page, small article. Honda company had developed a robot called Asimo. And Honda company claimed that it is the world's first robot to be working on artificial intelligence. AI पे काम करता हुआ पृथ्वीलोक पर पहला रोबोट होंडा कंपनी जो हम जानते हैं कार्स मैन्युफैक्चर करते हैं. However, they say that we are into mobility solutions. Mobility solutions. So robot is an extension of mobility solution. Wow. What a thought process. So they claim that we have developed the world's first robot that works on AI. A very small one-column article on the front page of Times of India. Asimo is doing rounds across the globe, and in doing this, it has come to Mumbai in a suburb called Villeparle. Oh, my ears drew up because I also stay at Villeparle in the suburb in Mumbai. And while it is in Villeparle, it is going to come to meet and interact with students of a municipal school over there at 10 a.m. All are welcome to meet and greet Asimo. I, right from very early days in profession, had a natural inclination for technology. And I said, wow, world's first robot working on AI at Villeparle, come all the way from Japan, and the session to meet and greet Asimo is open to all. I landed there sharp at 10 a.m. That was the time. When I came there, Asimo had already come, and I saw Asimo playing football with 7th standard kids over there. It was quite a romantic sort of sight, quite romantic to see that a machine is playing football with students. And if you do a Google, you will see this article in the newspaper of Times of India that particular date, even today. Even today, that in the archive section it is there. Then Asimo was assigned a task. It was assigned the task to cross a busy street in Mumbai, Vileparle. Now, Asimo belongs to Japan, where the traffic rules are significantly different from traffic rules in India. Because in Japan, traffic moves from left to right. While in India, the traffic moves from, anyway, it should move from right to left, but then it moves diagonally also and sometimes in circles also, but then that's a different story. Whatever the rules we follow are very different from the rules that are there in Japan. Asimo had the rules of Japan in its mind. First look right, then look left, then look right and cross the road is the rule that he should have followed, instead of which he saw first left, right, left and tried to cross the road. He was hit by a car. We actually saw Asimo falling down. We actually saw this. The next day, same Asimo, same busy road, and he was again asked to cross the street. This time, Asimo could cross the street successfully. Wow! Claps, 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 claps. Superb! The spokesperson who was the chief engineer who designed Asimo came up on the stage and announced this, that today we have broken the last human barrier. And that is, now listen to this very, very attentively. What is it that makes artificial intelligence or AI significantly different from computing applications like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Tally, Zoho, QuickBooks, or Google, Yahoo? All this put together on one side, and AI-based applications like Gemini or ChatGPT, so on and so forth on other side. What is it that is so different in AI which is impossible to be found in other computing applications? People would say that with AI you can converse in simple English, you can give commands or you can give directions in simple conversational language. Yes, that is true. But one thing that sets AI apart is, ध्यान से सुन रहे, is its ability to learn from its own experience. जिसे हिंदी में कहते हैं तजुर्बा सिखा देता है. Experience teaches, but the problem was experience teaches only to humans, almost nothing or never to machines. Machines को experience कुछ भी नहीं सिखाता है. असीमो के स्पोक्सपर्सन चीफ साइंटिस्ट जब स्टेज पे आए तो उन्होंने अनाउंस किया कि आज हमने साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी और ह्यूमन एस्पिरेशंस का लास्ट बैरियर तोड़ दिया है. हमने असीमो को डिजाइन किया एआई बेसिस पे कुछ इस तरह से that Asimo is able to self-learn, that is, learn from its own experience. जो ट्रैफिक रूल्स मैं जानता हूं वो ट्रैफिक रूल्स मुंबई में नहीं चल रहे. मुंबई में ट्रैफिक कोई और रूल्स या कोई और प्रोटोकॉल्स फॉलो कर रहा है, ये असीमो को प्रोग्राम करके नहीं बताना पड़ा. It learned from its own experience, and this is phenomenal achievement. There were claps, so many claps. However, the scientists paused and said, however, please keep in mind, although Asimo is able to learn from its own experience, it can learn only as many things as a 12-year-old child can learn on its own. Even after 20 years of research in AI, we have not been able to make a mind in a machine which is capable of learning as many things as a 24-year-old human adult can learn on its own. And if we extrapolate this data, then it will take us at least around 75 to 80 years until we are able to make a machine that is capable of learning as many new things on its own as a 24-year-old adult human mind is capable of learning on its own. And with this, the session concluded. That session left a deep impact on my mind. We have a machine which is able to self-learn. However, even after saying this, that we have broken the last human barrier, that is, we have been able to design a machine which is able to self-learn, it is able to self-learn only so much as a 12-year-old child can learn. Today is 2025, December of 2025. And since past about 2 years, at least, ChatGPT has been rolled out to public at large. And from our own experiences with ChatGPT, we know that ChatGPT is able to learn on its own. Learn on its own, kitna? As much as a 12-year-old can learn? Arey, forget about this. As much as a 24-year-old will be able to learn? Forget about this. It is able to learn new things just like a 45-year-old experienced tax practitioner, after spending at least 2 decades solely focused in tax practice, is able to learn, advise and implement. Wow. Sir, this means that Honda company के chief scientist ने gross error कर दी? Well, yes and no. With any prediction, there is an inherent limitation. Whenever predictions are made, I read somewhere, and this has left a deep impact on my mind. There is a saying which says it is extremely difficult to predict, especially about the future. Extremely difficult to predict, especially about the future. तो predictions तो future के ही होते हैं ना? बिल्कुल. लेकिन future में, I am talking about 2 time series. Are you predicting about short term or you are predicting about the long term? Generally, when predictions are made about short term, there is an inherent limitation that humans will err on the side of overestimation. For example, next 2 महीने में ये stock का भाव 3 गुना हो जाएगा. अच्छा, good. In next 2 months, this stock will rise 3 times. You know what? Even if the script is doing very well, the company is doing very well, and even if it is going to rise 3 times, most likely it will not happen in 2 months. ये नहीं हो सकता. बहुत difficult है, extremely difficult. you are making an error of overestimation. नेक्स्ट 5 साल में टीसीएस का भाव क्या हो जाएगा? You know what? All those who are keenly interested in stock markets can open up a page and estimate amount, write it, date नीचे लिख दो कि 5 साल के बाद टीसीएस का भाव क्या होगा. मोस्ट लाइकली उससे ज्यादा हो जाएगा. क्यों? क्योंकि जब कभी प्रेडिक्शंस लॉन्ग टर्म के होते हैं ना, देन वी मेक एन एरर ऑफ अंडर एस्टिमेशन. शॉर्ट टर्म में वी ओवर एस्टिमेट, लॉन्ग टर्म में वी अंडर एस्टिमेट. सेम थिंग हैपेंड with the chief scientist of Honda company. He made a prediction, 75 years लगेंगे, जब तक हम 24 साल तक पहुंचेंगे. 75 years नहीं, just in about 20 years, not only 24 years, we have been able to develop a mind that is really so competent to self-learn. I would like to take a pause over here. Now that we know that machines powered by AI are capable to self-learn, they are able to learn on their own. I would like to take a pause over here and ask this August gathering in the month of December. August gathering in the month of December. I would like to ask this August gathering whether, now that we know that AI-based machines and applications are able to self-learn, and that also almost without limits, is this good news for us or bad news for us? Us as in we are talking about specifically practicing chartered accountants, practicing in 2 broad domains, tax and audit. Baki jane do, haan? As practitioners of tax and audit, now that we know that machines are able to self-learn, is this good news for us or bad news for us? May I see some hands? May I see all those hands who believe that, sir, this is good news, sir. This is good news. That machines are able to self-learn. 1, 2, 3, 4. I am only observing those participants who are not raising the hands in any of the options, who are going to be skipping the lunch. No, matlab, right. Okay. Is this good news for us? How many of us? Yes, sir, this is good news. This is good news. That machines are able to self-learn is good news for us. Okay. How many of us, sir? No, this is bad news. This is bad news. I am also observing those participants who are raising the hands in both the options. In both the options. Sir, somebody raised hand from here. Bad news. Why bad news? Can I request you to stand up? Can I request you? Yes. Your kind view. Sorry? We'll become obsolete in future. We'll become obsolete in future. Okay. We'll become obsolete in future. Why good news? My young friend over there. Yes. In a pinkish shirt. Yes, my friend. Super. A lot of work can be automated. Okay, so we save a lot of time. And hence, my friend, what's your name? Siddharthji believes it's good news while we may become obsolete. Sir, what's your good name? Prakashji. Prakashji believes that this is bad news, and both have hit the nail on its head. एक तरफ तो हमारा काम सरल हो जाएगा, हम एफिशिएंट हो जाएंगे, ये ऑब्वियस गेन्स है एआई इंप्लीमेंट करने के. और दूसरी तरफ, सर, क्या हमारी आवश्यकता रहेगी कि नहीं? हमारे अस्तित्व पे प्रश्न. Whether we will be required or not, this apprehension itself is bad news for us. Let me again share with you a practical incident. The other day, I was invited for a lecture at Delhi. To ensure that I want to be on time, I took the flight a day before, landed at Delhi. It was almost 8:30 p.m. I checked into the hotel room. It was around 9 p.m. It was around 9 p.m. and when I checked into the hotel room, I was feeling a little feverish. Now my wife keeps thermometer also so I examined myself. I was not having fever, but still I was feeling a little feverish and sneezing a lot, coughing. Delhi is not my hometown. I don't know many people there. So कहाँ मैं medical practitioner के पास जाता? So क्या किया मैंने? I logged on to ChatGPT. ChatGPT knows several things about me. So I described my health condition to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT advised me that Nikunj, take these 3 tablets. So I went downstairs and got those 3 tablets and I popped. आपको क्या लगता है? Did I pop up those 3 tablets? Yes or no? No? No. No बोल रहे हैं. No बोल रहे हैं. In fact, next day I went to lecture and I described this situation to the participants over there, and I asked somebody that, आपको क्या लगता है? Did I pop up those 3 tablets? Somebody raised hand and said, sir, you are in front of us. This means you did not eat those 3 tablets. Well, anyway, so when I started traveling by aircrafts, and this was about 35 years back, my first flight that I took, तब है ना एयरक्राफ्ट्स में पायलट्स के साथ साथ नेविगेटर्स हुआ करते थे. नेविगेटर्स आर प्रोफेशनल्स हु गाइड द पायलट्स. जैसे आगे से लेफ्ट ले लेना. एनीवे, राइट. ऐसे नेविगेटर्स हुआ करते थे. लेकिन आज जब आप एयरक्राफ्ट्स में बैठेंगे ना, तो पायलट्स के साथ नेविगेटर्स नहीं होते. The entire navigation work is taken up by expert navigation GPS based systems. So ये expert navigation systems guide the pilot on the direction the aircraft should take. Not only this, pilot is not allowed to overrule it. In no circumstances. He is not allowed to overrule. You do what GPS asks you to do. Expert GPS navigation systems. ये तो आज की बात है. शायद 5 साल के बाद जब आप एयरक्राफ्ट में चढ़ेंगे तो नेविगेटर्स तो पहले से नहीं थे और अब पायलट्स भी नहीं होंगे, और जब आप अंदर आएंगे कैबिन में तो शायद एयर होस्टेस भी नहीं होगी. नो पायलट्स, नो नेविगेटर्स, नो एयर होस्टेसेस. माय क्वेश्चन टू दिस अगस्त गैदरिंग इन द मंथ ऑफ दिसंबर इज, क्या आप लोग ऐसे एयरक्राफ्ट में बैठेंगे? No other option. बैठेंगे? I asked exactly this question at Delhi. Somebody raised hand and said, sir, दिल्ली मेट्रो में ही हम आपके लेक्चर्स अटेंड करने आए हैं और दिल्ली मेट्रो में मोटरमैन है ही नहीं. There is no motorman in Delhi metro. Okay? See friends, technology when it takes over as if this is natural, this is normal, and everybody has to work this way. I am not in the profession to make predictions. प्रकाश जी का एप्रीहेंशन, मैं कोई नहीं होता हूं यहां पे बैठ के ऐलान करने वाला कि हम रिडंडेंट हो जाएंगे कि नहीं, लेकिन मैं जाना चाहूंगा सिद्धार्थ जी के साथ जो ये पूरी निष्ठापूर्वक कहते हैं कि सर tremendous efficiencies we will be able to generate. 100% सच बात है. To all my chartered accountants, fellow chartered accountants, brothers and sisters, the point I am here to make is, please do not worry about whether we will be required or not. We will carve out our own niche as time goes by. But one thing is certain, that if we don't implement AI, then 100%, the writing is on the wall, then our days are numbered. I'll give you an example. One of our clients, they are into software development. They have made an announcement in their company. All coders have to write code only using AI. Only using AI. Nobody will write down a code line by line. Nobody. Absolutely nobody. I was with a very senior tax practitioner the other day. I will not take his name. While having a free and frank conversation over a cup of tea, he told me that, Nikunj, you speak very highly of AI, but let me tell you, AI is not all that perfect. I said, why? He said, Nikunj, let me give you an example. The other day, to one of my article trainees, I asked to write grounds of appeal and statement of fact of an assessment order in which that article was helping me. It was a 19-page assessment order, 19 page. Extremely exhaustive, well worded. अब जब आर्टिकल ने ग्राउंड्स ऑफ अपील और स्टेटमेंट ऑफ फैक्ट्स बनाने का हमने उनको काम दिया, इफ एक्सपीरियंस चार्टर्ड को देता ना तो मिनिमम 2 दिन लगते, मिनिमम 2 दिन एक्सपीरियंस चार्टर्ड को. वो आर्टिकल को दिया ना तो वो एग्जैक्टली 25 मिनट्स में मेरी कैबिन में घुस गई, ये कह के कि ग्राउंड्स ऑफ अपील और स्टेटमेंट ऑफ फैक्ट तैयार है. सिंपल सी चीज है. वो आर्टिकल ने कैसे की लिखे ग्राउंड्स ऑफ अपील स्टेटमेंट ऑफ फैक्ट, कैसे लिखे? एब्सोल्युटली चैट जीपीटी की मदद से. वो जेंटलमैन ने, यानी मेरे मित्र ने, ग्राउंड्स ऑफ अपील स्टेटमेंट ऑफ फैक्ट पढ़े और उसमें से एक मेजर मिस्टेक निकाली. कहा कि ये ग्राउंड आपने इंक्लूड ही नहीं किया हुआ है. बाहर जाके, खाली इतना ही नहीं, बाहर जाके ये ऐलान कर दिया. Nobody will use AI for drafting grounds of appeal and statement of fact. Please use your own mind. This technology should not be used. Now look at these contradicting approaches. One of our clients saying, no writing codes on your own. Use only AI. Chartered accountants, I don't know, ego issues? नहीं, हम knowledgeable है, हम knowledgeable. अरे साहब, हम जानते हैं कि आप नॉलेजेबल हो, मैं इनकार ही कहां कर रहा हूं. लेकिन अगर 17 पेज के ऑर्डर में से जब आपको 3-4 पेज का इंटेलेक्चुअल वर्क करना है, ग्राउंड्स ऑफ स्टेटमेंट ऑफ फैक्ट, जो वरना 2 दिन लगते, जिसमें पता नहीं कितनी गलतियां होगी, वो अगर एक आर्टिकल ट्रेनी ने 25 मिनट में बना दिया है, तो shouldn't wisdom guide you? Forget about ego. Shouldn't wisdom be guiding you that how to better use AI so that we can eliminate this one mistake also, or have a process in place which says that don't blindly file an appeal which is generated by AI without reviewing. There could be workarounds, but what is our approach? AI in direct tax practice, the presentation gives tens of examples in the form of case studies. I will share this entire file with this August gathering, where we have used experiences, and based on those experiences, we have written down prompts which enable chartered accountants to get the best results using almost any AI application, although I am personally more familiar with ChatGPT. So with ChatGPT, these prompts in direct tax practice, let us take the first example. See friends, if there is one skill which is going to guide us, which is going to be extremely important in our creating value for our client, in coming 5 years, then that skill is prompt engineering. Prompt engineering एक ऐसी स्किल हो जाएगी जो होन किए बिना, जो पॉलिश किए बिना हमारा उद्धार नहीं है. If we want to really ensure that we create measurable efficiencies and huge value for our clients, prompt engineering is a must. Prompt engineering के कुछ rules है जिसमें rule number 1 है. Rule number 1, and this you may want to note down. Specific is terrific. Specific is terrific. Why am I saying so? ध्यान से सुनिए. I just said that AI learns from its own experiences. इनको experiences देता कौन है? इनको experiences वर्ल्ड वाइड वेब दे रहा है. इतने publications AI ने read already कर लिए हुए हैं. AI सारी चीजें जानता है. जैसे फाइनेंस एक्ट आता है वो फाइनेंस एक्ट रीड कर लेता है. इससे पहले के फाइनेंस एक्ट, कोर्ट के जजमेंट, सब कुछ AI पढ़ के ही बैठा है. ओके, विच मीन्स जितना भी नॉलेज बेस हम में से कलेक्टिवली सभी लोग के पास नहीं है ना, सभी लोग के पास उतना चैट जीपीटी के नॉलेज बेस में ऑलरेडी है. डोंट ट्राई टू बीट दैट. देयर यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू कंपीट विथ इट. इतना नॉलेज बेस. सो इफ यू आर थिंकिंग दैट नहीं मुझे रिसर्च में जाना है, डायरेक्ट टैक्स लिटिगेशन के रिसर्च में, एआई के बिना आपका उद्धार नहीं है. क्यों? क्योंकि उसके पास नॉलेज ऑलरेडी है. उतना नॉलेज एक्वायर करने में आपको सालों लग सकते हैं और तो भी माइंड कुछ स्किप कर देगा, लेकिन वो नॉलेज अप्लाई करके एक ऐसा डिलीवरेबल विच सूट्स द फैक्ट्स ऑफ द केसेस ऑन हैंड, वो आप कैसे बनाएंगे? देयर द क्रक्स लाइज. एंड फॉर दैट what is really essential is give specific facts of the case to AI in your prompt. Give complete background. अगर आप ये नहीं देते हो तो AI does not know exactly what is the matter with your client. What are the facts of the case? वो नहीं जानते. इसलिए आपने कितने रिप्रेजेंटेशन सबमिट किए वो सारे दो, ऑर्डर क्या आया वो दो, और उसके बाद से फॉर एग्जाम्पल एक प्राइवेट डिस्क्रिशनरी ट्रस्ट. इन दिस केस आई एम बैंग ऑन द टॉपिक. नेक्स्ट 12 minutes I will take you through at least 4 to 5 case studies, 2 to 3 minutes each. In a private discretionary trust, income from dividend capital gains was already offered to tax perfectly. Section 143(1), that is summary assessment हो गया, where demand was raised. On detailed examination, discrepancy arose due to an incorrect computation of surcharge. Finance Act 2020 caps the surcharge on private discretionary trust at 15%. However, because private discretionary trusts are otherwise assessed at MMR, maximum marginal rate, इसलिए सीपीसी की जो एल्गोरिथम थी, वो एल्गोरिथम में मैक्सिमम मार्जिनल रेट में सरचार्ज का रेट 37% था. नो माय फ्रेंड्स, यू आर विथ मी. 100%. द सरचार्ज रेट वाज 37%. 143(1) में 37% के साथ असेसमेंट हो गया और डिमांड के साथ 143(1) आ गया. हम लोग कंसिडरिंग द अबाउ फैक्ट्स, ये मेरा प्रॉम्प्ट है, कंसिडरिंग द अबाउ फैक्ट्स एंड इंटीमेशन एंड रेक्टिफिकेशन ऑर्डर. उसके बाद हम लोग ने रेक्टिफिकेशन के लिए अप्लाई किया 154 में, लेकिन 154 के लिए रेक्टिफिकेशन में अप्लाई करेंगे तो एल्गोरिथम तो उसका वही है ना. नो रिजल्ट. Rectification did not give any result. So we went to appeal, challenging the levy surcharge at 37%, summarizing statement of facts, request that surcharge and dividend to be computed at 15%, include relevant case law, procedural violations and case laws. ये लिंक मैंने यहां पे दी हुई है जो चैट जीपीटी का आउटपुट देती है. I'm going to share this entire document with you along with the link. Okay? Because this is more conference type. Go and study the output which ChatGPT gives. You will be amazed. क्या statement of facts और grounds of appeal उसने draft किए हुए हैं. Superb, accurate. Why? Because you have been able to articulate the facts of the case in the prompt that you are giving to ChatGPT. Detailed, specific is terrific. Specific is terrific. एक चीज डिटेल में दो और नतीजा वो चैट जीपीटी यानी डिलीवरेबल वो पूरा चैट जीपीटी आपको दे देगा. एक्सेप्शनली वेल, एक्सेप्शनली वेल. एक और केस स्टडी. Little lengthy. I'm going to third one. Routinely, whenever assessments are done and you do not agree with what has been assessed in 143(3), you may want to go for appeal. Immediately 20% deposit करने के लिए आपको instruction आ जाते हैं कि भाई deposit 20%. However, in case of high-pitched assessments, okay? तो वहां पे several high courts have given rulings that in such cases it is not right for income tax department to press. क्यों? क्योंकि income assessed is almost 5,000 or 7,000% of returned income. तो भाई आपने इतना income assess ही कैसे किया? ये तो कुछ मतलब grossly गलत हुआ है, grossly. And now if you ask to pay 20% of the tax demand, then that number may be more than the turnover of the business, which means ये business के लिए almost suicidal होगा वो 20% भरना. In such cases, you may want to write to the commissioner saying that, hello sir, please give regard to that high court order. Several high courts have time and again said, okay, अभी ये सारी चीज ड्राफ्ट करनी है. सर प्रॉम्प्ट इधर है, एग्जैक्टली क्या क्या लिखने का, सो दैट कमिश्नर के सामने जो आपको प्लीड करना है उसका आउटपुट तैयार है. वन मोर केस वेयर कंडोनेशन ऑफ डिले. सर असेसमेंट ऑर्डर आ गया, 6 महीने हो गए और अब हमको अपील में जाना है. साहब आपको अपील में 30 दिन में फाइल करनी थी. सब बरोबर है, लेकिन कई सारे रीजंस हो सकते हैं, लाइक आइदर दैट ईमेल एड्रेस वाज नॉट वर्किंग, स्पैम में चला गया, असेसी की हेल्थ कंडीशंस ठीक नहीं थी. सो यू जस्ट गिव द पॉइंटर्स एंड प्रेयर for condonation of delay in filing appeal is ready. Wow. Why is all this possible? All this is possible because AI, once again I thrust the point what I started with. Because AI is capable of learning on its own. उन्होंने इतनी सारी condonation of delay की applications already पढ़ ली है. उनको एग्जैक्टली पता है what language works with the department, what, allow me to use this word, what excuses work with the department, what excuses don't work with the department. So it exactly knows this and knows this so well. My point is, don't try to compete with it. वो जो आउटपुट देता है उसे ठीक से रिव्यू करो, whether it is complete, whether any obvious errors have not crept in. So use your professional acumen to जो 90% काम हो गया है उसको 100% बनाने में, rather than throwing AI out of the window. I'll tell you one more practical experience. The other day, भोपाल ट्रिब्यूनल के सामने मैटर था, डेप्रिसिएशन इवन इफ नॉट क्लेम्ड बाय द असेसी इज डीम्ड टू बी अलाउड. ऐसा एक जजमेंट मुझे याद आ रहा था कि ऐसा मध्य प्रदेश हाईकोर्ट का एक जजमेंट है, साइटेशन नहीं मिल रहा था. तो मैंने क्या किया, मैंने जीपीटी को कहा, उसने साइटेशन मुझे बताया कि ये साइटेशन है, और वो साइटेशन मैंने पेपर बुक में डाल दिया. पेपर बुक लेके 3 कॉपीज 2 बेंच के मेंबर्स के लिए, एक डीआर यानी डिपार्टमेंट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव के लिए, और मैं अपील रिप्रेजेंट करने ट्रिब्यूनल पहुंच गया. उसमें से एक मेंबर ने साइटेशन पढ़ा, उसने कहा निकुंज भाई यू हैव नॉट पुट द जजमेंट कॉपी हियर. आई सेड सर इट्स एन आईटीआर साइटेशन, you can get it from your library. No, not like that. Nikunj, please send somebody. I want to see the judgment right now. 20 मिनट हो गई, वो वापस आया ही नहीं. क्यों नहीं आया? क्योंकि ऐसा कोई जजमेंट था ही नहीं. वो साइटेशन पे ऐसा कोई जजमेंट नहीं था. एआई का लिमिटेशन hallucination. AIs hallucinate, which means they make up things. I asked for a Madhya Pradesh High Court judgment which says that depreciation, even when not asked, even when not claimed by the assessee, is deemed to be allowed. So it will make it up if it does not find in its knowledge base. Which means hallucination is a major limitation of AI. ऐसा कुछ लोग मानते हैं, कुछ लोग. I am not one of them. Why am I saying this? ध्यान से सुनना. Hallucination is not a limitation. Hallucination is an attribute of AI. Attribute यानी quality of AI. मतलब AI बनाता है. It makes up. Okay? One of my friend, chartered accountant, is also a poet. He writes poems. And every year, wife को वो एक अपनी पोएम बना के लिख के देता है. वाइफ रीड्स एंड शी इज हैप्पी अबाउट इट. बट दिस टाइम, दिस ईयर, व्हेन ही गिव द पोएम टू द वाइफ read it and she was so happy, superbly happy, and she started praising कि वाओ, ये साल तो आपने क्या पोएम लिखी है. ये साल पोएम किसने लिखी थी? 100% चैट जीपीटी ने लिखी थी. मतलब द मैसेज इज लाउड एंड क्लियर that we know to please your wife better than you. नहीं, बात यही है ना, बात ये. Now see, the point is, वो इतनी अच्छी पोएम क्यों लिख पाता है? क्योंकि उसने हजारों नहीं, लाखों नहीं, मिलियंस ऑफ पोएम्स पढ़ी हुई है वाइफ पे. अगर आप कहेंगे ना तो वो आपकी वाइफ के लिए कस्टमाइज पोएम भी लिखेगा. You have to only give qualities of your wife. हम लोग बोलते हैं कि हमारी वाइफ की ये क्वालिटी, एक्चुअली सब वाइफ की क्वालिटी सेम होती है. Every wife, 3 qualities. All wives are loving, caring and understanding. अरे yes or no? कुछ लोग हंस रहे हैं, जाने दो. I'll not ask personal questions. But if you say that my wife is loving, caring and then you ask, write a poem. Then your wife will find the poem suited to her. Wow, this is great. तब तो आपको मजा है ना. तब आपने नहीं कहा कि AI hallucinate हो रहा है. See, this is the point. AI is creative. It will make up things. If it makes up things in poems, it will make up things in appeals also. No, you are with me? There are people who are trying to stop AI from hallucinating. I am saying don't stop, otherwise you lose the creativity point of it. There is another antidote to it. And what is it? Ask AI to cite resources. आपने ये जजमेंट का साइटेशन कहां से लिया, वो बताओ ना, वो बताइए. इट विल मेक अप साइटेशन ऑल्सो. वो आपको लिंक देगा, लेकिन आप जहां लिंक पे क्लिक करेंगे तो उधर कुछ होगा नहीं. हाँ, सो नाउ यू आर सेफ. नाउ यू आर सेफ. सी, दिस इज द वे वेयर यू कैन वर्क अराउंड द लिमिटेशंस और द एट्रीब्यूट्स ऑफ एआई. What do you call hallucination? An attribute or a limitation is up to you. But you must know that AIs hallucinate. They make up things. And that is what they are made for. They are made to generate. GPT का G stands for generative. वो बना रहा है. Yes, वो बना रहा है. Super. So, this is an application for condonation of delay and request for extension of period for any submission. So, ये normal types के tax practice में either representations, appeals में use होने वाली चीजें हैं. मेरे सभी प्रोफेशनल ब्रदर्स और सिस्टर्स से अनुरोध है, AI यूज कीजिए without the apprehension of becoming redundant tomorrow or not. Forget about this. It doesn't really matter. We will see when it comes. We'll cross the bridges. But don't throw AI out of the window by giving any reason, including it is not perfect, it is not complete, it hallucinates. ये सब सच है शायद. लेकिन जैसे सिद्धार्थ जी ने बताया, सर, superb efficiencies AI हमारे लिए create करता है. Wow, super. So friends, with this I come to the end of this short talk, and last but not the least, I would like to place on record once again my very, very sincere gratitude to AI of ICAI in general, East India Regional Council, especially Manish ji and his team in particular, for having me here. Not only this, for the warm, cordial welcome, which makes me feel so much at home. Last but not the least, a round of applause goes to this lovely participation over here. Superb. I have really enjoyed. I firmly believe that we are all at such stages in life where there can neither be teacher nor be taught. We can only endeavor to share our experiences. And if today, by sharing my experience, if you all have benefited even to the extent of 20% of what you already knew, then I will consider all my efforts a grand success. I do look forward to reconnecting with all you lovely people sometime next, but sometime soon. तब तक के लिए खुश रहे, अपना ख्याल रखे. Do have a lovely day ahead. Thank you and Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nikunji, for the lovely presentation and giving us the trick how to write a poem for our wives. So as he told that AI is very, very necessary for each one of us, it creates, and we need to verify that whether the created idea is true to the facts or not is something that we professionals have to show our professional skepticism. Thank you so much, sir, Nikun sir, and soon we'll be entering into the technical session 4, which shall be taken by Mr. Divyesh Gamit ji. We'll now soon enter into the technical session 4, and thereafter we'll have a lunch break. Thank you, Nikunji, for the lovely session. May I now invite CA Divyesh Gamit ji to the dais, please. Please have a seat. We'll get it connected. By the time it is being set, may I take the opportunity of introducing Mr. Divyesh Gamit, who is from Suvit. He's a growth manager at Suvit, where he collaborates closely with the onboarding, activation and customer success teams to ensure users gain maximum value from the platform of Suvit. With a strong focus on driving product adoption and enhancing the overall customer experience, he works to align Suvit's capabilities with the real-world needs of accounting professionals. His expertise lies in creating seamless user journeys, optimizing engagement, and championing solutions that empower firms to work smarter and more efficiently. With this, may I request CA Suman Chaudhary ji to please welcome Mr. Divyesh Gamit ji from Suvit with Uttorio. and a small memento on behalf of AI of ICAI committee, coupled with Eastern India Regional Council of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Thank you, Mr. Divyesh ji, for accepting our offer to speak few words. He shall be taking up the session on automate, accelerate, and amplify. Over to you, Sri Divyesh ji, for next 35 minutes, please.
हेलो एवरीवन, गुड आफ्टरनून टू एवरीवन। ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगा, निकुंज सर ने ऑलमोस्ट बहुत चीज़ें कवर कर ली है इन एआई, राइट? सो व्हेन एवर वी आर प्रैक्टिसिंग आवर डे टू डे एंड डेली बेसिस का जो भी हम वर्क एआई थ्रू करते हैं, राइट, हम एक कॉमन मिस्टेक करते हैं कि वी डू आवर सर्चेज इन द कॉमन ग्रुप, राइट? अभी जैसे कि चैट जीपीटी इज़ फेमस फॉर everything. If you want to just search for the GST, keep that project separate from other searches. Otherwise what will happen कि आप जितना भी सर्च करोगे, सिस्टम विल गिव यू द कॉमन आंसर्स, वो मर्ज करके देगा। जैसे अभी सर ने कहा था कि कुछ चीज़ें वो अलग अलग खुद से बना के देगा, तो अगर आप प्रोजेक्ट वाइज अलग नहीं रखोगे तो सिस्टम विल गिव द कॉमन आंसर्स टू एवरीवन। ओके, So AI can help to automate our practice in daily life, जिनका जैसा भी practice work है, correct? If they are doing the daily works, quarterly or yearly, अगर कोई मतलब सिर्फ 9B भी कर रहा है तो भी वो कर सकता है, right? So this is the adoption of AI in different countries. As you can see, India is booming right now. अभी हमारे पास खुद का एक AI already available है, जो सबने सुना ही होगा, Perplexity. Now because of that, India is going to be soon into top 10. So how AI adds value in your daily lives and other things? It will automate your work, it can accelerate your work, and it can amplify your work very easily. जब भी हम बात करते हैं AI की, क्या हमारे एम्प्लॉयज़ को जॉब से निकाल देना पड़ेगा, राइट? एक ये भी आता है, जो भी हमारे पास आर्टिकल्स हैं, जीएसटी फाइलिंग ऑटोमेट्स हो रही हैं, इवन आपके ई कॉमर्स की जो एक्सेल शीट्स आ रही हैं वो भी ऑटोमेट हो रही है। नो नीड टू कैलकुलेट द एंटायर एक्सेल शीट बाय योरसेल्फ, राइट? सो ऑटोमेट कैन हेल्प यू टू डू द डेटा एंट्री, द जीएसटी रिकंसिलिएशन, क्लाइंट कम्युनिकेशन एंड डेटा कलेक्शन वेरी इजीली। अगर आप डेटा एंट्री करते हैं, राइट, अकाउंटिंग बुक कीपिंग्स यूज़ करते हैं, सो now in the digital world you know that जो बैंक स्टेटमेंट्स अपने आती हैं, करेक्ट, दे आर हैविंग 5,000 एंट्रीज, 10,000 एंट्रीज, विच आर हेडेक टू अस कि भाई अभी आज ही ITR फाइल करना है तो कैसे कंप्लीट करेंगे। बट येस, AI कैन हेल्प इन दैट। सेम फॉर द GST रिकंसिलिएशंस, लाइक बहुत सारा डेटा पोर्टल पे है, टैली में नहीं है, टैली में है, पोर्टल में नहीं है, मैच कैसे करें? इवन दो वी आर अपडेटिंग आवर डेटा अकॉर्डिंग टू आवर नीड्स। लाइक मैंने सिर्फ मेरे नाम से अगर बना दिया पार्टी नेम लाइक दिव्येश गामित, राइट, एंड किसी ने पूरा नाम लिख दिया तो मैच नहीं करता। सिस्टम कैन आइडेंटिफाई दोज थिंग्स एंड ईजिली यू कैन रिकंसाइल इट। क्लाइंट कम्युनिकेशन आर देयर एंड डेटा कलेक्शन तो हो ही रहा है मार्केट के अंदर। जो एक्सक्लेट की बात की थी, जीएसटी फाइलिंग, जिसमें बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम लगता है, राइट? नाउ सपोज अगर कोई क्लाइंट कैटर कर रहा है फ्रॉम द ई कॉमर्स बैकग्राउंड, दे कैन रिलेट कि पूरा डेटा सेग्रीगेट करने में कितना टाइम जाता है। इवन अगर कोई बहुत ही सालों से प्रैक्टिस कर रहा है, स्टिल इट टेक लॉट ऑफ टाइम टू कंपाइल दोज थिंग्स। आपके जो लीगल रिसर्च है एंड नोटिस रिप्लाई ड्राफ्टिंग है, जो आई गेस निकुंज सर ने एड्रेस किया था, दैट कैन बी ईजिली मैनेज बाय द AI एज वेल। सो द एम्पलीफाई इज लाइक कि आपकी जो एक्यूरेसी है बढ़ जाएगी। जस्ट गिविंग वन एग्जांपल, वी नो दैट बैंक स्टेटमेंट्स जो आते हैं बैंक के थ्रू, दे आर 100% करेक्ट, राइट? कितने लोग एग्री करेंगे? या बट देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ बैंक्स जो लोग एरर कर देते हैं. दे गिव सिंपली मिस्टेक्स ऑफ पॉइंट पैसाज एंड एवरीथिंग, या 1 रुपया, राइट? तो जब हम डेटा रिकनसाइल करते हैं तो 1 रुपये ढूंढना मुश्किल हो जाता है. द AI कैन फाइंड ईजिली फ्रॉम दोज स्टेटमेंट एज वेल. आपका जो ऑडिट पार्ट है दैट कैन बी ऑटोमेटेड. अगर पहले के आपके प्री अकाउंटिंग एंड अकाउंटिंग अगर ऑटोमेट हो जाते हैं तो आप ऑडिटिंग भी ऑलमोस्ट ईजिली कर सकते हैं. The quality of report drafting and accuracy in legal compliance can be easily managed by the AIs. Okay, let's skip this part. So this is the small presentation. I belong to Suvit company. I have served the CA community from last 4 years with the help of AI. Recently, Suvit is acquired by the Vyapar. So if you go and search for the website, it will look like this. How this software is helping CAs, like as you can see, we are helping with the data entry automations, GST automations, the WhatsApp automation is coming soon. ये almost हमने दे दिया था, but as you know that government ने कुछ rules change कर दिए, correct? अब आप bulk में message नहीं send कर सकते without help of meta tools, and बहुत सारे compliance और आ गए हैं, तो we put that part into coming soon. Otherwise ये एक ऐसा tool हमने base create किया था where you can collect the documents into single channel and you can directly upload in Suvit. तो आपको document collect करने की जो issues रहते थे and to save those documents into different folders, that has been solved. Okay, so just give you the simple glimpse of my product. You can upload n number of documents. System will give you the 100% accuracy. As you can see in the 9 document, system is saying that balance is missing in one or multiple entries. Okay, if you simply send this document to our support team, they will also guide you कि कहाँ पे error थी. आपको इसमें time invest करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. Whether there is a 2 entries or 1000 entries, simply system will give you the data like this. Okay, now you can see the suggestions are there. This is the totally part of AI. आपने एक बार system को बता दिया कि this particular entry will go to this specific party name. The rest of your life, system will give suggestion like that. तो आपने एक बार system को बता दिया कैश में जाएगा, SMS charges, bank charges में जाएंगे, then you can automate your entire work, right? Even if you want to create some party names or something like that, you can use the create ledger as well from here. And there are lots of features. आप अपने bill settlement यहाँ से कर सकते हो by using the bill by bill options. Even you can split your entries into multiple parts. So this is the part of sales जहाँ पे हम बहुत कम काम करते हैं in cases of businesses, the e-commerce, क्योंकि वहाँ पे entries ज़्यादा होती हैं. You need to create thousands of stock items with thousands of units and other data, right? With the help of one click, you can create those data and you can reconcile the entire sales purchase like this. अगर आपको यहाँ पे कुछ mismatch भी मिल रहा है, system will give you the notifications. You can create the entire party name with the help of GST portal. Suppose आपके पास 10,000 of GST numbers and you need to create party names. With the help of single click, you can create the party name with the PAN number, address, PIN code and extra. जो आपके आगे जो Tally new versions आ रहे हैं जिसमें आपको बहुत ज़्यादा वो helpful होंगे. So let's come to this GST part. So where we are doing the GST reconciliation for you. So आपने company sync की and उसका data जो GST portal पे है वो यहाँ पे आ जाएगा and साथ ही में जो Tally का data है वो भी आ जाएगा. As you can see, 568 bills are matched. तो आपका जो time use होने वाला था for this 568 bills, system has done in within minutes, right? मैनुअली मैच्ड ये हमने ऑलरेडी किया हुआ है. सो अगर आप इस पर क्लिक करेंगे सो समटाइम्स इट हैपन्स राइट कि सामने वाले ने विद राउंड ऑफ में डेटा अपलोड किया है, हमने विदाउट राउंड ऑफ, स्टिल द डेटा इज नॉट गेटिंग मैच्ड प्रॉपरली. सो वी हैव द ऑप्शन वेयर यू कैन कन्फिगर योरसेल्फ द एरर कन्फिगरेशन कि अगर 5 रुपये तक का डिफरेंस है आपको चल जाता है, यू कैन पुट दैट एंड सिस्टम विल टेक केयर ऑफ everything, right? Even we have given the option of decimal values, क्योंकि बहुत सबके जो accounting practices होती हैं different from different states and cities, तो आप उसके अपने according भी इसको आप manage कर सकते हो. So not in tally, हम इसकी बात करेंगे कि डेटा पोर्टल पे तो अवेलेबल है बट नॉट इन माई टैली. इसका भी एक हेडेक रहता है. नाउ वी नीड टू फाइंड दोज बिल्स एंड एवरीथिंग टू पुट दोज डेटा इन अवर टैली, राइट? So you can simply open this part and you can click one by one right now and you can send this data to tally as well. In future we will give the one click option where you can create these bills in bulk. So as the earlier speaker Nikunj sir said that कि आप अपने task automates कर सकते हो. तो यहाँ पे जो एक journal task है, document task है, सुवित आपको यहाँ पे provide कर देगा. Sorry ये load ले रहा है because my net is not working currently. And below that you can see the drive option जहाँ पे आपका data document collection will be very easy. And one more thing, सबका एक बड़ा headache होता है, those are the text documents, right? जो होती है 2-3 KB की, but they are having like 5, 10K, 15K entries. So Suvit is जो AI हमने build किया है, they are successfully we are reading up to 60% of those data. अगर आपका text format अगर हम read नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, simply send those data to us and we will make sure कि AI will work on that also. That's it from my side. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Divyaji, for the session. And he had tried to explain us how few softwares like Suvit can automate the things, and we can take help of these softwares while we do various reconciliations. And with this, we come to the conclusion of technical session 4, and we'll soon meet after 45 minutes of lunch break when we'll have more sessions, more interesting sessions to have. We have wonderful speakers ahead, and please do attend immediately after 45 minutes. Thank you.
Hello. Very good afternoon to each one of you. Friends, we'll be starting with the panel discussion. The panel discussion is on a very, very pertinent topic, DPDP Act, Digital Personal Data Protection Act. Long back there was a series, when this concept of series started in India, TVF Features come up with a series, and in that series the main actor mentioned once that privacy in the time of internet is a myth, and to counter this myth, I think this act has been promulgated and has been brought in by the government of India. To discuss further, we have two eminent panelists. I would request Mr. KP Narayanan sir to kindly come up on the dais. I also request CA Vijay Srinivas sir to kindly come up on the dais. Friends, welcome them with a huge round of applause. We also have CA Vivek Agarwal, who will be moderating this session. I'll take a while to introduce all the three panelists and our moderators. I'll start with CA Vivek Agarwal, a fellow chartered accountant, fellow company secretary with advanced qualification including IFRS, DISA certification in forensic audit and Ind AS. His detailed profile is displayed over there. Welcome Vivek ji to this AI Summit. We have Mr. KP Narayanan, widely admired for his expertise in building iconic brands, bringing over 3 decades of distinguished experience across FMCG, telecom, devices, beverages industries, and MBA graduate from IMT Ghaziabad. KP sir, welcome to AI Summit. His detailed profile is over there. And we have CA Vijay Srinivasan sir. He's from Hyderabad and a fellow chartered accountant with over 24 years of professional experience and holds postgraduate degree in commerce and law. He's a partner at C. Ramachandram and Company and is additionally qualified as a certified information system auditor, certified fraud examiner, certified in cyber security, and registered as insolvency professional with IBBI. We welcome you, Vijay sir. I take the pleasure to felicitate and welcome each one of you. Over to the moderator, CA Vivek Agarwal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are here to discuss a very important act, DPDP Act. How many of you have heard about it? No one? Two of them. Those who have heard, they are at the back. And those who are here to learn, they are in front. Great. So friends, we are chartered accountant. We are trained to safeguard the money, the records, and the trust of the client. But today, there's a new asset, and that is data. I hope you all feel data is an asset. As rightly said, data is also the next oil. And let's start with a small story. Imagine a CA firm storing client data like cash in an open drawer. For years, nothing goes wrong, but one day, the cash is gone. So, it's a fraud? No. It's a theft? Yes. But more than that, it is the trust of the client which is there. So, like that, the data which is there in your office, the data which is there with your client, the data which you are processing of your client, if any of your team members, if you yourself by mistake share to someone else, the trust of the client takes a hit. And that is why the DPDP Act has come. It was got the President assent in 2023, but why it is more relevant today? Last month in November, the rules were made notified, and within 18 months, everyone has to follow it. Anyone, what is the penalty, maximum penalty for non-compliance or data leakage due to DPDP? Because क्या होता penalty सोचते तो फिर we have a focus that we have to listen properly. Maximum penalty what can be under DPDP Act? 250 crores. I don't remember, apart from insider trading also, it is the benefit which you have arrived from insider trading. I don't know any other act having such penalty, and it's applicable for everyone. So what happens? We have a question in mind. What data is to be required or needed? The data which you are taking, why you are taking? Because we have a tendency, boss, whatever you are getting, just take it. You don't require the email address, we'll take the email address. We don't require the phone number, we'll take the phone number. We don't require the date of birth, we only require the month, we'll take the year, we'll take the date of birth. So, the DPDP Act says, why did you collect the data? Why it is required? Was it truly required? What was the reason for collecting the data? That is an important question. And most importantly, how did you protect the data? Is it like the cache which was kept in the open door? Or you have the proper logical access control, physical access control way back to your CA final days, or maybe your DISA days? So that is DPDP Act for you all, friends. And thinking of 250 crores, many of us can have a sleepless nights. Vivek, what sort of data can come in? If by mistake you have given your client, suppose you are doing a bank audit. You are doing bank audit. In bank audit, you have the data of the customers, all the data. Just think by mistake that data is leaked. What happens? You are doing audit documentation, how you are keeping the audit documentation. And leave alone that. The practice of GST, the practice of income tax has taken a back foot. We all are here to discuss about AI. And I feel DPDP Act is also an important area which can give a big practice for we as chartered accountant. It can be a great area or scope of work for we all. How many of you feel so? DPDP can be a practice area? No one? Only our vice chairman feels so, and under his chairmanship, maybe next year he will make us all also feel it. So DPDP Act is actually a great area of practice, and thankful to AI in ICAI for having this session in the main session about DPDP Act. And we have with us two personalities. On my right, we have Mr. KP Narayanan, who is leading a big SaaS-based company, and he's having in-depth understanding of how this act will affect them and us. And on right, we have Mr. Vijay Srinivasan from Bangalore, who will be there as a person explaining us about our logical access control, physical access control, which we have learned way back in our DISA or CA file days. There was something called MICS or ISCA last 10 years, 5 years, who has passed 15 years. So as I discussed, in August 23, DPDP Act came into picture, and the rules were notified now. And by May 2027, the complete compliance has to be done within 18 months. So basic of DPDP Act is clear. Let's start this discussion with our great panelists who are here. And I will have the simple, straight question to Vijay sir, who is on my left, but who is always right. So Vijay sir, from a practitioner's standpoint, how do you see the role of chartered accountant evolving under DPDP Act? Specifically, how should a CA evaluate whether they are functioning as a data fiduciary versus a data processor? For example, when they are handling the payroll data, doing a payroll audit evidence, or advisory deliverables. So could you share practical scenario highlighting the risks such as using third-party tools like CAMP Scanner, our own favorite I Love PDF? So how DPDP Act comes when you go and love PDF in I Love PDF? Over to Vijay sir.
Thank you Vivek ji, and thank you EIRC for this particular beautifully organized session with the support of AI. So before we address this question, let's give a little brief into this particular DPDP, because term is repetitive, but what exactly is about this? Let's understand that it deals with any personal data of any individual in a digital form, first thing. Okay, so if it is in digital form, and we all agree that none of the data is in physical form nowadays, everything is digital. Otherwise, we will not be able to do audit. First aspect is personal data in a digital form. Now, second aspect, there are couple of terms which we need to understand as a chartered accountant, like 3+1 kind of terms. The three basic terms is the data principal, that means to whom this particular data relates to, the owner of the data. Like I am Vijay Srinivas, the name Vijay Srinivas belongs to me. Okay, so every individual is considered to be data principal in a way when it is getting processed through by any other entity. So any other entity which requests the data to do something, I want to book a flight, Air India or Indigo is asking my details. So that becomes the data fiduciary, the one which is asking the data for processing. The mode through which it is processing on its own, no issues. But if it is taking the help of someone else to process the data, they might be having some software to enter the data. The software becomes a data processor. So these three roles you need to understand. What is plus one is the data fiduciary, if he's handling more sensitive data or more like banks, insurance, hospitals and all, they will be called as a significant data fiduciaries. Now they have an additional kind of responsibilities. Now why all this act is pretty simple question they are asking. Why you are asking the personal data? For what purpose? Okay, why you need the data? Okay, what you are doing with the data? After completing the task, why you are having the data still with you? Let's say for example in our practice, we would have filed the assessment year 2015-16 return. The client might be there or may not be there. A regulatory requirement of 10 years is also passed. Why you are still holding his data with you? That's the question what this act is asking. Pretty simple question. Now if in case you are complying with this any three, you are asking the data, you want it for processing and you want to retain it for some reasons, then you have to follow the procedures, as simple as such. Okay. Now in this way, as a chartered accountant, I'll be into three different roles. My own data, where I'll be sharing for in a personal capacity, I'll become data principal. I am filing income tax returns of an individual who is directly coming to me. I will become data fiduciary because he is the data principal, I am accepting his data. I am doing audit of a company where company has provided the information including payroll, vendors, debtors, where it has personal data of various other people. I will become a data processor. Data fiduciary will be your client. Data principals will be the staff, vendors, debtors. Understood the ecosystem? This is more important for us to understand the act, to understand the ecosystem. Now as a chartered accountant, I'll be playing three roles, leaving apart individually two roles mainly. If I'm directly doing service to one individual, I'm data fiduciary. If I'm doing audit to a company, I'll become data processor because the information is being passed on to me by the client who is a data fiduciary. Okay? So this is what the roles of this thing. Now addressing the second aspect, let's take our practice where we get the data from the client, we feed into Excel, or we have Tally which we open the backup given by him. The Tally also has a backup sitting in Amazon web server or some remote. Now whenever you are taking with this particular act, list down whether you are in a role of data fiduciary first of all. Second, if you are in a role of data processor, you are not alone. You are taking Tally. Tally is a data processor again. Tally's data sitting in cloud. Cloud becomes data processor. So you might be handling with multiple data processors by yourself. You need to list down, then you think about the act, which provision to be taken care in what way. So first role establishment is very important, and that's where the first question with regard to the different roles what we will be playing, and more roles will be as a data fiduciary, especially those complying with the income tax returns individual. But those into audit and all, he'll be more of a data processor because he'll get other data also. Okay, so we'll speak about later on once situation comes. This is what the fairly about the entire.
Thanks a lot. So we have discussed the roles as data fiduciary, data processor, and your data principal. And friends, these words are very important because, as rightly said by Vijay sir, we play all the three roles as a chartered accountant. So it becomes very important, and when we talk of data processor, whether it's any accounting package, any SaaS-based software, or AI tools which we all are using. So let's understand from Nayanand sir, from the vintage point in software industry, how does DPDP Act reshape AI-driven accounting SaaS platform in India? Because we would like to understand what fundamental design changes or governance principle does it enforce. Over to Nayanand sir.
So thank you, Vivek, for that question first to you. And I thank ICAI and the entire team of EIRC for inviting me to be a panelist and giving this as an opportunity. I have a disclaimer. Just because I sit on the right-hand side of Vivek doesn't mean that I am always right. I mean, I am sandwiched between two legends. One is Mayur Agarwal and other Vivek Agarwal only? Okay, two Agarwals. Agarwal is Chennai, if you come, it's always a sweet shop will be always named as Agarwal. See, this I am not a technical expert to talk about DPDP as he was claiming. But at one point when Mayur called me and asked me to talk about the DPDP Act, so then I felt, yes, this is need of the hour. I cannot just restrict myself to only sales and distribution, but explore things like this. Otherwise, managing 600, 700 chartered accountant is very, very difficult, because one chartered accountant, how it is difficult to clear the examination, you know. So imagine 600 such legends, and you are handling them, managing them. It's not easy. So whatever I am going to talk is not from the CA perspective, not from the SaaS organization's perspective, how we will deal. First, we have to understand what is privacy and data security and data privacy. Then you understand that first and then get into questions. Like you should ask, there are a lot of avenues or channels where from you can have this knowledge. 4 or 5 years back, I have got an opportunity to relocate to Dubai. So I went and asked my wife, I have an opportunity to relocate to Dubai, and just contemplating, should I continue here or shift to Dubai? So my wife's immediate answer was, no, you are already moving towards the fag end of your retirement, so you have to make some money, so you can go. So I said, yes. Then the next question was, how will you manage if you go there? I said, I have my schoolmate. And she asked, he or she? I said, she. Then she was thinking, okay, let me also come with you. So I will put my children in the hostel and then come. Here then I was confused. Whose data and privacy? Data I forget. Whose privacy is compromised? My wife's privacy or my privacy? So these are all privacy without data. So now when it comes to that, if you ask me, a company like us, for us, the DPDP Act is just a reinforcement of the practices that we already do in our organization. I have been working with CA fraternity for almost 9 or 10 years now, moving on to my 10th year. There are a lot of things which I observed in many chartered accountancy right from how this user is assigned and how this data is stored. Data is stored in cloud or data is stored in my computer, and who has got accessible to this computer, who all have got accessible to the access to this computer. I have even seen in the password is created in a sticky note and paste it on the monitor. So this is the kind of security importance we are giving. And you all must have taken home loan or personal loan, right? CS doesn't require that, because you will have enough cash with you. That's what my understanding is. But still, we don't read the terms and conditions properly. You just tick on that and then submit. So, jo hoga dekha jayega. So that is what we see. But in our organization, what we do, when we are already, as I said, it's a reinforcement of what we do in our organization, and we don't sell the data. And we don't run our business with ads. So we don't do that. We restrict these two because these can be a possible leakage can happen here. Then we also purpose our limitation. What kind of data we need to collect? Should I collect every data the customer is willing to provide? That I don't require. I have to limit the purpose, and limit is what is required. And the second thing is, before you collect any data from anyone, and in your profession it is very, very critical, from the client, what kind of data you are collecting from them, and also have you taken consent from them that where and all you are going to use this data, and are you collecting only the relevant information that is required for your business. It is not like that, I was talking during the lunch with someone was saying that you collect all the data, like your Aadhaar card, wife's Aadhaar card, children's Aadhaar card, telephone number, this, that, PAN card, not required. So limit your purpose of the data that you collect. And that has to start from, in fact, it is very, very mandatory for the CA profession that right from now, you should be very clear enough. to what kind of data that you are collecting from your customer. So this is about what I wanted to say, and accountability matters, and you should check with the service provider, any SaaS company for that matter. There are about 33,000 SaaS companies in the world. You have to be very, very clear. It is not just collecting the data. It's all, you should also check who is going to be the accountable for that, and for what purpose they are collecting the data. Yes, that's from my side.
Thanks, Nandan sir, from taking us to Dubai. And I don't know whether any one of us will get that offer. Then we'll ask our wife or not. But very rightly said, you know, many a time what happens, you are talking about data. Just think, as a chartered accountant, sometimes it happens that the client asks, sir, I have got this 2 kg of gold, please keep for us. Sorry, we will not keep it, it's risky, it may get lost, there can be other repercussion. But on the same time, the complete data of the client, the tally book, the complete accounting details, information is lying with us. So it becomes very difficult to understand why we are keeping that data, how long we should keep that data. I remember 3 days back going to a newsletter, I wanted to download the PDF, and there was a disclosure. We are only taking your data to make sure you are a human being so that you can download this. We are not storing your data. For the first time I was shocked, because whenever you take any, we download any PDF of any newsletter or anything, we feel our data is there, now every month we'll get a newsletter. But now they are disclosing that they are not safeguarding your data, they are not storing that data. So the world is changing with this DPDP Act. And with this, we are here for 2 days discussing AI and how AI is helping people like us. And when AI comes into mind, we have a very important question for Vijay sir. From a compliance perspective, how can CA use AI as a one-time or repeatable exercise to build internal DPDP readiness? For example, through developing local tools, redaction tools, or controlled data pipeline that prevents accidental processing of personal data. So till yesterday we were using the AI for processing the data. Now how can I use AI to prevent the data, to mask the data, not to upload client data on ChatGPT and say, please give me the answer, but how to redact the data, how to remove the numbers, how to mask that data and process the data without informing any LLM model that whose data it is, what data it is. So over to Vijay sir.
Yeah, if I answer it in a right way, probably you will be, for the next session, we will be moving out of this hall to attend the Vivek sir's session, because my answer is somewhere lying in that particular session, because he's talking about vibe coding. Okay, developing your own tools. So the question, when you are using AI for a one time, like say for example, you might have your own templates for auditing, for NOCs, you'll have your own templates, is it not? Similarly, for data protection, we need to have certain kind of documentation templates, first thing, which can be taken from AI with a help that it can correlate with the provisions of DPDP and accordingly draft the required templates for you, one thing. Second thing, whenever you are, let's say I love PDF, people use I love PDF to compress the files, to resize the files. Maybe if you ask ChatGPT to identify a way where you can reduce that within your system through Python coding and all. You don't need to learn, it will do. It's an assistant which will help you right from A to Z. Maybe if not you, your article student, you is young, passionate enough, take the help so that you find out some tool which is in your own system, wherein you are not going to third party, and everything you are working in your own office, so you are eliminating the data processor role also. So try to work out some kind of those things by using AI for these 2 days learning what you carry. Say if you can invest time on this ChatGPT and all. By the way, I'm not sure how many of you are using ChatGPT. ChatGPT Go is free for next 1 year. That means you have good capabilities available free. So make that use before this. DPDP is also 1 year for the consent manager to be set up, November, and then board by May 2027. So take that opportunity to come up with some small tools which you can take care of masking the data. Like say if I give an ITR to this particular tool which we are using in our office created by our own article student, Wherever names, date of birth, emails are there, it will immediately mask and generates a separate PDF file. Now I can confidently upload to AI for doing any kind of analysis. So you just need to work out these kind of methodologies. And I said, probably if you can attend the Vivek session, not to empty this hall, the next which is about vibe coding, you might pretty much get an idea about how to tackle it and all. Yeah.
Thanks, Vijay. So actually, you don't have to do anything like in vibe coding, what we say. You can have a basic HTML in your laptop itself, and you don't have to go to any website to merging text or merging files and anything. Anyhow, a great point, like with AI, as a DPDP tool which we can create with AI is actually there. And we are having various redact tools from Python, just masking your details like your PAN card number, name, etc. and easily uploading to any of the LLM model. And sir rightly said that Go is free, Perplexity is coming free, and Gemini is free. Why they are free? Because they want your data for next 18 months. And after 18 months, I don't know whether there will be a data processor. I suppose there will be a data processor, and how they will use that data. There will be onus on them also as a data processor if they want to work in India. And right to be forgotten, right to delete, and all that. If I have given some data to ChatGPT or Gemini, how they will delete it or give me a right to delete, it's very difficult, because still I feel incognito mode is a myth. It's not there. They are training their data, and maybe 18 months of Gemini is free because of that. I don't know. So the next question to Nayanand sir, and a very pertinent question again in the industry which is there. Section 8 of DPDP Act emphasizes reasonable safeguard. When I say reasonable safeguard, it comes from again a word called reasonable assurance, which we as a chartered accountant give when we are doing an audit. So DPDP Act emphasizes that you have the reasonable safeguard and deep accountability. So how do modern software platforms build accountability in their culture and architecture? It is more of a mindset shift or a technical implementation. Already said by sir that it's a reinforcement of privacy which was there, and again a reinforcement is happening. So let's understand more about it from sir.
Just to clarify, the reinforcement I was talking about, for a SaaS company like us or for Zoho, the DPDP Act is just a reinforcement of the law which is coming in, because we are already following it. And coming back to your compliance part, and there are a couple of things which I would like to talk about. Accountability beyond compliance, right? One is that as a service provider, I am a service provider, and you all trust us and you share your data, your customers' data with us. Now, am I giving a role-based access to personally identifiable information? If you have provided a personally identifiable information, then who all have given the access? That is the first point we should be very careful about. And for access to sensitive data, like your Aadhaar card, your bank account details, or PAN card, or any other IDs for that matter, all these things who are handling, who are going to handle. See, for Zoho, this entire data is stored in our own data centers only. We are not hiring data centers outside. In India, we have 2 data centers, one in Mumbai and one in Chennai, and all these data are stored there only. And we follow something called transnational localism, that we have got 18 countries, we have got 18 data centers. So it's all within that country only, and the data is not shared outside the country. So tomorrow in India, we have this outsourcing opportunity coming in, we take the business globally. So it should not happen that if any country, to any country, the government is restricting us to export the data or share the data outside. So are we proactively prepared or ready to accept that? So it should not be reactive, it has to be proactive. That is something which you should check with every service provider. So when you subscribe for some application or want to, or you have decided to work with some company. So this is what my advice would be. And controlled exports, which I was talking about, and you should have given the access to the customer also. At any time the data can be edited, deleted, all those things. That access also you have to give. So these are all the basic things which will give more accountability to the service provider and the employees I am talking about working for that organization. So this has to be taken care of.
Thanks a lot, Mahendran sir, and rightly said. On a lighter note, most of the SME practice have their data in their computer itself. They don't have a data server also. So we are more localized in that manner. But COVID-19 has acted as a catalyst for we all adapting the servers and taking the online backups, going for the maybe Office 365 and taking that OneDrive or Google Drive. So Vijay sir, like whenever we are talking to a vendor, what are the things pertaining to DPDP Act which we should question them? Like given that the CA firm interact with multiple vendors, the cloud drives, the workflow platforms, the LLMs and the AIs which are there. So how should a CA firm structure its data processing agreements or vendor due diligence under the DPDP Act? Because you see, I was working with one of the large PSU insurance company doing the IFC implementation. The first thing they ask, how you will keep our data, what amount of data you will keep, and then how you will delete that data after the assignment is over. So what sort of agreements we are giving to our clients, what sort of paper we are signing with our clients, and back to back, what sort of documents or agreement we are having with our vendors. This becomes very important as a CA practitioners, and mostly those who are doing the bank audits also.
So let's first understand that we are dealing with a digital ecosystem. DPDP is digital ecosystem. Digital Protection Board of India is also a digital office, more than a physical office. It's completely digital ecosystem. Let's say, for example, how comfortable you are in using WhatsApp, in acknowledging with a thumbs up and all. It's going to be similar kind of thing. It's not like we are going to file some returns and kind of thing. It's completely digital. There will be a platform driven. But coming to the question in terms of when you are dealing with larger kind of data and all, I'll share, might be sounding technical for you, but kindly make a note of this. 3 terminologies. One is anonymization, one is pseudonymization, third one is tokenization. Very important for us as an auditor to deal with. This is going to be future. Anonymization is something wherein you accept only that what is required. Let's say, for example, you are trying to file do the payroll services. You don't require employee name, you don't require employee code also. Employee code also will be considered as a personal data for your kind of information. You require only the pay what you are making the payment so that you can calculate the TDS. So anonymization says that you ask only that information what is required so that you are eliminating the provisions of DPDPA straight away. First thing. Second thing, there is a regulatory requirement saying that you need to maintain your records for 7 years, 10 years, all these things. So in that case, I have to retain because to whom you have served this address and all, you need to maintain. So there is this concept called pseudonymization. What it says is, you use alternative characters. Instead of A, Z. Instead of 1, 0. Some kind of pseudonames you create as your library and start replacing them, then store it as a replaced format. Pseudonymization is also, pseudonyms is also personal data, but at least you are taking safeguards, reasonable safeguards, saying that the data is, even if someone breaches, it's not the straight data. So auditors require pseudonymization. Then the third one is called tokenization, where entities like Narayan Sir's Zoho and all, where they might be, I'm not sure, but at least banks, financial institutions or hospital, they'll be declared as a significant because they deal with sensitive data like patient records. Banks deal with financial. There they speak about tokenization, where they have to create a complete token system like we do hashing and all. No, it's complete token system and the token has to be stored in a separate locker or safeguard kind of thing. So these three systems, pseudonymization, if you remember, any vendor agreements, what vendor agreements will have vendor name, certain details. So identify those personal things, try to give a pseudonames and then store. So come up with these kind of, and I'm saying we have very less time. 1 year is what we have by consent management system coming November 2026. Then May 2027 board is going to come. I'll give a simple example of one of our client requesting us to give a roadmap of implementation. On working out, it is a simple company which is around having 200 employees kind of thing. A roadmap has worked out to around 160 days to complete the data what was there earlier, all the vendors, employees and all to implement. For one client it takes 160 days. Imagine for our own officers we have to take care first, then to the vendors, to the clients and all. So it's going to be huge Hercules task, but that's an opportunity also. As the challenge is there is a huge opportunities. Maybe over a period I'll also share those, the kind of opportunities what you have. But yes, this is what I thought I can add.
Perfect, Vijay sir. You talked about vault, you talked about the keepers of the vault, and it reminds me about a story. There was once a trusted vault keeper in a town. People deposited their golds, documents, and family belongings, not because the vault was strongest, but because the keeper was trusted. Just like you have a village near Sedi, which is known as a village without any lock and key, Sunny Singnapur. So it's about the trust which is important. And over time, the town changed. Gold turned into data. The keys turned into password. And the vault turned into servers and clouds. So one day a breach happened. And the keeper said, "I never stole anything." The town replied, "We didn't accuse you of stealing. We questioned your responsibility." And that day the keeper understood something very important. Trust is not about intent. It is about system, control and accountability. And we, as a chartered accountant, are the keepers. Our clients, our society, our regulators, they trust us. And they should trust our system, control and accountability. So friends, DPDP Act is a law about, it's not a law about technology. It is the law about trust. So as chartered accountant, we are no longer just auditors of numbers. We are now guardians of data. Not just compliance professionals, but trust architects. So whether we sit in practice or industry, the question is no longer, did you misuse the data? The question is, did you design system that deserve the trust? And that was the discussion which Vijay sir said. People talking about 180 days, 1 year, 1.5 years for complying with DPDP Act. And we, as a vault keeper of the data of our clients, should start thinking that whether sooner or later the trust will be broken if we don't have the design, the system which should be required under the DPDP Act. And with this, we have the next question, and maybe a penultimate question for Narayanan sir. Many Indian SME use multiple disconnected tools. How can software companies help them transition to DPDP-ready workflows, especially when AI features are introduced in those tools which are there? Like we have various accounting packages where we can link with the bank account and all the data are fetched and entries are happening automatically. Very soon, or maybe 5 years down the line, we'll have the blockchain technology which is there, and host-to-host accounting are there in various accounting package. So how the software companies are making sure and that DPDP is guided with them, and our CA firm using multiple tools, how they can inculcate the DPDP workflows in their office or how they can use it. Narayanan sir.
So before answering that question, I would like to, this question is to the audience. How many of you have leveraged the use of technology into your practice? Just
no
raise your hands, just raise your hand. Or are you How many of you, see, I will ask you a different question. How many of you are running paperless practice? No. At least 50%? 25%? Okay. Let us assume that it is 0%. Now, we are always talking about outsourcing industry. You know something, I have traveled across India, and I know little bit about market outside also, like entire Middle East, Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, Philippines and all. There is one thing which everyone will say. Indian chartered accountants are intelligent and brilliant chartered accountants across accountants available in the world. So that is a fact, because this is the toughest cost that we are clearing and becoming a CA. Even my aspirations was to become a chartered accountant, but unfortunately those days I was very playful, and I could not even clear the basic foundation, and after subsequent to foundation there was an examination in 80s. So I couldn't clear that. Such a solid profession in your hand, the most respected profession. You come to Zoho, I will say the kind of respect we give to the institute and the chartered accountant members are immense. I have never seen in my career in the past. And that kind of respect you command, and you say that I don't even have 25% of execution as far as the automation is concerned. You have to think yourself, this industry is going to grow, and it is not that how I am going to manage my client. You come out of that, this thing. You have to start thinking how the clients outside my country are going to look at me. So this DPDP Act is applicable not only for the chartered accountants who are practicing in India. When a client is approaching you to hire you as a consultant, they will also look at whether you are completely thoroughly adhered to all these things using technology. Every day I get minimum 5 calls in my mobile asking, sir, can you suggest a tech-savvy chartered accountant? So unfortunately, with lot of pain in my heart, I could say the exit November, the number of chartered accountants in India are 4,85,000. But if you look at tech-savvy chartered accountants, it's not even 0.5% of the total. There are various reasons to it, but you self-evaluate your strength, start working on it. Even I am also an outsider to technology. When I joined this office, I used to bring in notepads, diaries, all those things. And the young generation of 20s and 24 used to laugh at me. Then some people will come, KPN, don't come like this, I will teach you. So 24-year-old new employee will teach a 54-year-old executive how to use technology. So that is something which we have to come out. 72 million SME registration is there in India, 72 million. And if you ask me, is there a right accountants to manage them, then my answer will be no. No one is ready. There could be multiple reasons behind it. Multiple reasons. So here what is happening is, the first thing, you should avoid using multi-vendor solution. For accounting, you hire one vendor. For payroll, you hire another vendor. For CRM, you hire another vendor. So don't engage multiple vendors. Engaging multiple vendor in the sense, the potential risk of sharing all this data outside is more, because the same data you have to share with all the vendors. So have a single vendor, you have everything integrated between themselves, so that you feed only the necessary relevant data to one person, and that data is safe. So that is what the answer for your question.
Perfect, Nayanand sir. And but we can, as a chartered accountant, we can just boost you that we will be having very soon lots of tech-savvy CAs from East, at least I can say, with such programs being organized by ICAI, AI and ICAI, along with our division EIRC. And if you see, 50, 60, 100, 200 chartered accountants also coming over here and talking about DPDP Act, talking about AI, talking about vibe coding. So I think things are changing, Nayanand sir. And today you said about 5% of the chartered accountant. Maybe next time you'll come and say 50% of chartered accountants of East India at least are tech savvy. That's for guarantee.
And any help from, I endorse it, any help from our side as an institution, whether you require any training or something like that, reach out to your chairman. We are always happy to extend that kind of training for you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. And Vijay, sir, we have lots of auditors over here who are doing audit day in, day out, whether assurance, whether internal audit, whether doing forensic professionals. And when you are doing forensic professional, earlier we used to say we are doing sampling. But now with the amount of data which is there and the technology which is there, the quantum of data has arisen and the sampling has gone for a toss. And now we talk about complete analytics of the data when you are doing assurance also. So what changes do CA firm need to make in audit documentation, working paper management, and client communication, which is very important, to align with the principles of data minimization and purpose limitation in compliance with DPDP Act? Over to Vijay sir.
Yeah. See, data minimization in the sense, you ask data which is required. Okay, so you are minimizing, let's say, as I said, payroll, I don't require name, I don't require mobile, I just need a pay. For filing a return, I need a PAN. Of course, for that probably I'll go pseudonymization. Rest of all, I can get that. Unless he's sharing a bank statement, there also I don't require the headers. Just give me the transaction, that's enough for me. Okay, so you're minimizing the data, what is required for you to perform an audit, first thing. Now to connect with this particular theme of these 2 days, AI, I'll share one insight which you can probably make use of course, keeping the DPDP apart for a while. As I was mentioning about various tools available for 1 year free, ChatGPT Go or whatever it may be. So what we follow in our office, probably I can share. I will create a custom GPT, okay, which will be my audit assistant. I'll share my past audit templates while removing all the relevant information and only the audit procedures, templates of audit, what audit memos I've issued, what notes I've carried. I keep uploading to this custom GPT and I'll design a proper prompt saying that whenever I give certain information to you, you analyze based on the templates what I provide and provide me with a reference number, a documentation as per SA 500 or SA 230 or SA 700 if in case I'm generating a report. All these I train a custom GPT. So first thing, I'm minimizing whatever is required. I mean, if I'm sharing a bank statement, I'll share only the financial figures with the ledger codes, not the ledger names also. It will understand, okay, this ledger code to this ledger code, it's a current asset. This ledger code to this ledger, it's a direct expenses. Using that, it will analyze that and makes the percentage of ratios. And then based on the templates what I've given earlier, it will create a documentation. That means by the end of the day, the audit is being taken care, the documentation is being taken care, and the SA 520 analytical aspect also being taken care with the help of AI. So being an AI, I thought I can connect with, but overall, the only point you need to keep in mind is the data minimization means ask that data what is relevant, maintain that data what is relevant. Income tax return, is it mandatory for you to retain with you for 7 years? No, it's a client's headache. Audit, it is required under Companies Act or PMLA, whatever it may be. But income tax return, you don't require. Once you file the return, it's a client's headache. Why you should retain that particular thing? It's unnecessarily bringing on the headache, is it not? So this is what data minimization. This culture we need to inculcate in our practices right from now, so that by the time November 2026 comes, we are full to. Because one aspect is preparing yourself, and your clients will keep coming from tomorrow onwards asking that what I should be doing with this. Unless you are practically using, how you can advise your clients, is it not? So that is what probably good that EIRC and all the ICAI committees are taking up this, and more so will be probably coming up. So you need to keep your eyes pretty open when it comes to DPDPA, because it's not about penalties. It's beyond that, lot many reputation. You might be losing clients also saying that, okay, because of this, okay, some notice comes from DPDPA, that's a trust issue, and you might be losing your reputation straight away. So that's what I thought I can add from my side. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Vijay sir. And Nayanand sir, in brief, can you just also say about something about data guardians? Who are the data guardians? and give your closing remarks on this panel discussion of DPDP. What are the key takeaways you feel from a SaaS executive point of view that our members and in practice all industry should take away from this discussion?
Okay, thanks for that question. So at Zoho, in our company, I can say, because since I represent one SaaS company, I would like to share the best practices that we have with us. One is that we actually follow 3 layers of security and privacy policy. One is philosophy, the second one is product, and the third one is practice as a product leader. Philosophy is what I was talking about. We don't sell data. That is the first philosophy which we should have. So when you are subscribing or for any applications in the SaaS platform, or when you are adopting any technology for your firm or your client's place, first you should check whether this data is getting sold outside. So that is something which you need to check. And the second one is product. Our policy is like product, even when it comes to implementation of AI in our product, the product privacy is first. Privacy first AI, that's what I will say. Which means any potential leakage of data has to be arrested. So that is the second one. And we don't do advertisement. So pick up these things, and whenever you are going to subscribe for an application, I am not talking about Zoho, any applications that is available in the market, you evaluate all these things before you subscribe. Read the terms and conditions very, very clearly. So this is the first, the 3 things which I would like to, ask you to follow. And in conclude, you don't have to worry about DPDP Act at all. We just have to see, are we compliant to this? Are we following these rules? Like, I would like to endorse what Vijay mentioned now, the reputation. I would like to connect this with my previous statement. I was talking about outsourcing industry and how clients outside India are looking at you. On one side, abhi impression, it is going to be there forever. Our accountants, or I don't want to call it accountants, just accountants. Our professionals or consultants are excellent and brilliant chartered accountants, I am telling you. So it's our duty that we are compliant to all these things, and do not take things for granted. Even now we are using a common platform to share informations, share even documents. Just put it in the chat, send the document, put it in the link, send the link to the receiver. So this is what we do. We have to have our own applications which will work within our organization. Even for internal communication, communicating within the team and communicating outside the organization. These things we have to understand and start adopting this. So Baki sab, just follow the rules. It is easy only. It is not going to be that great difficult.
So with that, 1 minute summary or wrap up from your end, sir, before we take 1 or 2 questions from audience.
I would rather see, personally, I feel this is a cultural shift what we are going to have through DPDPA. How feel you will save when no one calls you with regard to promoting some credit cards and all? How feel your children will feel when their photos are not displayed as first ranker, second ranker, or no targeting advertisement about children? Okay, so we'll feel so more liberal in terms of way I am sharing my data elsewhere. I will not be worried about. This is where the cultural shift, and that's where Narayanan sir is connecting. The trust what you are going to get by complying with this will attract GCCs, SSCs from global, where you will be getting more and more works, because that's the only thing which is barring the Western people coming over here. Now this act will be creating that trust, where those barriers will be, trust issues will be settled, and you'll get more and more opportunities. So kindly take it as a cultural shift. Try to adopt first yourself, then try to pass it on to the training your clients and all, so that over a period we'll see many offers coming in, not directly from DPDPA, from other aspects also, being a custodians of the client data and whatever it is.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Over to Mayur for any questions from audience.
Thank you so much, Vivek ji. We can take 1 or 2 questions from audience if we have. Kindly hand over the mic, Abhishek.
Yeah, thank you. So this is regarding, like, all CA firms or all practitioners generally keep their clients' data on the cloud, or maybe using third-party applications, like without the knowledge of the client. So shall we take, and if any leakage or data breach is happening from the third-party softwares or the third-party site, which even the client doesn't know, or even as a practitioner we also don't know. So while putting any data on any third-party application, if we take a consent while the engagement is on, will it protect us, or whether we'll still be liable for the breaches over there?
See, there we are trying to compare with the NDAs, non-disclosure. NDA is nowhere in this picture. Even if the client gives a consent, certain provisions barring to go any such kind of activity. This is pretty clear. It is protecting the Article 21 fundamental rights of your constitution. So even if you have taken a consent, still you will be liable, because the act forbids that kind of things. The only way is, as I said, data minimization. If I take, say, practical, what will be the next step? Now that you have 12 months, November 2026, the consent manager will come. Consent manager is nothing but it's a company which will be registered with the ministry through DPBI. It should be digital platform with the security protocols and all. Now once this comes, from that day onwards, whatever client data you have to erase unless there is a legal requirement to retain, with an intimation to the client through consent manager saying your data is with me, as per regulatory it's not required, I am erasing this through consent. So this is the first job what you will be playing by next year, wherein past data will be completely cleaned from your systems. So there, when you are saying that even consent given, it is barring certain things to retain, unless you have, once the process, as I said, simple question, once the ITR is filed, why I should require data? Once the analytics has been done in a forensic, why I require data? Only analytics, that too infographic kind of thing. I don't require the actual data unless judiciary questions something. So these are the things what we need to address.
Basically my question was, while third party is storing, even if we are deleting from our end, but the third party may retain that data.
See, so ultimately most of the third parties for us is Tally, Genius, Wingman. These are the third parties for us. That means they are all data processors.
Example is like ClearTex is exiting the market,
exactly,
and they are now tying up with different.
So these are all data processors on behalf. We are uploaded on behalf of the. So these are our responsibility is to take the similar declaration what we give to the client, saying that you have erased all the data. I need to request that, get that, upload from my side to the consent manager. It's our responsibility. Wherever data is there, you need to make a list of that. You need to take an inventory of all the software so far you have used, communicate with them saying if any our data is there, check and communicate back saying the data has been erased, and then I'll upload this to consent as a data processor of a client. So you can imagine the chain of, the supply chain of data, what it involves, the kind of responsibilities what we have to take care.
Great, great, Vijayji. Any other question? So we can conclude.
Hello. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. A solid discussion on the emerging area of practice as well as emerging area of concern, which is the DPDP Act. I think for those who were knowing it, I think this discussion has bring in more clarity, and for those for whom this was a new term or who has come to know about this act for the first time, I think this has given a roadmap, and then further research from your end will help us maybe from protecting the data and from protecting ourselves, because at the inception the moderator Vivek ji has announced that the penalty goes up to 250 crores to even an individual who is breaching the DPDP Act. So on that note, our hearty gratitude and our thanks to the moderators here, Vivek Agarwal and both the panelists. Thank you for taking out your time and taking us, each one of us, through this very, very important act. Kindly give a huge round of applause for each one of them. Friends, we are having two more sessions coming up, very important. One is AI in accounting, and we have none other than Mr. Tuhin Sen Gupta, who is lead architect AI in Tally Solutions. And then we are having a very good discussion on My Data, My Rules. These are the two more sessions coming up. Parallel sessions we have already announced are going on. Tomorrow's session, friends, will be posting in the groups as well. We have already posted, we'll be posting that along with the timeline. I would also like to announce that, friends, Mr. Babul Supriyo, Minister of Information Technology of Government of West Bengal, will be joining us tomorrow at around 11:30. He'll be addressing us. He will also be taking us through all the new policies which the Government of West Bengal is bringing in and implementing in the state of West Bengal. So those of you interested, kindly join. Tomorrow also we'll be starting sharp at 10:30. Over to Hariramji for taking up the session further.
Friends, good afternoon to all of you. Now we are proceeding for the next technical session, in which we will be discussing AI in accounting, which is most integral part of we the chartered accountant professionals, how in accounting we can put AI. So we do have none other than Mr. Tuhin Sengupta, speaker on the topic. May I request Mr. Tuhin Gupta, please join us on the dais. Yes. Friends, Mr. Tuhin Sengupta is the lead architect AI in Tally Solutions, guiding and managing multiple programs for companies' AI/ML roadmap to ensure the successful execution of AI/ML enabled features in the product. Over 25 years of experience in software product engineering and design, he gained rich expertise in technologies such as NET, Z2EE, system programming, mobile app development, cloud technology, and development ops, largely with the finance and ERP domain. Tuhin believes in building technology that is future ready for business and has led initiatives such as multi-platform support, new DevOps practices, and productization. He is currently spreading blockchain research within Tally to address unique business cases for the upcoming product line. Before joining Tally, Mr. Tuhin built a diverse and rewarding career that began with Tata Consultancy Services, where he held multiple roles focusing on software engineering and architecture. He holds BE from IIEST and PG degree from IIM Ahmedabad in management, and also participated in the postgraduate program in artificial intelligence from the University of Texas, Austin. Additionally, he is TOGAF 9.2 certified enterprise. A big round of applause to welcome Mr. Tuhin Sengupta. Friends, I will request Gidhariji Sharma to please come forward to welcome by offering Uttariyo to Mr. Tuhin Sengupta.
you.
With the kind consent from the speaker, I will take just 2 minutes. Friends, we the EIRC and ICAI is taking so many initiatives to upgrade and update the members. We are holding several programs, and for those programs, we do have questions from the participant that where from we will be getting this presentation or background material of this program. So whenever the speaker or the faculty is providing us the background material program or PPT presentation to us, we upload the same in our website, that is ICAI, EIRC, ICAI. And that too, no login password or user ID password is required for that. Just simply click in the Google EIRC, ICAI, and you will find this home page. And in the home page, there are tabs, resources, and resources is number 5, and in number 5, number 4 is background material of events. And you see that all the background material supplied to us by the faculties are being uploaded here. For example, on 5th December, on 6th December, there was a program from Mr. Gopal Loda who supplied us on 5th December. We uploaded the same, the 2-day seminar of contemporary legal and regulatory framework in India. Topic was RERA. And you see the last column, that is download. If you double click that download icon, you will get this presentation, and that is readily available. That is a PPT presentation which on the basis of AE has discussed. So full of this PPT is available. Whenever you attend the program and find that you need some help or the PPT or presentation, if the faculty has provided to us, we upload it here. You go here and download in your laptop or desktop, and whenever you feel it necessary, you can refer that for the purposes of your profession. But friends, a word of caution, that simply downloading those PPT and presentation to your laptop or system will not serve you much. So the basic need is that you must attend the program. And if you attend the program and after that you want to revise the same thing or something, or you are missing something to re-clarify or re-update yourself, then you download and take help from this, then it will be of help. Otherwise, all the materials are somewhere or other available in the Google or some site or somewhere else, or in the books or somewhere, study materials and all, guidance note and all. So that will not serve the purpose. But when you attend the program, and if you want to update yourself or refer back or update yourself some missing part of that presentation, then you refer it and it will be of immense help to all of you. Thank you, friends. Your suggestions are welcome. Thank you. Please keep joining the several programs of EIRC of ICAI. There are a series of programs in next 10 days. So refer our website and you will find that a lot of programs are there. So the program of your interest, you join it, and we are doing it the lowest possible cost to you. So to upgrade our members and continuous professional education. Thank you, friends. Thank you. So over to Mr. Tuhin Sengupta. Big round of applause to Mr. Tuhin Sengupta.
Yeah, let's set up my laptop. Okay. Can you project this? Okay. Good afternoon, all. It's my pleasure to be here. I hope you are enjoying all the sessions. So I'll just what I'll talk about today is how the AI is reshaping the businesses and accounting system, or going to reshape. We are in a transition period right now, and making that businesses and accounting more efficient and scalable, very, very efficient and simple way to operate, right? So before starting, let me brief about myself. So I work in Tally Solutions, who is the maker of Tally Prime product, which is most probably using it, right? And I work in
Tally's AI division. From several years, we are actually researching on how to add features, AI-driven feature into Tally Prime, and all those things. I will show some of the things that we are doing towards the end of the presentation, and I lead that team, multiple projects and all those things. So that's what. And last 8 years I'm in Tally. Now to start the presentation, I'll start to set up the context that what is a business. So in business, what is the typical engagement various stakeholder of the business do, right? So just to set that context, that where we will use AI, where we will not, and all those things. So in a business, typically data flows in a linear fashion, right? So there is a data entry operator that who actually entered the transaction in a book, any software, be it Tally or some other accounting software. It creates the registering the sales, it creates the purchase and all those things. Owner or manager uses or creates payments, receiving payments and all those stuff. Owner will see the data, check that cash flow, verify their balances, verify the stock and everything, and take a decision what to do next. Do I have to take loan? Do I have to expand my business, and all those decisions they will take. And then data will go to CS, to you guys who will actually do the auditing, do the compliance check, do the tax filing and all those stuff. So generally data is currently heart of that whole business, but it flows linearly, right? And that is how typical engagement in a business happens. Now if I see what is the user need, right? So when businesses or owners are running the business, they are not concerned about how the data is stored or how what software I am using, but they are concerned about how to grow my business, right? But to do that, they have certain needs, right? So they have to, there are many compliances, many requirement, many ecosystem around them they have to comply with. So they need to actually record things, right? So they have to, like for example, if we start from the beginning, that they have to set up their whole business in a digital system. They have to create a group, branches, they have to create go downs, they have to create bank accounts in a system, and then they have to keep track of their inventories, their goods and all those stuff. And they day-to-day basis they have to log the transactions, right? Their sales, their purchases, their payments, all the stuff they will do. And top of it, they have to manage that accuracy, that everything is reflecting accurate. Is my bank account balance matching my book balance? Is my inventory in the go down matching with my record in the books? So they have to manage that everything is as part of that, what is your real position versus your book positions. You have to continuously juggle with it, and then using those data, which is actually what you are seeing your book data, right? So at the end of the day, that owners or businesses, they check the book data and then they take a decision. They take a decision about the cash flows, take a decision about expenses, and how they will grow the business and all those things. So that's the need of the business. But now where AI will help, right? So where AI will be useful in that case. So one of the thing that first most thing that is very easy and now low hanging fruit is that automate, right? Automate the thing, automate the transactions, automate the entry system at all, right? So all those things, that is one, improving the efficiency. You assist the user to create the transaction automatically for you. So that there AI can help. That's one direct use case. And then all those accuracy, transaction management and everything, you can actually prevent, ensure the high accuracies, right? So you ensure high accuracies, you prevent the errors, you detect the errors and correct it before it, you go close to the compliance date or tax filing date or whatever. And it can also help you access the data quickly and easily. So today, be it Tally Prime, which is running on a desktop or something, and then owners requires the data, they have to go to accountant, ask for data, give me the balance sheet, give me the profit and loss. It's not data is not available directly, easy way, not quick enough to him. So he has to go and go to search for a report, search the time period, everything. So that can be fast, can be accessed faster using AI. using all those things, using the AI tools. Now, and interfaces also is very technical today, right? So you have a system to enter data, it verifies your data, it has a particular form, you have to search, you have to select your accounting and all those things. So you can simplify the interface by natural languages, right? So the way we talk to with another human fellow, we can actually talk to computers and ask for the data directly, right? So that could be simplified interface that AI can help, right? And then AI also can help analyze your data, right? It can you don't start your own calculation. Today you do raw data, you put in Excel sheet, create graph and everything. AI can help creating that, creation the projections, give you predictions, give you a starting point for you to start the analysis and all those things. So you can assist in that, help you take decision. And then how to's, right? So most of the time, I don't know in the product how to do that, right? So it can, without talking to a customer care or going to the manual, AI can help you guide in the system. So that's another use case that AI can useful. Now I'll break it down, all of this into with the certain, certain users of the system, especially in the accounting and businesses. So first start with, data entry operator, right? Data entry user. So how do we make data entry smarter, right? Or by making documentation, like automation of the documentation, right? Today, a typical use case would be like, in a business, I get a purchase order. Now I'll get a sales, invoice, and then I'll track it, right? I'll make the sales and everything. Now, typically the purchase invoices are sent via the, digital communication nowadays. Most of the times it will come by the WhatsApp or email or physical copy even comes, and a data entry operator will enter it manually. Right? Now, there's a problem there that we have seen in the, actual practice in the market is that, so you don't need to enter then and there, right? So that is not happening. So you collect your purchase invoices, you file it in a file or a folder system in your computer, but you not enter in the accounting system. You wait till you need it, right? You need it like because you have to supply a GST compliance, apply for a ITC, you do it 2 days before it or 5 days before it. So your information not reflecting real time, right? So you don't know in your book what is my order book is. You don't know because you delay because it's a time consuming thing to enter, right? So typically what we saw is that a 2-page or 3-page invoice of 50 items, it takes 20 minutes to enter. So people will delay it, okay? Whenever required, I'll do it, I'll not do it now. Right? So AI can help here where you don't need to enter. AI will read your document and automatically create the voucher in your accounting book, right? But you have to verify, of course. So probably in that case, your verification would become, live, right? Because you know exactly what is the order you are expecting. You directly see that what is entered by the AI, you verify and accept in the book. Two things that in that case happening, that you are getting data real time reflecting in your book, right? So your owner, when see the books, he sees the real order book, right? And second is like it is less that your books, you don't have to, you are saving time, right? So 20 minutes, AI can save you like 20 minutes by within 1 minute it will create a vouchers, right? Create a transactions, right? And AI automatically extract your all the details from the vouchers, like it extract your tax information, your item information, match it to your inventory, your ledgers, and create the transaction automatically. So that's one. Second benefit is the error detection. In that delayed case, when you enter manually, you detect error later, right? When you try to do compliance or audit, that time you say that, okay, something went wrong, something correct, I have to correct it. But AI can, here, because AI is creating the transaction, you only verifying, your manual errors reduces, right? So you have a like less errors. AI can detect duplicate transaction creation. AI can, correct the wrong classification. It can check that, stock balances and negative stock errors. It can alert you right now. It can check your GST, automatically check everything. So what you get as a CA, that you get a very clean book, right? When your entry is clean, you get a clean book to audit or start compliance check. Right? So that is one. And then second is in your CA accounting, what AI can help there is that like you can actually have a assistant, right? AI assistant, we can do the GSTR validation for you, first level, right? First level, it can do a compliance reminder, it can have a checklist creation, it can check against your checklist what are the red flag in that book. It can check the ITC mismatch detection, back-ended entry, and all those things can automatically detect for a first level check run by the AI. So that's another use case for CAs and accountant community. And for owners, AI can give you a simplified, a natural language driven interface, right? So here you ask question in a English language, and you get the answer directly. Like for example, I can ask question like, what is my task today, right? The owner comes to the business in the first morning and say what I have to do today, and I can scan through your book and see, okay, you have to follow up this vendor, or you have to pay that much amount, you have loan pending, or you have stock going to everything. Now I can scan through your books and answer you, right? Or simply you can ask, what is my top 5 vendors, or where should I open my shop, next year, right? So this kind of analysis also I can do, right? So you now you don't have to juggle with that, accounting reports, create your own decision. AI can give you a kickstart, right? So it can actually analyze your data and give you a starting page, which is a non-blank sheet, right? From there you can start your work. So that's another data and insight using AI. Now, what AI there for all? So if I summarize that, it will give you a in-app help, right? So it will assist you with your day-to-day work. It is not replacing you. So that is not what AI is for here. Still we are not in that age where AI will replace you. It will actually improve your productivity by multifold. That's what AI is, and it will guide you in each step. It can, and your interfaces will become easier, voice-based or text-based communication, not in a like jargon like Word, or kind of you don't need to understand the accounting nitty-gritty to operate this, right? And it gives you timely alert, notification, and it keeps you up to date. So that's what AI can do. But all of this are not without any hurdles or challenges, right? So let me explain what are the challenges that AI actually poses. There's a benefit, there's a clear benefit, but what are the challenges that you have to overcome to do that? So first challenge, one is the affordability, that today still AI is not cheap, right? So it comes with a cost. It's not only monetary, right? So when AI runs, it runs a superior hardwares, and we need a software and all those things. So not all can afford it. Not all businesses can afford that. And then it requires a AI expertise to create a AI system for your business and everything. That also a costly affair, right? So you generally, you put your resources to grow your business, not to create a next gen technological kind of thing. So it's a very costly to implement that, and you don't know what is the ROI actually, right? So you don't translate your productivity gain to your bottom line. So you don't know, that's an unclear thing, that it's a long-term benefit, but you cannot quantify it. So that's uncertainty always there with the business. So that's why people generally do not invest AI upfront, right? Other than tech companies maybe. And then of course in India we have limited access to funding, that I'm doing a business, small business, how do I get a funding for AI, just to implement AI, or lack of scalable AI solutions. So we have 60 million businesses in India, that what solutions will cater for that much business, right? So that's another thing. So that's the first channel. But to overcome that, there are various methods. So generally we do not, in AI, people are coming up with the model like leasing or subscription based, right? So you don't know ROI upfront, so don't invest at one go. you create subscriptions, right? So then you take whether it's for you or not, what kind of subscription model is that one solution. Or you go for crowdfunding, open source, many tools available and use those. So that's another option. And many niche cases, government also gives grants. It gives grants as subsidiaries to adopt new technologies and use your productivity and all. So that is another option that you can see whether your business is eligible for grants and all those things. Last is because you don't have expertise, do partnership. Talk to experts and do a collaboration with them where the win-win situation are there. Both can develop together jointly. So these are some solutions that you can solve the affordability problem. And next big problem, which is everybody talks about. We had a session before also that privacy and data security, right? So there is it's not perceived, actually it's a real threat that when you AI just left and right without knowing that what the data going and all those things, there is a chance that you get a data breaches and cyber security risk. And it's not that's just a maybe thing, it will happen. The moment you do it with your business and all those things, there is a apprehension that why should I share my data with ChatGPT or Gemini or all those things, right? So that risk is there. And compliance and regulatory challenges that without knowing compliance, without knowing regulatory of the data, whatever the DPDP Act or GDPR Act in Europe is coming, without knowing that if you start using that, you will be, like government may fine you or many things can happen, right? And there is a lack of trust in the AI system that when it is giving the data output, is it trustworthy? Is it not hallucinating? Is it the real data? Is it analyzing correctly? So that trust in the AI system is still not there. That's we are still not seeing that it is there to the mass population. So we can use my personal use, but not for business, right? So that is there. And another is the data sovereignty cross-border thing, right? So the DPDP Act also prohibits that my customer data cannot cross my border geography. How do you make sure that when I use AI as my tool, how do you make sure data is not crossing border and all those things? So again, it's a link to the compliance and regulatory. And my customer privacy also get concerned and all those things. So now to accomplish that, this is nothing but that you have to actually work with the compliance framework. Like all of the government are coming up with that, and then as an organization, each business has to start embracing that as well. Right? So they have to use the enterprise model usage of the data governance. They have to create that. They create the clear data classification, and mostly most of the things are covered by DPDP, but you have to make sure that you are following that. That when you are actually selecting vendors, are they following that rule? That whatever your organization is doing to do, and then prioritize the local and AI. So many AI solution now coming which is deployed locally, right? So your data is not going to your boundary, and whenever you want to, so one of the solution that could be that you deploy a lower AI version on your local premise, use it to anonymize your data, and then use that anonymized data to your cloud solution. So this kind of tools that you can actually use, which will actually help you anonymizing data and then apply that anonymized data analysis on that cloud version. So you have to keep on innovating the solutions so that your data is not going to cloud or big corporates. Then you create your policy that what tool you can use, your organization people can use, what they cannot use, and which boundary, restriction and all those things. And the of course regulatory adherence. So follow that, for example, DPDP Act, you follow that adherence, follow the consent management, follow the data principal rights, eraser rights and all those things. So you have to create your own boundaries to safeguard yourself against the data privacy and security concern. Now, and a third problem, that is, how to use AI at scale, right, which is a sub problem of the affordability. But to see, one of the problem is that we have 60 million businesses in India, all are using different kind of processes or data. They store data differently, their data life cycle is different, their process workflow is different. It's a huge diversity, right? So how come one solution of the AI can scale, where everybody can use that in business. So that is one of the challenge that we are trying to solve at Tele as well. And with that, how to make it trustworthy, right? So unless it is trustworthy, nobody adopts. So we cannot scale it out. Nobody will adopt it. So that is what there is another challenge, that how to make it at scale, and the amount of power and energy you require to serve 60 million businesses also you have to solve, right? So, so what are the enablers for the scaling is that use as much as possible local AI or agentic AI solutions. Go towards closer to your boundaries or your deployment. You do domain focused development. You don't take a generic AI and just start using it, but tune it for your purpose and deploy it in your domain, right? And make it explainable. So what I mean by explainability is that, so when AI actually giving you data, it should be able to explain why is saying so, right? So with that, the trust will build. So it is not a trust is not a one-day job, right? It's a continuous process of long-term journey, but it starts with explaining that thing, or deep diving that how the answer is coming, where from the data is coming, and this is why I am saying that. So explainability is the key thing. And you make it so human should be in the loop, right? So we should not make human out of the loop. Sorry, I just get plus. So AI should work with the human. It's not that AI will work independently. So we should keep the human in the loop for the whole process, whole workflow of the AI. So and then feedback and monitoring, continuous feedback taking from the customer, and check is it drifting from its original goal, is it performing better over the time, and then continuously improve over the models, and then training and the user education, right? So AI driven softwares are mainly predictable, right? So they are not deterministic systems. So expectation of the user has to be set such that they have to learn also how to use AI. So that's why the training and education is important, that awareness of AI and how AI actually works, right? So some of the things that we are in Tally we are doing is one of the solutions that we are working on, it's called document scanning. So which is what we seen that automating the data entry, it's actually improve 60 to 80% timing. So this is what our active project right now. Other one is that conversational AI, where you can chat with the Tally directly, and get the insight directly from Tally, right? So in some of the future project, working on the voice and chat based interfaces, we are working on a full automation, right? Full end-to-end automation in Tally using AI, compliance assistance for the auditor and CAs, intelligent workflows. These are very high level projects that we are working on. With that, I will give some demo, some of the videos that I recorded of my early product, right? So this is document AI. We are very close to launching it in next quarter, and we did lot of last 6 to 1 year we did some market study and tested with the actual customers. Now we are launching for mass. So this is what the video. Audio is not coming. Audio not coming. No, from here. Audio. This HDMI has already audio, no? So this one, this laptop, no?
Businesses across geographies spend countless hours manually entering data from documents like invoices, orders, delivery notes, etc., and then verifying if these transactions are correctly entered. But not anymore. With the power of Ask Tally Invoice Processor, you can now simply scan a document from your phone and upload it directly to Tally Prime to create valid GST transactions, all in just a few seconds.
Meet Mr. Manjunath, who a retail store owner dealing with multiple suppliers on daily basis. He receives around 50 to 70 invoices every day and wants to create purchase transactions for these invoices in Tally. He can now scan and upload any invoice from the Ask Tally mobile app. Simply scan the invoice, edit as needed and save it. You can even send the invoices received on WhatsApp or email directly to the app via the share option. Then click on Send option to post the transactions Tally Prime. To view the uploaded transactions in Tally Prime, go to Import Exceptions and Pending Transactions report. This report shows all imported vouchers in draft mode along with exceptions, meaning these transactions do not affect your books until you save them. Now let's look at how to view and save these draft transactions. The uploaded invoice is processed by the AI engine, wherein it not only extracts the values but also automatically maps it to the company masters. You can also verify this information by clicking Show Imported File to view the uploaded files. Now, you can just press Ctrl+A and the voucher gets saved to your books. There could be scenarios where extracted values do not match to masters due difference in spelling. Any such exceptions are shown with a red indicator for quick identification. Let's look at another example in this voucher. The party name has been extracted from the invoice but doesn't exist in the master list. Here, the application gives you an option to create a new master with the extracted values from the invoice, autofilling relevant details like address, GSTIN, etc. Now also let's take a case where the master is already created but there isn't an exact match in the master list. In this case, the application shows the closest matches using the new Smart Search feature. This is a one-time activity. Tally will remember your previous selection and automatically map the relevant master next time same entity is imported. Additionally, instead of manually creating every master one by one, you can simply press Ctrl+A to save the voucher. And the required masters get auto-created instantly.
We just saw how to scan and upload documents from a mobile phone. Now let's look at how to do it from your desktop application. Let's say you want to import multiple invoices in one shot. For this, go to Import Transactions, Ask Tally Assistant. Here, you can select a file or a folder using the All Files option. Let's select an entire folder with 50 invoices and press Enter to start importing. Once processed, these files are imported into the Pending Transactions report. Before continuing to save the vouchers, you can also check for potential duplicates based on certain parameters to prevent duplicate voucher creation. Now to before saving transactions, the exceptions need to resolve. You can see that these 50 transactions are in the action required bucket, which means they have some or other exceptions that need to be resolved before saving the voucher. Instead of going one by one, you simply can resolve all of them together using Update Mapping option. You'll see unmapped party masters or stock items are listed here. You can either map them to existing masters or create new ones. Once the exceptions are resolved, the vouchers will move to Ready to Convert bucket. To save the vouchers, click on Save Voucher. And within a couple of minutes, all 50 transactions were successfully created. This feature is also available in voucher creation mode. Click on Autofill and upload the file.
Now, with the help of Ask Tally Invoice Processor, Mr. Manjunath can import, verify and save multiple transactions in just a couple of minutes instead of spending hours doing manual data entry. This not only improves operational efficiency but also ensures data accuracy, reduces human errors and brings the power of AI directly into your Tally experience. To try out this feature, write to us at ai@tallysolutions.com.
Okay. So this is one feature. So another one which is
Businesses
we are actually working on is conversational AI. This is in lab. This is still we are doing round of validation with the customers and everything. It's not yet pilot. So but just give the early lab version of this prototype.
Getting started with Ask Tally V2 is fast and secure. Simply enter your mobile number to trigger an OTP. Once verified, you can see all your connected businesses. Let's dive into Ganeshji Company. Instead of navigating complex menus, simply chat with your data. Let's ask, how much do I need to pay Priya? The AI processes your natural language and pulls the exact outstanding balance from your Tally data instantly. Need deeper insights? You can ask specific questions like, how many bills from Priya are over 90 days? The bot scans your aging reports and gives you a detailed breakdown of overdue bills, including the exact number of days. It works for receivables too. Just ask, how much do I need to receive from Anand? And there you have it. Instant visibility into your cash flow just by asking.
So there are a couple of examples that where AI can help in accounting. Now, before concluding, just a couple of slides on responsible development of AI. That whenever you do AI, it's not you have to very the certain thing that you have to very take care. One is the concerns about your biases and privacies and security. That has to be first priority when you're developing. And you have to be very serious. That at Tally we are very serious about that, and we are doing it for the last 40 years. That data is with business only. Nobody from even Tally employee can see the data. So we had same principle applies here. So we cannot see none of the business data. It is by the system automatically, and data still owned by the business, right? And then ethical guidelines and tracking algorithmic bias, everything we are solving from day zero, so that it is useful for to scale it to 60 million or businesses, 3 million businesses that uses Tally today, and diversified business. So it is very important to go against to solve this fast, right? And there are many AI Act coming to play future. So we have to be very proactive. We don't have to be reactive on the Act. So one of the act that came in European EU AI Act, India also going to produce some AI Act sooner or later. So we have to be very proactive about all those boundaries and ethical things. And from day zero, working on the explainable AI, right? So that is what the trust will build. That you need to know where from the data come, where the source of data is, and where and how ethically you source the data, right? So that's what explainable AI is. That's important for development of AI. Okay. So that in conclusion, what I say, that AI has immense possibilities. It can do many things. There's a couple of examples I have seen, but many others in the pipeline. But we have to develop everything with the responsibility with proper compliance and regulatory guideline, and with a human-centric design. That we are not here, AI is not here to replace human, but to assist human. That's the mindset that we have to work on and deliver the solutions to the market. That's all from my side. Thank you. Okay. Any questions that you can ask now?
So friends, we have just attended the session by Mr. Tuhin Sen Gupta on the topic AI in accounting. So a big round of applause to express our gratitude to Mr. Tuhin Sen Gupta. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We are ready for the next session, and the next session is none other than My Data, My Rules. And the speaker of the session are most popular and well known to us. The two speakers are CS Sumit Bihani and Mr. Abhishek Agrawal. So welcome Mr. Sumit Bihani and Mr. Abhishek Agrawal on the dais, please. Friends, Mr. CS Sumit Bihani is a FCA DISA and seasoned practicing CA and partner in MBRM and Associates, and as associated since 2014. He holds professional credentials from Institute of Chartered Accountant on FAFD and concurrent audit of banks. His professional expertise spans internal audit, CFO service for startups, third-party audit, and he played a key role in facilitating fundraising for a client feature on Shark Tank India. CA Bihani has conducted numerous seminars and training programs for generative AI, MS Office, Google Workplace, empowering over 1,000 finance professionals to automate processes and significantly reduce manual efforts. He has also contributed to the profession through committee roles, serving a co-opted member of the Committee of AI in ICAI 24-25 and being associated with several committees of the EIRC of ICA. A big round of applause to Mr. Sumit Bihani. Now, I would like to felicitate Mr. Sumit Bihani by Uttariyo and Memento. We have another speaker on the dais, CA Abhishek Agrawal, practicing CA and proprietor of ABA Agrawal and Associates, with professional expertise since 2018. His DISA and DRM, along with certificate as Certified Concurrent Auditor and FAFD, in addition of being AICA Level 1 certified. He has also pursued multiple advanced certificates in artificial intelligence, generative AI, prompt engineering. His practice focuses on providing accounting services to MSMEs with a specialization in office automation and system implementation. He has a strong professional interest in internal audit, forensic audit, fraud detection, and system audit, and remains committed to the continuous learning in the evolving domains in the finance and technology. And enthusiastic advocate of AI, he firmly believes in its potential to transform the accounting profession and empower professionals to achieve exceptional outcomes. So big round of applause presenting CA Abhishek Agrawal. Now I felicitate CA Abhishek Agrawal. So the faculties and speakers on this session, My Data, My Rules. Over to Sumit Biani and C. Abhishek Agarwal, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Hariramji. And thank you to all of you who are there. So, can I request people sitting at back to please come forward? बहुत छोटा session है and we'll try and show you 2-3 hands-on and you'll appreciate sitting or viewing the screen. तो अगर होता है तो please थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए, आप लोग enjoy करेंगे. And the topic for the day is My Data,
My Rules.
So what is My Data, My Rules? Any thoughts? Any questions? Charge दी दीजिए. Password किच्छु नहीं. So any thoughts? What are we trying to discuss? Willing to discuss? Sir, no? Changer আছে দাদা. Great. So इससे मतलब what is the objective of My Data, My Rules? So consider all of us have data, yes, no? And there are set of rules. Or rather with this session, I want to say that we want to say that let's make certain rules. What kind of rules? So how many of us sitting here use ChatGPT? Great. Rest do not. कि सोच रहे कि हाथ उठाए नहीं उठाए क्या क्वेश्चन पूछ लेगा.
Still not using ChatGPT, sir? Okay.
Great. So those who are using ChatGPT, the challenge is of data privacy. And there are certain stuff which is being pasted on the LLMs which should not have been pasted to. Right? So, yes, Abhishek?
So let's move on to the topic, My Data, My Rules. First question to all of you would be, do you put your data online in any form? How, sir? Right?
What kind of data? So very, very rightly answered. So let's first of all discuss about what kind of data. So can we discuss there are certain data which are public data and there are certain data which are private data? Yes, no? एक बार timer चालू कर ले बस just. Great. So what is public data? What is private data?
Right, sir. Any annual statement
or
balance sheet of a...
Sorry to disturb. So financial statement, when or what kind of financial statement? Audited financial statement? Correct. So unaudited financial statement, public data, private data? Great. Thank you. So let's first of all discuss a few pointers that have you ever uploaded a bank statement on ChatGPT? किया है सर किसी ने? नहीं किया है सर. ऐसे करते हुए ऐसे तो नहीं किया आपने सर?
You have uploaded the bank statement, right, sir? Okay, great.
चलिए सर, great. फिर अच्छा, ये कितने लोग करते हैं? How often do we use I love PDF?
All of us, right? I love PDF, small PDF, everything.
Right. So there's a very good phrase that if you are not paying on the internet, then you are the product.
You are the product.
Right. একটা सर के একটা माइक दी थी इन्होंने, राइट? देखो स्क्रीन के लिए चाहिए होगा. करेक्ट. So document process tool, okay, great. So document processing tools can catch your data, correct? And these are the commonly risk associated. Can you please elaborate, sir?
So let's move on to the pointer, sir. So how AI processes data? Let us just first understand this, right? So suppose you are uploading anything on ChatGPT. So how do you think it is recording your data or saving your data? So when you upload information on ChatGPT or any other platform like Claude, Perplexity, anything, right? Those tools transmit those data to that remote servers which they have built. And processed by machine learning, they potentially store that data
for training purposes. So whenever you log in into ChatGPT, you always see that this data will be used for
our training purposes.
Right.
And even if you say that I use that option of temporary chat in ChatGPT, it still says that I'll keep your data for next 30 days.
30 days.
Right. So defining my data, my rules, we have briefly discussed about private and public data. So any personal identification number, my PAN, email ID, phone number, bank account, date of birth, Aadhaar, all of these are personal identifiable data, and it's always advised not to use these data on a LLM, right? Next is, could it cause harm if leaked? Yes, obviously yes. Now we have an act called DPDP, where you can be in a bad state if it is leaked and it is proved that it is leaked from you. And I'll give you a small story, which is an actual story. So I take AICA level 1 certification courses. How many of you have, or how many of you know that PowerPoint presentations can be made through AI? Yes, Gamma is the tool. So while doing a day 1 session, I asked the participants to make a PowerPoint presentation about the firm, correct? And one gentleman was baffled. So I will use this word consciously, baffled. कि सर मैंने तो बताया ही नहीं कि मेरे एक पार्टनर है जो एक्सपायर कर गए हैं 3 महीने पहले, गामा बता रहा है कि 3 महीने पहले आपके सीनियर पार्टनर जो जमशेदपुर में थे वो एक्सपायर कर गए, इसको कैसे पता चला? मैंने बोला सर आपने लिखवाया होगा डेथ सर्टिफिकेट, राइट? सो these data can be leaked, and there's an article published probably 3-4 days before that if you ask Grok कि सुमित का पैन नंबर क्या है, तो it can give you his PAN number, right? So, and is it legally protected? So it's a big battle. So the idea of this entire session is that we should, once we are out of the session, we should have rules defined for our organization, what the do's and don'ts. But if I say कि सिर्फ rule बना देंगे तो हो जाएगा, तो नहीं होगा, because for making that rule you need a tool. So after 10 minutes we'll show you a use case or a situation where you can use the tool which will have full data control and data privacy issues taken care of. So next.
Suppose you get your client's data, तो client आपको ये बोल के देता है कि ये confidential है, होता ही होगा कोई data confidential, और जब आप उसको analysis के लिए ChatGPT पे ले जाते हैं, तो वो क्या आपसे NDA sign करके दे रहा है? So it's a crime legally, right? We are uploading client's data online, we are committing a crime. So does it comply with the policies? Company data handling policies, confidentiality policies, all are compromised when we take the data online, right? And can it be anonymized? Before sharing any data, can we protect ourselves by redacting in any form? The answer is
yes.
So, yes, sir.
Most of the diagnostic centers are taking your tests and say that आपको आना नहीं पड़ेगा, your report will be sent to you over your WhatsApp or email.
Right.
So is that leaking of my medical information?
So if there's a law behind it, if the government has formulated a law that you cannot circulate over mail or Gmail or WhatsApp, and if they are doing that, then it's a crime.
And to complement that, अगर आपका medical report मेरे पास आ जाता है, then it's a crime, because while giving your mobile number, you have consented to send that data to your number. But if I say that medical, जहाँ आपने diagnostic में test कराया, आपके सारे reports को वो एक learning model में डालता है कि इसके ये test के कारण ये disease पता चली 15 दिन बाद, then it is a crime, because it is he or she or the organization is using your data to train the model.
Right. So let us just have a view of the first use case, how we can redact the information before taking it online.
Right, so what is redacting?
So basically, suppose if you access an ITR acknowledgement, and if it's your ITR acknowledgement, you have the name, you have the PAN number, acknowledgement number, right? So if you are accessing a client's data, client's acknowledgement, you cannot upload that very acknowledgement online. Agreed? So hiding that information on that very PDF is called redaction.
So can I upload a PDF in I Love PDF and ask it to redact?
No sir. आज अपने एक शपथ ले लेते हैं सर, आज के बाद एटलीस्ट ये तो नहीं करेंगे, बिकॉज आज अपने रिडक्शन देख के जाएंगे, तो वी विल हाइड दैट डेटा परमानेंटली.
राइट, एंड देख के नहीं जाएंगे. मैंने और अभिषेक ने ये बात कही है कि वी विल गिव यू टूल्स सो दैट, बिकॉज मैं आपको बोलूँ ये नहीं करिए, बट मैं आपको बोलूँ ये नहीं करके ये कीजिए, what option do you think would be more impactful? The second one. Right. So by the end of this session, we'll share you with or give you with tools and ideas for tools where you can do these things, right?
Yes, you get the food for thought at least कि आपको उसके ऊपर build करना है, right? So you get that tool ready hand and उसके ऊपर आप और iterations कर सकते हैं.
So we are showcasing the Redact tool, yes. So what is Redact tool? Abhishek has already shown. So Abhishek was generous enough to show that भैया मैं अपना दिखा दूंगा कि ये मेरा इनकम टैक्स का डेटा है. So let's consider that this is his data. And this is Abhishek Agarwal's ITR. Now consider कि आपको एक चिट्ठी लिखवानी है, तो आप वो एक्नॉलेजमेंट को ही चैट जीपीटी में डाल देते हैं और बोलते हैं कि इसके बारे में कुछ बताओ मेरे को, या कुछ
Maybe you are analyzing the data from the ITR acknowledgement to take the gross total income computation part, right?
So consider I upload this ITR on this tool and it is asking me where to save. I say I want to save it here, and then this is the tool. So how does it looks? It looks like this. So इसमें इसने पूरा ITR का दिखा दिया कि ITR का पेज था, correct? Now how do we go ahead?
So how do we redact the information here?
So redact के लिए दो चीजें सिंपल है. This I say Abhishek Agarwal is a private data, public data. Private data उनका नाम है, तो I say no problem sir, इसको हम redact करेंगे. कैसे redact करेंगे? Just give me a moment. Add phrases. So this would be redacted. Now what next sir?
PAN number sir?
Sir PAN number एक बार छोड़ देते हैं. Anything else you want to redact?
Maybe the acknowledgement number.
The acknowledgement number. So this is the acknowledgement number. Let's redact this also. Let me click finish.
Yes sir.
So it says कि मोबाइल नंबर और पैन नंबर भी रीडैक्ट कर रहा है. बट डिड आई सिलेक्टेड मोबाइल नंबर पैन नंबर? वेरी नाइस. तो क्या हुआ? जादू हो गया. लेट्स सी द रिजल्ट. सो दिस इज द रीडैक्शन प्रोसेस. So one, this is a method of redaction. You cannot go back behind the black lines and read. Right. What is the stuff?
I will show you the difference behind that. We have a slide inside the PPT where
Sure.
we will show how it is hard coded and soft coded. Like the logics, if you can unredact it, it is useless, right? So we'll see one slide here.
So before Abhishek goes to that slide, I have a question. That मैंने तो मोबाइल नंबर और पैन नंबर नहीं डाला था, वो कैसे रीडैक्ट कर लिया? It's not by default, sir. It is again coming back to the topic rules. So while making these tool, we have said that these are private data. Consider you find a PAN number which is an alphanumeric 10-digit number, a GST number 15-digit alphanumeric number. Please redact these items. So, and these tools even we have made, but even you can make with a simple Python or a HTML solution, right?
Right. So, with data comes trust, and with rules, it's our responsibility as CAs, right, sir?
So this was you were talking about this?
So this is hard coded, the one which we showed in the tool, right? इसको आप unredact नहीं कर सकते. You cannot unredact this, and this is soft coded.
So इसको मैं चाहूँ तो वापस से हटा सकता हूँ.
Right.
Very nice.
So we have to define the logic in a way, define the rule in a way which we do the hard coding into the PDF. Otherwise कोई भी उसको unredact कर सकता है, right?
Great.
So we don't want that.
So this is one of my, a topic which is very close to my heart. तो हम लोग जब CA का पढ़ाई करते थे तो there was two topic, audit through computer and audit with computer.
Right.
Anybody has read this? No? सब audit भूल गए sir.
Sir मेरे को लगता है एक data protection का myth पहले bust कर दो.
Data protection का myth bust करें.
Everyone says कि data protection, what is data protection, sir?
So as you have already said that data protection is a myth. Can we play a small video, Abhishek?
Sure, sir, sure. Let's see.
Great. So just hold on for a minute. सर आप लोग को अच्छा लग रहा है, नहीं लग रहा है? अच्छा दिखाएं? सर अच्छा भी दिखाएंगे सर, आपने बोला है तो दिखाना पड़ेगा. Where is the video?
In the pen drive, sir.
In the pen drive. अच्छा लग रहा है is a wrong word. अच्छा लगाना का वो objective नहीं है. But sorry.
Back.
But are you finding it useful? Right. That is much more important. That to.
Okay. There we are, sir.
वॉल्यूम थोड़ा सा कम.
Okay, There we are, sir. Enjoy your purchase.
Thank you.
Oh, could I have some details for our database, please, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Postcode?
W5
W5
8SD.
8SD. 23 Sealand Avenue West, Ealing, London. Telephone number 0208 7946 001. Date of birth 3467. 2 children, Louis and Megan, married to Katie Ann, 37. You are prone to anxiety attacks. Your favourite breakfast cereal is Cinnamon Golden Grahams. You've got a squeaky loft ladder, and in the summer you are slightly susceptible to a patch of psoriasis on the inside of your left elbow.
That's me. How do you know all that?
I'm sorry, sir, I can't tell you that. Data Protection Act.
So this is how our data is protected. Sir, you would like to add anything onto it?
No, I'm good. So I'll. You want to add?
No, sir, no.
Great. So let's discuss quickly about 2 approaches. जो शायद आज और आप और हम यूज़ कर रहे हैं at our offices कि GPT पे सारा डेटा डाल देते हैं और उसको बोलते हैं जो करना है कर दे. एक एक्सेल शीट डाला, सेल्स रजिस्टर का डेटा बना दे, PDF ESI के चलान डाले, बोले टैक्स ऑडिट का रिकंसिलेशन बना दे या टैक्स ऑडिट का रिपोर्टिंग का रिक्वायरमेंट बना दे. यस नो?
यस यस सर.
एक नोटिस डाला, बोला भैया इसका रिप्लाई बना के दे दे. So let's not discuss about issues like hallucination, GIO, but at least how about the data privacy, right? And what we want to propose as a solution is working through ChatGPT. How? Simple. You will make certain solutions and you will help it run locally on your computer.
Like the redaction tool. And then further we are taking a step ahead and showing you the HTML part of it. How we can.
So आप में से कितने लोगों ने PF ESI का काम करा होगा? मतलब PF ESI जो टैक्स ऑडिट रिपोर्ट आपने भरी, उसको कैसे यूज़ किया? ऑटोमेट करने के लिए आपने किसी ने चैट GPT पे डाला PF ESI और बोला कि इसके बाद मेरे को डेटा बना के दे दो, 15 तारीख तक पेमेंट हुआ है नहीं हुआ है ऐसा कुछ? Somebody has tried this? No? So how have you done it? Any thoughts? सर कुछ तो बोलिए.
Manually, sir, of course.
Manually? मतलब
Yes,
how
sir.
come manually, sir?
One by one, line item.
Line item. So, anything different you find in this screen? कुछ अलग दिख रहा है आपको ऐसा? नहीं? ये दिख रहा है आपको? Yes, no? अच्छा ये दिख रहा है आपको? सर ये दिख रहा है?
No net connectivity.
No internet connection. मतलब? So all our tools are working without internet from now.
Right.
Right. So next कितने minutes है अभिषेक अपने पास? 28 minutes. Great. So let's click on this file. So this is the HTML, the PDF challans, and
Of course, the redacted one again.
no, this may not require redacted.
If it's online.
If it is online, yes. So process challans. So it has extracted the data and export to Excel. So can I say that if this tool is built with ChatGPT, you could have saved at least 3 to 4 hours or 5 hours minimum in your tax audit filing? Yes, no? Yes?
Right.
But people at the contrary upload these PDF on ChatGPT and then ask to make a reconciliation or make a reporting, right? So what next, Abhishek?
It would be great if we can touch some offline tools like GPTs.
GPTs.
Right.
So आप बोल रहे हैं GPT भी offline हो सकता है?
एकदम हो सकता है सर.
कैसे सर? So now I'll hand over this session to Abhishek, and this is probably the final product we are trying to sell to you. Sell not in a sense कि ले लीजिए. Sell to implement this back at office. That this we are demonstrating an offline GPT. What is an offline GPT, sir? जैसे आप चैट जीपीटी यूज़ करते हैं वैसे ही चैट जीपीटी के जो कैपेबिलिटीज़ हैं हम एक फ्रेमवर्क में यूज़ करेंगे विच इज़ आइदर ओलामा फॉर दिस सेशन एंड विल शो दैट हाउ यू कैन. इंटरनेट स्टिल बंद है, अभिषेक फिर से आपको रिकन्फर्म करवाएगा, और इंटरनेट बंद होने के बावजूद इट विल वर्क. सो कंसिडर आपको फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट रिव्यू करवाने हैं या आपको टैक्स ऑडिट के इनकम टैक्स के रिप्लाईज बनवाने हैं, तो जो आपके मेरे ऑफिस में ज्ञान बना हुआ है लास्ट 20 साल 25 साल का नॉलेज है, we can put it on these LLMs and this would work without internet, so there's no problem or no concern of data privacy.
Right. So how many of us have heard about Olama? Raise of hands, sir. So you have heard about Olama. So what, sir? What about Olama? So mic, anyone can give the mic, sir? Okay, so you have heard about it. Good, great, sir, great. So Ollama is basically a framework जो कि offline LLM models को run करती है, right? What are offline LLM models? All of us have heard about LLMs, large language models. So these big companies like OpenAI, DeepSeek, or any other platform like Meta, they have their open source models. So let's just see first what is Ollama. We'll see the interface of Ollama first, right?
So we will download, how to download Ollama, Abhishek?
Yes, I will show that, sir. And
अच्छा, फिर से इंटरनेट चालू कर दिया आपने?
Right, to access the Ollama, first download the Ollama, I'm just showing that. And the entire process is encrypted, given in this very file. You can go step by step. So we have a site called Ollama. Right, this is the very page, Ollama download, where you go and download the Ollama framework into your very system.
Okay.
Okay. Once you have downloaded Ollama, like any other file, exe file, you run that, Ollama is downloaded into your system. Now, how does Ollama look like?
So this is the application of Ollama, right?
Like any other ChatGPT face, right? So if you type a message here, hi. So see, it's now using the model.
But internet तो चालू है sir.
Right now internet is चालू sir, but we'll show you something which is off internet also. So ये आपको बोल रहा है, hello, it's nice to meet you. Is there something I can help you, right? It is using some model. Now what are the models? I will just show you first. जब अपने when we visit this site, Ollama, there is a page called models.
Okay.
So now you have one model, suppose GPT OSS. This is the OpenAI ka model, right? And we go into it and see there are various models floated here. And you can see one thing, these are the parameters, 20 billion parameters, the token size, 120 billion token size. इतना बड़ा उसको training मिला हुआ है. So and you can see also the sizes of the models, 14 GB, 65 GB, right?
So 65 GB मेरे कंप्यूटर में डाउनलोड करना पड़ेगा?
Right, sir.
Okay.
This is how you use a model. So suppose now I ask you a question. You are interpreting a direct text ka matter. There is a model of 120 billion size, which is an expert on direct tax and GST, right? And there is a model that is only on 5 billion parameters, but not an expert on direct tax. तो आप किसको select करेंगे?
मतलब just before people answer, so billion parameters जितने ज़्यादा होंगे उतना बढ़िया होगा, right?
उतना उसका training size है.
Okay, very nice. So please sir.
तो कौन सा parameter, कौन सा model आप select करेंगे? 120 billion, of course. अभी मैं reframe कर रहा हूँ question. Now that 5 billion parameters वाला जो model है, it is an expert on direct tax, nothing to do about GST. तब आप किसको select करेंगे? Right. This is how we select a model. अपने को ये समझ में आ गया कि अपने को कौन सा requirement है, then we analyze कि अपने को कौन सा model download करना है, and there is a big description out there. क्या वहाँ पे पूरा लिखा हुआ है? You can go by word by word. What this model actually does, right? ये इसकी capability है पूरी. So this is how we decide on a model. And when we have decided on a model, ये part दिखाएं sir tech?
हाँ.
So we go into CMD, Ollama.
नहीं. अच्छा, what are you trying to do?
We are install a model.
Okay.
तो we'll pull a model. अब आपको कोई भी model यहाँ पे चाहिए, आपको वहाँ पे ये नाम देना है खाली, right?
सर 14 GB है, बहुत टाइम लग जाएगा.
मैं नहीं करूँगा सर, मैं just show कर रहा हूँ इनको. सर को Ollama pull, right? बस.
Pull, IA हो गया extra. Okay, done. So once you press enter, probably it will be downloaded, right?
Right. It will be downloaded into your system.
Right. So can we go to the model, please?
Let's go to the model, sir.
So आप अभी हमें Ollama सिखा रहे हैं, मतलब Ollama दिखा रहे हैं, कुछ और दिखा रहे हैं?
अब अपने ये दिखा रहे हैं कि how we have embedded Ollama into a RAG model.
बट सर आप बोलेंगे कि Ollama ही नहीं बताया आपने, Ollama पे RAG चले गए. So Ollama अभिषेक जी ने रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में बताया था. So we thought that we'll try and showcase something new.
नहीं, I will try to help them out how to remember Ollama, sir.
Okay, before please.
So सबने सुन लिया Ollama, क्या होता है, सुन के चले जाते हैं, बट याद नहीं रहता है. तो इसको याद रखने का एक बहुत सिंपल सा तरीका है, आप सब मतलब ज्वाइन करेंगे मेरे साथ। तो ओलामा याद करने के लिए विल सिंग अ सॉन्ग। हाउ सर?
ओलामा ओलामा
ओलामा ओलामा ओलामा ओलामा, याद रहेगा सर आप सबको?
और भी कोई वेरिएशन है, कोई और मॉडल है आपके पास ओलामा याद कराने के लिए?
सर बप्पी लहरी।
कौन सा वाला बताइए?
फैंटेसी हो जाएगी।
अच्छा बताइए तो सही।
ओलामा ओलामा ओलामा।
So let's come to the model please.
So at least we can remember this word olama now, right?
Correct. And नहीं भी remember होगा तो आप PPT पूरा देने वाले हैं?
Everything is descriptively given in the entire PPT and the step-by-step word file, सारा कुछ दिया हुआ है, खाली उसको run करना है.
Right.
Now this is a model.
नहीं, before you jump to the model, so what, can you come to Olama once please?
Yes sir.
So what Olama or इस model में which we are trying to demonstrate is कि this, if you are seeing this icon here, so this is the model which is running, right? So this was one. This is a plug and play interface which is available. आप इसमें एक PDF डाल के उससे question पूछ सकते हैं. So this was the objective. But what we are trying to do is we are trying to go one step forward. कि हम इसके पीछे एक database बनाना चाहते हैं which is called RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, right? So that becomes our knowledge base for future, and every time I ask a question, वो उस RAG के basis पे जाएगा, उसको पढ़ेगा और उसके बाद आपको आंसर देगा. So those who are using ChatGPT, there's a terminology called hallucination. So this would reduce the risk of hallucination. Please, sir.
To a larger extent.
To a almost greater, almost larger, yes, very larger, correct.
So now we are at the GUI of the tool. ये dashboard है यहाँ पे, where we are trying to access the model first.
So can we switch off the internet before you showcase?
Surely, surely.
Because again, it is saying that offline RAG running on local host.
It is running on your very system.
Correct.
No data is leaked, right? So we are first accessing the model here. Whatever model you have installed will be accessed here, right? So you can pull any model, Olama, Llama 3.2. अच्छा, Olama and Llama is different. Llama एक model है, Olama एक framework है. Most of us are very much confused, right? Llama Meta का एक ठो model है. तो यहाँ पे अपने कोई भी मॉडल इंस्टॉल कर सकते हैं. We can install any model यहाँ पे.
So just to interrupt, अगर आप Perplexity यूज करते हैं तो Perplexity के अंदर भी अलग-अलग मॉडल सिलेक्ट करने का ऑप्शन रहता है, ChatGPT this that. तो in same fashion अभी से saying Olama is a framework and there are different models in Olama.
Of course, suppose you want to analyze something which is based out of images.
Right. So you look for different models.
Different model. And if it's text analysis, you will select a different model, right?
Right.
So right now we have selected one model, and what this tool does is, जैसे अपने कोई PDF को analysis कर रहे हैं, तो RAG model में क्या होता है? It creates chunks of that entire document. उसको क्या है, part में वो chunks create कर लेता है. And when we ask for a specific set of information, उसको वो retrieve करता है उस chunk को और वहाँ से information आपको देता है. Now आपको समझ में आएगा कि इसका use case अपने लिए क्या है. After the entire demonstration, you will be relating to it कि क्या-क्या use cases निकल सकते हैं. So we are uploading a PDF here. I will just show the PDF first.
So कोई income tax का कुछ लेके आए हैं सर आप?
Of course, sir.
Right में, बीच में, my data, my rules.
So it's a circular dated back 29th October about the extension of deadlines. Right, sir? Just to understand the use case, this is a one-pager document.
Because it would do the chunking and it would take time, then in the interest of time, we are taking only one page.
We are trying to demonstrate the use case for you. You can take the food for thought and build on it, right?
So Abhishek, just to interrupt, before uploading, can I ask a question on this before uploading?
Probably yes, I guess, but it will not be giving you the retrieving. It will be not RAG model.
Okay.
Let's just see. See, it is acting like any other
Assistant,
ChatGPT.
okay.
Right. So, it is a chatbot. जिस मॉडल को आपने एक्सेस किया, whatever model you have loaded, वो मॉडल आपको इंफॉर्मेशन देगा अपने सेट ऑफ डेटा ट्रेनिंग के हिसाब से. So suppose it is trained on Income Tax Act, it will give you the entire information. आप उसे to and fro you can throw the questions. RAG is a different concept. RAG is a concept जहाँ पे we are retrieving something out of that chunks. वो data set से ही खाली हम लोग retrieve कर रहे हैं. So right now I'm loading that very PDF. See, now we have loaded the PDF, and creating chunks is a part called indexing. कोई भी चीज़ को numbering करना पड़ता है ना. अगर आज अपने एक फाइल ऑफिस में रखे हैं, for example you have 5 Shyam Agarwals in your office, right? Then you'll have to index it कि which year you have कौन से year के लिए है, कौन से address के लिए है, right? This is the indexing part of a document. Similarly, RAG model indexes the entire PDF in chunks, and we are building the index for that document. So it has already indexed the document here. Now, suppose I want to ask, now it is giving the information only from that very PDF. I want to ask, summarize the PDF in 5 points.
So taking time.
हाँ, of course we'll attend that too, sir. आपको एक higher end laptop चाहिए रहेगा, उसके लिए higher end configuration for that. But then again, demo purposes के लिए we can solve this issue.
Okay. So high end, अच्छा, it is by the time it is giving you the answer, can you just show the requirement, because मेरे को तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, मेरे को लग रहा है कल जाके मैं अपने ऑफिस में इसको
It
इंस्टॉल.
has given you the output, sir.
अच्छा, it has given you the output. Okay, yes.
See, it has summarized that entire document into 5 points, stating that circular number 15/2025, it's issued by CBDT on October 1st, 2025, extending deadlines, the new data, new due date, and the similar deadlines, all have been reported in this very 5 points.
So can I ask something related to GST, कि GST का भी कुछ extension हुआ है क्या?
Probably it will not answer, sir. So what's your question?
So any extension for GST?
Any extension?
Can we write full GST, because it would understand probably better?
GST.
Goods and.
Okay, full form. Okay. See,
Not found in the document provided.
Not found in the provided document. Because it is not able to retrieve any information from that very document related to GST.
So hallucination तो कम हो गया काफी. Better answer आ गया.
There is no hallucination here.
Absolutely great. So what next? But can I use this in my office laptop, if you can please show ki what are the minimum requirements?
We'll show the hardware requirements, sir, once.
Full screen कर दे इसको. So please elaborate, sir.
So suppose you have your laptop, basic laptop, which is not
i3.
i3 or i5 maybe, which is not a GPU enabled laptop, so you will not be able to load the models.
Or even if you are able to, it would run.
It will not run properly.
Or late.
Right, slowly. It will run very slow on your system. So sir, होता ही है ना? If you download a big size exe file into your system system gets slow, right?
Correct.
So these models are of huge sizes. 120 billion parameters, 20 billion parameters, 4 GB model, 2 GB model. So those are various different sizes of models, right? That will take toll on your system. So it is very much suggested that you install a model on which you want to work.
And probably initially the smaller models.
Smaller models for testing purposes, of course. So आपको जो model required नहीं, you just don't go on pulling that model.
Correct.
Use only those models which are required for you, right? And going forward, if you want to, basic models are like Llama 3.1, 3.2. These are very good models, 4 GB models, which can analyze images, text, and everything.
Llama, if you can repeat the name, please.
I will just show that model, sir. Just a
Sir, इसको लिख सकते हैं आप अगर चाहें तो, because आपको back office में अगर आप जाके, if you want to implement this or try that, this as office, this at office.
Okay.
No internet. Great. So anything else in between?
So these are the models, Llama 3.1. These are all Meta's floated models which you can download, and these are very basic models starting from 4 GB around. And good trained models, around 70 billion parameters and all, right? So if you go into detail, you will see that 4.9 GB matters. Again, the context size and everything is there, right?
So जो exe file sir ने दिया है, if you go back and run this back at your office, if you have downloaded Olama and the model, it will run.
Right.
The exe model on which we have given. Yes.
Certainly, yes. So be very cautious in installing these models and running on your system, because your system might not take the toll. So decide which model you want to run and then only move ahead, right? So this is the entire process I am going to show you. You have the entire flowchart.
बड़ा कर लेगा.
You have the entire flowchart on how to install that model onto your system. Right. Step by step, detailed, elaborated model. Right.
And this will also be shared with you in the PDF. I mean the file.
So here's the entire setup guideline, how you can install that model onto your system. Along with how you want to install this tool. So we are giving you that Py code, all the installation files, along with the entire setup. So if you want to build on that, you can build on that. Now, use case, sir. How many of you have related to this topic? इसको क्या use कर सकते हैं in your offices, sir? Any suggestions? How are we gonna? Yes, sir. Sir, just note down this point. Financial analysis, great, sir. Summarize the assessment orders.
Yes.
And, sir, we are all CAs, right? और क्या use कर सकते हैं?
So when you speak about these use cases, even you have to think of one thing, which is the data pipeline. कि इसके backend पे आप क्या-क्या data upload करेंगे, which would give you better answers, right? जैसे आप review of financial statement के लिए institute के जो publications है वो, followed by the set of rules, the ratio analysis related content if you have any. So all of these kind of stuff. Can we quickly complete the PPT and then come to Q&A?
Yes, sir. If you don't agree, sir, just raise your hands, right?
Benefits, yes.
Benefits of this offline GPT for our CA practices. Data privacy and ethics. Are we addressing data privacy and ethics?
Yes.
Right. Regulatory comfort. So we are at the dawn of DPDPA, right? So are we going to address that act through offline GPT? Very much, sir, right. Cost saving, sir.
No, I don't agree, cost saving pay. Because it is fixed versus CapEx versus OPEX.
CapEx versus OPEX, but that's one-time investment, I guess.
Correct.
So everyone should invest in a good laptop.
Correct.
So cost saving, of course, sir.
Cost saving over a period of time.
Period of time. How? You are going to access ChatGPT API. For suppose you are accessing ChatGPT API. Payment करना पड़ेगा उसका?
ChatGPT का जो 2000 रुपए का license है उसके लिए
No, sir,
भी
I'm
payment.
not talking about that.
Initially with that also. I understood API, but
let me just explain API. So आपको जब कोई चीज run करना है तो आपको token use करना है. That is API. You integrate that, right? उसका हर बार का cost लगने वाला है आपके ऊपर. So that is.
And even if you are using APIs, so still you are not saving yourself from that data privacy issues.
Right. Enhanced productivity. Now suppose you are on a flight.
Correct.
How are you gonna get internet connectivity there?
Correct.
तो उस समय क्या काम आएगा आपको?
Olama.
Right? Offline GPT. So enhanced productivity, you can work anywhere with freedom.
Correct.
Full customization.
Even I believe this is one of the most important stuff because as professional, we build a knowledge bank at our offices. Somebody may be good at GST, somebody may be good at income tax, somebody may be good at drafting. So all of your way of learning, way of writing, your knowledge which you have assimilated over a period of time can be embedded on this machine, and there is no risk that this would be, you know, that the model would train or somebody else can take because I have my internet off. So you can build your, or you can make your, you can add a catalyst to your knowledge, right?
Of course. Full customization.
और एक प्रॉब्लम होता है अभिषेक हमारे ऑफिस में सर, बिफोर जस्ट टू इंटरप्ट, कि वो ऑफिस का बच्चा छोड़ के जाता है तो बड़ा रिस्क रहता है, बट इसमें वो रिस्क भी नहीं रहेगा बिकॉज उसका एपीआई का यूआर मतलब एक्सेस वगैरह सब हमारे कंप्यूटर पे और बाद बाकी लोग तो उसको यूज कर रहे हैं। सर योर क्वेश्चन। इसमें कोई एपीआई कॉस्ट नहीं है सर।
पर चैट एपीआई कॉस्ट जो आई वाज एक्सप्लेनिंग यू सर, अगर आप चैट जीपीटी यूज कर रहे हैं तो उसमें आपको एपीआई इंटीग्रेशन करना पड़ता है, ठीक है? कोई भी चीज आपको उसमें एनालिसिस करना है, जैसे ये पीडीएफ आपने एनालिसिस किया, उसको आपने उसको प्रॉम्प्ट दिया वहां पे, वो एक चैट है एंड दैट इज एक्सेसिंग द एपीआई ऑफ ओपन एपीआई। ओपन एआई का एपीआई एक्सेस कर रहा है, उसको एक्सेस करने के लिए हर बार आपको चैट जीपीटी को पैसे देने पड़ेंगे।
नहीं सर, आप जो कर रहे हो वो चैट जीपीटी के, दैट इज व्हाट आई वाज ट्राइंग टू इंटरैक्ट।
लेट अस जस्ट शो 1 मिनट सर।
सो अच्छा, बाय द टाइम ही शोइंग, आपका जो क्वेश्चन आई हैव अंडरस्टूड योर पॉइंट, यू आर यूजिंग द विंडो ऑफ चैट जीपीटी। कंसीडर ये जो पाई कोड्स अभी अभिषेक ने दिखाया था,
आप ये यूज कर रहे हैं, राइट? ये चैट जीपीटी का विंडो है। नाउ आई एम शोइंग यू ओपन एआई का एपीआई। ये यूज कर रहे हैं?
नहीं।
So this is two different things we are trying to explain. Chat GPT का मॉडल यूज करना is a different concept and backend में उसके फीचर्स को यूज करना is a different
so
concept.
if you can please open the pie code.
Yes sir.
So what he was trying to say that people are building different solutions, and even in case of agentic AI, rather than using the window of chat GPT, we are trying to get the API access. तो जो लेफ्ट साइड में वहाँ उन्होंने मॉडल दिखाया है ना, एक बार if you can please scroll down on the model.
Right.
सो वो मॉडल पे आप ओपन एआई का एपीआई यूज कर सकते थे और वो मॉडल को कॉल कर सकते थे, व्हाट इज व्हाट ही मेंट इनिशियली, मतलब जस्ट टू गिव यू अ सिंपल फ्लेवर ऑफ द आइडिया सर।
रादर देन एक्सेसिंग द मॉडल हियर, आप डायरेक्ट ओपन एआई का एपीआई की इंटीग्रेट करके मॉडल यूज कर सकते थे, बट देन अगेन वो कॉस्टली अफेयर है।
सो एनीथिंग एल्स यू वांट टू शो इन द पीपीटी बिकॉज़ वी हैव 4 minutes left?
So those are you have full customization. Whatever you want to change, you can draft according to your rules, right? You can set the rules here on your data. So it's my data.
My rules.
So we'll open the house for Q&A then.
So but before you open the house, हाँ?
You want to add something?
I want to ask कि ये सब मिलेगा कहाँ पे?
ये सब अपने दे देंगे QR code.
So please show the QR code and then let's open the house for Q&A.
You have the QR code, sir?
हाँ, it is there on the download या उस पे होगा. I'll show. ठीक है, let's open the house for Q&A and let Abhishek answer. I'll come. So questions if any, happy to address.
Yes, we'll be happy to address. Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes.
It can be accessed.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So I will address that question. आपने वो जो टूल में आपने PDF अपलोड किया, तो वहाँ पे हम लोगों ने उस PDF के ऊपर इंडेक्सिंग रन किया था। Until and unless you override that indexing, वो उसके मेमोरी में है अब, और आप उसको कभी भी रिट्रीव कर सकते हैं इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए। दिस इज रैग। तो आप जब चाहें कहीं भी ऑन अ फ्लाइट ऑल्सो यू कैन रिट्रीव द इंफॉर्मेशन फ्रॉम दैट PDF.
So can you show that captcha which is being created, जो catch file पीछे बना हुआ है folders का because of that? So any questions in the meantime? और just sir आपको we'll address in one more manner कि जो PDF अपलोड किया था और उन्होंने एक बताया चंकिंग. So देखिए क्या हुआ कि
ये पूरा कैश फाइल क्रिएट कर रहा है.
Correct. So this is saving the knowledge on these chunked folder जो आपके लोकल कंप्यूटर पे है सर. डालने हैं धीरे धीरे, मतलब 1 by 1 सर. यस,
उसके बहुत तरीके हैं सर. अगर आप चाहें तो आपको डालना है, आप डाल भी सकते हैं. इफ यू वांट कि उसको डायरेक्ट पाथ एक्सेस देना, आप वो भी कर सकते हैं.
सो द आइडिया इज कि आप अपना एक डेटा बैंक को उस LLM के साथ लिंक कर दे रहे हैं जो कि ऑफलाइन काम कर रहा है सर.
दैट इज आल्सो पॉसिबल. पाथ भी दे सकते हैं.
चैट जीपीटी में जैसे क्या होता है कि हम अपनी माई जीपीटी बनाते हैं.
करेक्ट.
अलग अलग, जैसे इनकम टैक्स के लिए मैंने जीपीटी अलग बनाई, ऑडिट के लिए एक जीपीटी अलग बनाई, और उसी हिसाब से मैंने गाइडेंस नोट भी अपलोड कर दिए ऑडिट के.
राइट.
टैक्स ऑडिट में इनकम टैक्स एक्ट मैंने डाल दिया, कुछ जजमेंट्स डाल दिए।
राइट सर।
तो ये इसमें भी इस तरह से क्या अलग अलग हम जीपीटी बना सकते हैं?
So you want to address? I want to.
Please.
So thing is, sir का question is a very valid question. Of course he is a veteran. So thing is कि आप अगर इसमें कोई रैग मॉडल में एक यूज केस बनाना चाहते हैं ओनली ऑन इनकम टैक्स, जिसको आप सिर्फ इनकम टैक्स का ही डेटाबेस देना चाहते हैं, यू कैन यूज दैट। एंड गोइंग फॉरवर्ड इसकी यूज केस को अगर आप बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, यू कैन ट्रेन दैट मॉडल एज वेल कि वर्किंग पैटर्न, सर का नोटिस बनाने का एक पैटर्न होगा, राइट? यू कैन डिफाइन दैट पैटर्न टू दैट मॉडल और उसी हिसाब से वो आपको आउटपुट देगा। दिस इज अ वेरी बिग यूज केस फॉर अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंट।
और जस्ट टू रिफ्रेज, आपने माई जीपीटी में जब बनाया, आपने इनकम टैक्स का अलग बनाया, डायरेक्ट टैक्स का अलग बनाया, तो सेम फैशन में इसको भी आपको अलग अलग ही बनाना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज वो कंटेक्स्ट उसके लिए बेटर इजी टू अंडरस्टैंड होगा भैया।
और अगर आप चाहें एक कॉमन प्लेटफॉर्म बनाना तो वो भी पॉसिबल है।
बट दैट्स नॉट अ गुड अप्रोच, बिकॉज अगेन वो जीएसटी और इनकम टैक्स के बीच में
वो हेलुसिनेशन वाला पार्ट आएगा फिर।
सो एनी मोर क्वेश्चंस प्लीज?
नहीं, डाउनलोड आपको मॉडल एक ही बार करना है, उसको ट्रेनिंग दो तरीके से देना है, वो अलग चीज हो गया सर। मॉडल आप यूज कर रहे हैं वो मॉडल एक ही है, क्योंकि उसका तो ओपन एआई मतलब ओपन वो फ्लोटेड मॉडल है, उसकी जो ट्रेनिंग उसने दे रखी है वो ऑलरेडी फ्लोटेड है वहां पे। आपकी पर्सनल ट्रेनिंग वो दो डिफरेंट सेट पे हो सकती है।
सो कैन आई करेक्ट मी अभिषेक इफ आई एम रॉन्ग, सो आपको इसने कैश फाइल दिखाया, तो हर डॉक्यूमेंट या हर माई जीपीटी का एक अलग कैश फाइल होगा और उसको रेफर करेगा व्हाइल आंसरिंग यू, एम आई राइट इन सेइंग दैट?
राइट, एग्जैक्टली, इट विल एक्सेस दोस कैश फाइल्स ओनली टू गिव यू द इंफॉर्मेशन। एनी अदर क्वेश्चन सर? So at least we are relating to the concept here, my data, my rules, because as chartered accountants, I believe firmly we cannot leak our clients' data. Agree?
We cannot leak, we cannot risk.
Right. We cannot risk leaking our clients' data.
Right. So is my data, my rules making sense? I hope you have access to the QR. Anybody is still left with the QR? Sir, आपको folder का access मिल गया ना? तो वो उसको आप सेव कर लीजिए. We'll upload all of the data as the session is over, sir. Right. So thank you so very much. Back to Hari भैया. And a round of applause for Hari भैया. Overnight रास्ते में मतलब इनकी flight cancel हो गई Indigo, and he has traveled all the night via road, and he is back today smiling with all of us.
Right. So you can access the codes for connectivity, right?
मेरा वाला नहीं डाला तुमने? अच्छा, दोनों को एक साथ डाल देते हैं. Anyways, thank you so very much. Thank you B for being there, and thank you so much.
Friends, with the conclusion of this session of our hero CS Sumit Biani and CA Abhishek Agrawal, this is the end of today's session's conclusion. So a big round of applause both the persons. Tomorrow, as usual, we will have the sessions, one full session over here and two parallel sessions in room number 1 and room number 3 and the first floor. And tomorrow's attraction is inaugural, and in inaugural, Mr. Babul Supriyo is expected to come here, and he will be deliberating this, his government's role and what they are planning in AI and all. So be there on tomorrow positively. Thank you, friends.